Good afternoon. I'm here. I have tea. I'm ready to die in the game. It's gonna suck. Oh, it's scary. Alright. Man. No, I'm kidding. Partially. Listen, game is fucking scary, okay? Oh wow, so they just throw us back in the wolves like this? What? Okay. Okay. I need to like mental recap on what in the world auto buttons. Okay. Oh, okay, there it goes. Sorry, hold on. I gotta like escape the game because I'm seeing some latency problems with it right now. I want to try and fix that a little bit. I had that issue during it as well. It was kind of like it's like a little skippy. Spooks. What's up, girl? Happy Tues. Yeah. I think you're like Project Playtime. I don't find DBD scary. The tutorial for Project Playtime is scary. Project Playtime is like, it's okay. Like, I like dabbled in it. It's okay. Like, it's like different. But there's a bunch of bugs that kind of like make the game weird too. But I feel like the game definitely runs in like a cool setting as like being the game that it is. But the other problem though is that the toys in Playtime are like busted. They're all like, you know how the game is like killer sided on DBD? It's like super toy sided on in Playtime. Like it's really hard to like. I forget what the player count is for playing Playtime though, but like it's fun if you can like find people, but like it's also really hard to like ignore the how poor quality the game is. Yeah. So because like it really does like change up the experience like quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, I'd be down to play it. They gotta, but they definitely gotta like they gotta fix a bunch of stuff for it because they've already announced that they're making like a bit. They have like a battle pass in it, and they're already making like a second battle pass basically. Because like you can you pay for like cosmetics and whatnot. It's a very what the thing is like too though. You can tell very quickly that like the game was like super low budgeted like on purpose, just so that it like like it just kind of comes out, and they kind of fell in the same play of like, oh, we're gonna try and make the game you know quickly so that it just kind of is out there, and now that's out there, people are kind of like okay. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if I can, is the max, oh no, it's 100 there. Let me give it 100 actually. I think that's fine. Thank you. Yeah. So I think it'll be a good game. It definitely just like needs some time though to kind of like do its thing. And I feel like once it does its thing, then like yeah, it's gonna be crazy good. So, but I think also though it's not really gonna be a game though that people are gonna stray towards from DBD because everyone's waiting for the Texas Chainsaw game, because that game is coming out and that game actually looks wild for what it's worth. Like it looks crazy good. Because instead of it being like 1v4 killer versus survivors, it's 3v4. So like the game is much slower paced as well. And each killer, like there's only 3 killers currently, but they all do different stuff. And the play style of how people play is what creates the like the thing for it. The variety. So once they get that rolling, bruh, it's gonna be crazy. So yeah, I can't wait to play it. I can't even see the quality of the light and the shadow in the game if it's like, it's kind of crazy actually. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I think also it's just a matter of like figuring out like, oh, it would do that. I kind of figured. That's all right. All right. I think the game has to also like take its time, because you know what this game is doing is, as we sit in the menu, it's loading the world, so you really can't just like dive straight into it unless like, you know, you want to like graphically let the game like run its course for a while. And I think once it does that, then it'll kind of start picking up like the GPU, because like the game was cracking the second that I logged in, and I had that problem when I first played it too, and it actually makes sense now. So I'm gonna sit here for like just like a minute longer. Ooh, turn that to 0. Oh, I hate that. Make that a thing. Oh, turn that off. Speaker. Oh, okay. Actually, I like that. Okay. And then once we're ready to like go, same rules as last time. There's no, you know, you grab some popcorn, you grab a water, you kick back, you watch, we chill. Okay, I think it's good to go now. Actually, liquid courage. That was tea. My stomach is already in my ass. Is how stressed I'm already feeling about doing this one. This is gonna be such a pain. So welcome back. Already in it.
Seeing you in the control room. Any news on the engines?
Yeah, but it makes no sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge is offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure. Fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running, then do a full restart. But you'll need to stabilize our orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you can, Isaac.
Left? Bro, we don't go this way. We go. This game is impressing me every single time. We usually go that way, but they want me to go this way now. You need to relax. You have to relax. Shh. The Ripper. No, what? It's not alive? What the? Who want to fight? Who wants to fight? Listen, I will throw this. I will throw this. I will throw this. I told you.
Warning. Fuel reserves depleted. Main engines offline.
I forgot, I gotta put the actual... Listen, I'm not playing games with you people, man. Alright. No. Chill. Chill. You still alive? Oh my god, that... Wait, what? Oh, shoot. I want the health. Give me money instead. You gotta go rights.
Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back. We just wasted an hour fixing them. Now we need to restart the south refueling station, but some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breaker. No engine? We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now? There's gotta be someone around here.
What the?
Their access card goes. Wait, you hear that? Never go!
Wait, there's no power. There's no power. That's new. Oh, they want me to navigate the place, dude. What?
Damn it.
Daniels? made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought that...
Glad to disappoint. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're an engineer, right? I'll get myself admin privileges. Maybe I can help.
There's still no power though.
Login security card. Clearance confirmed.
What? Oh, interesting.
Entering vacuum.
Oh my god! You son of a... Make moves, make moves, make moves, no time, make moves, make moves, make moves, gotta make moves, put this in.
Refueling sequence activated. Additional fuel required for engine restart.
Okay. Oh. Babies! Oh my fucking god, that's crazy. Okay. You know what's actually? I regret this significantly, not being able to hear a damn thing, man. What the f you come from? Oh! Fuck off. You little motherfucking... I need this. I need this. Okay. Shh. Don't fucking touch. Come on, 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 come on. I gotta go back? I have to go back without the oxygen on. What? This is not okay. Oh my gosh, what? That doesn't sound good. Ew. I hate... Oh my god! That... You fucker, man. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Who else? Hmm? Where is he? I hate this game. I hate that I love it. Down, please.
Refueling sequence activated. Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
Okay, I've got a fuel reading. Only a quarter full, but it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
Okay, well, thankfully enough, though. The visual cue helped with that one, like, quite a bit. I think the oxygen's down here, right? Okay, I'm sorry. Fucker, man. This is worse. It's worse with the lights on. It's way worse with the audio off. I understand that now. Get me the f out. Oh, he is there. Oh, we're gonna fucking murder his ass. Where the fuck you come from? Where the fuck did it go? Okay. Okay. See, in my mind, see, I thought that it would have been better with the lights on. I truly did. Extend the up. Oh. Ripper upgrade. Kinetic auto loader. Uh-oh. I feel like I'd want to buy this thing. I want to take let's put that away. Hey, yo. Oh. Okay. Listen, understand. The audio is so much more important than the dark. Next time we go in the dark. F that. That sucks, dude.
Clearance confirmed.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Graphics sender, new ability, a new special ability. Wait, what? What is all this stuff? Oh, wait, there's like a special thing? Applies damage over time to each shot. Oh my god, it's got incendiary rounds. Okay, that's actually kind of nuts though. What's this one? Greatly increases the ammunition capacity. Oh, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, I can do I can actually get one of them. I can get one of them guaranteed. Actually, I think I'm actually gonna get the damage over time one. I kind of like that. Rate of fire, reload, damage over time. Oh, I thought I can get both of them. That would have been so sick, actually. Okay, so now I hold 12 shots. I got damage over time. I shoot it faster and I reload it faster. That is a W. Okay. What's ERG? Oh, stasis energy. Oh, okay. I get an extra like hold for it. I see. Stasis on size. Okay, okay. The raise of your hit, oxygen increase, HP, duration of. I'm guessing it's the stasis. That makes sense, actually. Okay. Decon chamber. Oh, this.
Decontamination sequence activated. Please stand by.
This blows. This blows. Oh, I hear that, man. Oh my god!
Decontamination sequence complete. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, real smooth. Place is still dirty. Clean up. Decontamination. Of course you can decontaminate it with monsters. Isn't that a laugh? Okay. That door scared the hell out of me. Heck no, what? This is too big, man. I don't trust. Wait, I want that though.
Entering zero gravity. Warning. Centrifuge offline. Please attach generator modules manually.
Where the fuck was that? You can't catch something you can't hit with this. It's moving too much. Where are you? There you are, you little. Little turkey.
Generator module attached.
Cool. I gotta find the stasis pack thing. Oxygen. This is so cool. Nice. It keeps like. I don't think I have a stasis pack in my. Oh, I totally have. Okay. Let's do that.
Generator module attached. Clutch engaged. All personnel clear for centrifuge restart.
That looks sick. I've never seen that before. I guess it's up one of these places somewhere. There it is.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with tectonic load.
Oh my god, what?
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Wait, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Not good! Ah! Okay. Okay. You know what? In truth, keep me on my toes. Keeps me on my toes. Because in the original, that's what you do. So clearly, it's the remake. So, touche game. Touche.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Oh, I guess it's this way then. Wow. It isn't that way anymore. Nope. Get boy. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Yeah, boy. GG's. Hold that. Easy money. We'll do one more pass. Yeah. So that chunk fly? You would! Listen, there's only one way to do this, okay? You take them. Thank you. This game just knows, dude. Go. Oh, that was close. Oh, shoot. Bye. Where are you going? You know what? You have nothing on you? Get out of here. Take all the pieces. Don't need you. Okay.
Exiting vacuum.
It's way too quiet. Oh my god! Jeez. Aren't you a Cyphosaurus? There's way too much noise, dude. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Bastard.
Got it. Isaac, fuel storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
It's important to save stuff, honestly. Like, that's definitely what I learned. Saving stuff for later is so critical. I can't, dude. This game is just gonna, like... It's just gonna send me, man.
Entering zero gravity.
Hey, Hammond. I cracked the secure files. DEC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth Dust orders. When the miners found the artifact, they reported hallucinations, paranoia, suicides. But the Ishimura brought this marker on board anyway. Like that was a plan.
Wait. The marker?
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
I fucking knew it! And here I was thinking that it was a smarter idea to keep the fans on. It still didn't matter. This game just knows, dude. They just know.
Exiting zero gravity. Ew.
Engineering log.
Trap.
My last log.
Hell
Temple
no.
reporting. I can't raise anyone on Wrigley. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge. If anyone's left. And then I'm
Trust.
finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
What the oh no! Okay. I haven't seen those things at all. Which actually kind of concerns me because there's another creature we haven't seen the entire game, and we would have seen the creature by now a long time ago. Don't trust. Don't trust it. Don't trust it, dude. Don't trust. Oh my god, it's it! I knew it, man. Bro, we haven't seen a pregnant all game. My problem now too, though, is that they're faster. Pregnant are the last things I would expect to see in this game. Holy frick. The trick still works. That didn't come from you. Oh no. I'm out of ammo on my assault rifle, man.
Warning. Planetfall imminent. Correct course immediately. Warning.
Oh my god.
Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Don't. Come on, come on. No, that's my fear. Can't stand pregnancy, dude.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
Place power cells. Okay.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace. Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
I knew it. Oh shoot! Back up.
ignition chamber. Please stand by. Finalizing pre-ignition check. Stand clear of exhaust vents. Engines ready. Please confirm ignition order.
Confirm the order. I gotta go up there. You dead? Yeah, you're dead. Come on.
Engines ready. Please confirm
There we
ignition
go.
order.
I mean, I'll confirm it all, but I want all the stuff on the first.
Engines ready. Please confirm ignition order. Engines firing.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura's moving again.
No thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid defense system's for.
But the ADS is offline. I've got the system readouts here.
Hammond, the Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, you disable the tram lockdown from engineering. I'll open up the bridge station. Meet me there. We need to work on this together.
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it.
Oh my god, it's good. Okay. Fucking vacuum.
Exiting vacuum.
This game, dude. Okay.
Station now accessible. Thank you for your patience. Bridge.
What was I? I was chosen? No, the heck I wasn't.
I'm looking at the ADS cannons. They're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond, or the marker?
That artifact they found?
Don't bullshit us. CEC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
Then how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest. Daniels?
Fine. But I'm going through the ship reports, Hammond. I'm getting some answers.
Okay. That chapter was way more stressful than I expected it to be, although we kind of burned through it out of fear, not because it was a quicker one. So, we will continue into the next room. It's level 4, so everybody knows what level 4 is, so like, it's gonna be kind of insane. I kind of can't wait. Okay. Chapter 3 is over. Dude, I like forget how much I can't with this game sometimes. It fucking blows in fear. Okay, it's like still so crazy. My tea's definitely cold at this point. Hold on. Oh, it's delicious though. Do I even want to go through level 4 right now? I can't even decide. I should. Okay, let's just do it. Okay. Bruh. Calified hydrazine. This is the atrium, so it should be a spacious room.
Containment measures activated.
You okay? At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
one that attacked me. I managed to trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
You can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should... The hell with it.
Escape pod 47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston, too. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons. I can hold this position for a while, if no more asteroids come through the roof. Here. All I can tell is the ADS power routing is shot.
Well, the administration systems aren't doing much. We could redirect power from there. I'd need to rewire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good. Isaac, about what Daniel said. I don't know about any illegal mining or the marker. I swear, I'm just here for a repair mission.
Look, Hammond, I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC had to know about the marker.
The company maybe, but shit like that's above my pay grade. Look, we can get into it later. You'll need a way down to those junction boxes. You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access. I found a CEC executive key card. I'll upgrade your clearance.
And you upgraded yours already?
Yeah, just in case. And Isaac? I heard something up there. Something big. Watch your back.
We all know what that is. I don't want to deal with it, dude. I don't even think I have the ammunition for it, dude. I definitely don't. I hate this part. This part's gonna suck, dude.
Positive anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Wow! I'm out of ammunition, man. Thank goodness for the power of that.
Quarantine lifted.
The fire bullets are so cracked. I still hate you. Level 3 security. Damn it. That thing still gives you PTSD, like real talk. Okay. Oh man, okay.
Clearance confirmed.
It's on the record, Doctor. This is what you mean. The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever the cost. God's sakes, Ben, listen to yourself. The Ishimura's in crisis, you cut us off. By Maritime Law Article 5469, I, Dr. Terrence Kine, hereby declare Captain Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty. Heretic! Hold him! Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you. Traitors, get your hands off me! This is my ship! Oh my God, he's... You... Ben. You saw I was trying to help him. Doctor, you just killed the captain. We have to take you in. I can't. If the others from the church get a hold of me. Stop!
Oh shoot. Okay. I wonder if it still functions in the same way if my ammo is low, if I add it, if it'll increase it. We'll find out. It sure does. That's a W.
Atrium elevators are now online.
It's way too dark in this room, man.
Exiting vacuum. Entering vacuum.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old dead plating doesn't play well with power surges.
Watch your step.
Plating. Oh.
Clearance confirmed.
The contact beam. Really? They're really setting me up for success this early in, dude. Uh-oh. Confirmation they can go through the doors. They fixed that problem. Technically.
Clearance confirmed.
Just got an update. Power diverted from Mining Administration Network. That's one. We still need more power. A couple more systems should do it.
No! those things, man. That should have scared me, but like somehow it fucking didn't.
Exiting vacuum.
I don't have ammunition. Something could have murdered me, dude. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This room is huge. Straight. Oh my god! Give me this. Oh my god! Huh. That's kind of different. Okay.
Power transferred from electrical systems to ATS cannons.
Okay, I'm seeing a power reroute from the electrical system.
Just watch the outlets. The grid's unstable.
That's two. One more system and we'll have power for the ADS.
All the electrical purges are not working anymore. Okay, this is gonna be bad. Nice. Okay.
Isaac, I cracked the Ishimura's MedSci reports. They're a fucking horror show. These things mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses, and the rest...
Make more corpses to infect.
That organic shit on the wall, that's dead tissue too. The crew thought it was a habitat changer. Isaac, I'm gonna run some diagnostics. I think that's death spreading.
2, 1, go.
Elizabeth, it's Jacob. I came to the bridge looking for you, but it is completely fucked. I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back, and neither should you. It looks like the admin staff went to the mining deck to meet up with the other survivors. I'll head there too. If you aren't with them, I'll find a way to contact you. I promise.
Transferred from water purification to ADS cannons.
We got it. The ADS cannons are back online. Wait, auto-targeting offline. Calibration data not found. Fuck. No auto-targeting. The cannons are useless.
What about manual targeting?
You want to go out there with all that shit raining down and target the ADS cannons manually?
If I give the cannons enough targeting data, it'll recalibrate the system. You got a better idea?
Christ. I'll open exterior access. I hope you know what you're doing. What's the plan?
I'll sync a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools. I target an asteroid and cannons take it out. I recalibrate the system.
We're out of options. Do it.
Entering vacuum. Entering zero gravity.
Sync a tool with the ADS cannon, then call a strike against the asteroids with the established calibration cannon.
Syncing targeting system.
I don't know how it works. What?
Warning. Hull integrity compromised.
Oh.
Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting online. Syncing targeting system. Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting online.
That's so cool. What the? Bastard baby.
Syncing targeting
What the?
system.
I don't have time for this though.
Warning. Hull integrity approaching critical. Data migration complete. ADS recalibrated. Auto-targeting systems enabled.
They're back. The ADS cannons are online ship-wide. Thank God. Engaging autopilot. Get yourself inside, Isaac. I think I figured out our next move.
Honestly, I gotta hand it to them. That was way better than the old variation of how they did it beforehand. That was awesome. I just don't want there to be anything to like attack me. Okay.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
Isaac, Hammond, I just intercepted a transmission for medical.
Someone's down there?
See what you make of this.
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Nicole, I'm going back to medical.
Makes sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
The crew deck. Wonder if he knows something we don't.
bullets, man. No. There's another one missing. That is so crazy how they set that up. That was nuts. Okay. 2 levels down. Like 8 more to go. Oh, I can't wait. But also, I just can't. Okay. You know, I'm gonna tell you now, this game is so perfect. So perfect. That is all. What's up, cat? I'm stressed, man. That's why I have a tea here, okay? This game is constantly catching me off guard in so many ways. It's so wrong, dude. It's so wrong. Oh, God. Okay. The problem with the whole thing literally is the simple fact that, like, I just want to keep getting through it, but, like, everything that I know about this game, like, it doesn't help. That's the problem. That's the problem. Everything that I think that I know about the game, I'm actually wrong about. So it sucks because, like, I think I know the thing, but then it doesn't happen. So I'm like, and then the thing happens at, like, another point that I don't see coming. Yeah, the only thing that I will say is that the game, you can't see my hands are shaking. The game's atmosphere is so much worse, way scarier. The actual, like, aesthetics is so much more cleaned up. So, like, I like, you know, I open a certain door and I immediately know, I'm like, oh, this is the room. Like, I know this room. But then the way that they execute the room is not how it was traditionally. Not all the time. There were some, like, that level was, like, a lot more mentally just, like, I kind of figured it out, like, when I saw, like, the rooms that I saw. But then they kind of still threw me for a loop though. So, like, it still catches me off guard. Yeah, dude. So I'm like shocked by it in full, truly. It's so crazy though, because I'm going through this game, like, and I absolutely love it. I do. Here's the thing. You know how oftenly rare it is for the remake to be better than the original? The remake is better than the original. Because okay, so, you know, because here's the thing, like, I know for a fact that they spent a lot of time paying attention to feedback that they got about the old game, and I think that is so sick. I think that's so sick. Wait, that's so, because, like, I don't want to necessarily say it and, like, throw, like, a spoiler in there kind of vibe, but there was a certain part in that level that I just finished that people were like, yo, this, I hate this. They didn't hate it. It was cool, but it was too annoying, basically. Like, it took many tries for people to, like, effectively play that part, and then they were like, oh, you know, I like it, or I don't like it. Like, I know a lot of people didn't like it, not because it was just, like, for a mechanic, it was very unique and interesting, and it was very cool, but it was very jank. So, like, you know, they kind of had to, like, re-polish it. But instead of repolishing it to make it play cleaner, they just changed it altogether, and the version that they applied it to was way better. So I loved it. It was so, like, I don't even feel any more, like, like annoyance from it. Like I actually thoroughly enjoyed the part that they played because it was quicker, it was mentally more easier to understand, and it still caught me off guard. So I loved it. It was great. One thing I'll say for sure though is I really hope that there's gonna come a time where, like, because I mean, not to spoil the game per se, but like when you beat the game, then you can take all the stuff you got from the first time you played it and play like the harder difficulty. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was what it was. Or you, the higher you cleared it, then you can play the easier stuff. I think that's how it was. So like, if I beat the game on hard, I can play normal with all my stuff. But if I play normal, I can't bring my stuff into the hard mode version because then it'd be kind of easy. You know what I mean? So I wonder if they still did that, because like playing the game on there's like another difficulty called impossible that's like higher than hard, and it's very, very difficult. That's when the game starts becoming like a little bit less of like a horror game. I mean, it still is obviously, but like you know, it kind of gets the Resident Evil treatment, as I call it. So the RE treatment is like the best part of it, because obviously, like, you know, you get to like play through it again. But like I feel like yeah, it's like New Game Plus, but there's like a twist to it though. Like the New Game Plus caveat is that you can't like usually games that have New Game Plus let you just replay the whole thing in the same difficulty, or you replay the whole thing and you can do it at a harder difficulty so that it's like a little bit easier to play. This game, they don't do that. You can't play easy and then play hard. They make you play hard so that you can take the stuff into easy. So they do it like a little backwards, which honestly I like low key prefer, because that way the reward that you get for going through the hard version is like worthy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I guess I thoroughly enjoyed that they did it that way. I just didn't really know if they were going to actually do it that way, but the cool part is that they did, and I like it. So yeah, I mean, usually though, like when I played through the first Dead Space, I never actually like replayed New Game Plus though, because I just ended up playing the same game the whole time kind of vibe. Like I just played it again on start from start. Like I didn't want to bring any of my other stuff, like my old stuff, into the new game. I just kind of started playing it from scratch, like as it was. So like, I would like beat it on normal, and then I would just play it again, like brand new, and not use New Game Plus basically. Like that's how I usually ended up playing the game. And yeah, I thought it was sick and I liked it, so it was cool. But yeah. So, but I feel like right now my goal of playing the game is to I want to get through like through 2 chapters at a time. For me, that feels like the perfect sweet spot of like of progressing through the game. And the crazy part is that I think that like they kind of pushed me pretty quickly through the first 2. I went through the first 2 levels pretty quickly, I would say, in comparison to a lot of other players. But I also went through it actually slower in some other case scenarios. So I thought it was sick actually. Yeah. So now that I've achieved like my happy 2 hours of like playing the game, now I'm like looking forward to like you know, I'm ready to like do my whole DBD spiel. So I think it's gonna be sweet. So I'm hyped. I do have to just make a couple of changes though on the back end, just to kind of like allocate to it. So like that's good. Like tomorrow, since I already have those 2 chapters ready to go, pretty much I'm gonna upload those while we kind of talk about the stuff, and then that way we can like effectively like prepare, if you will. But for now, I'm happily catching the vibe. Did you get your FF stuff done? Did I? Yeah, I would say I did for the most part. I mean, like I could easily like go back in there too and like keep on doing other stuff, because there's a job that I'm playing that I'm like actually pretty close to like finishing and like maxing it out level wise, and like I can like farm dungeon stuff so that I can like effectively like do it. Oh wait, I gotta update this as well. But yeah, I mean, there is some stuff I have to do, but like I feel like I like let it stretch out through the week though, so you're sort of switching on and off sleep. Honestly, I don't blame you. You should totally like you know, when you're tired, you gotta just call it. You know what I mean? Like you kind of sort of can't like you can't really sit there and like not go to sleep. Like if I'm tired, bro, I would absolutely go to bed, 100%. So, but I mean, I'm awake though, so I'm chilling. But in that case scenario, yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get this started. Hold on a second. I gotta just make sure I have the things. I have all the links from yesterday, so we're gonna kind of crack at it all in the moment right now. Hold on, I gotta just grab. I gotta grab this. It's dark though. There we go. What is this? That's all the killers. That's all the perks. I mean, did you pick up from a 2-hour nap? I mean, that is true though. You might be a little bit awake though, but you know, if you feel like you got to go take a nap again though, you totally should like give it a try, or like get like a tea or something, just to kind of like wake yourself up a little bit more so, and then you'll feel, you know, pretty cool about it. But I understand that though, and as long as you like committed to the nap as well, I feel like you're like good to go. You know what I mean? So like that's how I feel. Like if I take a nap, I need to commit to the nap, and if I don't, and I'm like on my phone or doing something to like, you know, not fully like take a nap, then I'm not checked in for it, not at all. So yeah. So, okay. I think it's actually more important that we start with like the killer tier list, because I'm actually like in that mental now state of mind where like I'm actually cool with like. That's not correct, but okay. No, it's okay. Hold on, I gotta just do this and put it like this. There we go. Although I might need to like actually grab this. Move it to the boom. Okay. Is that how that? I mean, that looks decent. Hold on, I gotta I can see my browser on the right is like a little bit like finagled right now. So That's you did, and I'm not trying to take away credibility from you, but like I would have also found it. But you did do the homework for me and before me, so thank you for doing it. You were the GOAT for that. Okay. So that was loud. So I think it's about time that we finally like make a tier list, you know, and this is totally like a personal opinionated one, and also one that's open for like a lot of discussion, obviously. I think that this is just going to be about how scary are the killers in the game, right? And we should totally put like a bunch of asterisks and like disclaimers about it too. So like theoretically it's like, you know, how do we make the game scary from a killer perspective, right? So like, is the killer scary, yes or no? The tier, you know, the tiers will kind of put it into perspective, right? So S tier being like, you know, actually like jump scary, like it'll catch you off guard. D tier, like not at all, and it's a matter of figuring out, you know, if killers are in the, you know, C, D, even B tier area, like how do we actually make them, you know, scary? And I think that you can use both ideas of like, if something already exists now kit wise, how do you make a killer scary, right? And if there's a way to do it without necessarily using stuff that's already in the game, right, what can be added to the game to allow them to be even scarier, or give them the spook that they're missing in the game as a whole. So you know, we're gonna just kind of crack at it from left to right, and we'll figure it out from there. So in order, so starting with a trapper, you know, it's really complicated to figure out where to put him, because I've definitely come across games where trappers like use like plaything, and the traps, and so like you kind of just get caught off guard just because you don't really know what the killer's doing or where they might be if you don't see them, kind of vibe. So I feel like one time it was in Cold Wind, the trapper had plaything, and traps were like not even like in one concentrated area, they're kind of like all over the place. So but I think the problem with the trapper currently is that the killer themselves isn't scary, the traps are what's scary, because you can't see the traps when they're well hidden. And so I think for that regard, I would put trapper in C tier, because like I said, like the killer themselves, you know, they're not scary, right? They kind of let the traps be the thing that kind of catch you off guard when you're being chased, because you're focusing on the chase, so you're like looking at the killer and not looking ahead of you or on the ground sometimes. So as a result, you know, the killer will just kind of watch you just fall into it, and then you freak out from the fact that you ate the trap. So I think that's usually what it boils down to. Now I feel like as a result though, you know, how do we make the trapper jump from here up to here? I think that builds that actually allow him to create obliviousness is actually what could give him that opportunity. But I think at the same time though, you got to use him in indoor maps where like the killer's already activated perks that allow him to become oblivious, you know, like plaything is a good one, but it requires a hook, right? And like you can't get the totem cleanse, which gets complicated. So you know, right now there's nothing in the game that allows him to become undetectable, I don't think. I could be wrong about that actually. I kind of want to like dabble in it and kind of just quickly check. But I think if there's not an add-on for this for him that exists already in the game, they should 110,000% add this add-on. Where, long story short, like if he either has, there should be two. Let me like actually make that more apparent, because I just like thought about it out of the blue. But in a manner of speaking, if he puts down a trap, actually, you know what? I just checked. It doesn't exist. Perfect. So if he puts down a trap, he should be oblivious for like, you know how Huntress reloads the hatchet from the locker with that add-on, and then she's insensible. He should have the exact same thing. If he puts down a trap, it should be like a 30-second oblivious, or rather, he's undetectable. That's what it is. He's undetectable for 30 seconds. That would be a phenomenal add-on, because he just gets to like put it down. And in indoor rooms, you don't really get to see what he's doing or how he's thinking. So his unpredictability like skyrockets just because of that one add-on. I think it'd be really cracked. The other one that I think that would be crazy is which I'm surprised too, though it kind of makes sense, right? Where if he doesn't have any traps on his person, like equipped in his hands, he's undetectable while he has no traps down, right? I think that I'm so shocked that that's not an add-on, because you can actually, like, one thing I actually learned about Trapper is that you can tell that he has a trap with him when you look at his hand. He actually has a trap in his hand when you're like being chased by him, and when he puts it down, so like in a manner of speaking, if he has one trap and he puts it down and his hands are empty, he has no more traps. They should absolutely make it so that when he has no traps in his hands, he's completely undetectable. The same way how like it is with like Myers or Scratch Mirror, like 100%. He doesn't need anything aura based. Although if there was an add-on that doesn't exist where, you know, you can actually put down an aura, like seeking trap. So like, if you put down a trap and if there's like a person near it, you can see the aura of it. That'd be kind of cool to see them put that into perspective. But I feel like you don't want to necessarily give him some kind of aura power. You just need him to become hidden. And I think that the combination that would be very powerful is that he just puts down all of his traps, and then he's just, you know, undetectable, right? And then you use the iridescent add-on that basically resets them every 30 seconds, so that way it kind of like does its thing. I think that'd be really sick. Or you let him put them all, well, no, because it just makes sense for him to have the one that's undetectable when he's out of them. You can use both of them on the low. Like that'd be kind of sick actually, because you know he can still pick them all up. Like if he picks it up, he obviously loses the status, but then if he just moves it, then he regains it. Like I think that'd be so sick. So I think in a nutshell, Trapper would be great in theory if he had add-ons that allow him to become undetectable while he had no traps, or when he puts one down. But right now, at least, the game only allows him to be scary in a sense when he gets people put in traps because they don't see it. So I think Chopper is perfectly suitable in C tier. Wraith. Now here's the thing. Playstyle wise, okay, nobody plays Wraith like this, as far as I'm aware. But at the same time, though, Wraith actually is able to perfectly play a very scary game in DBD. I think it's so sick. But again, I think people just like playstyle wise, they don't do it, right? So I'm gonna be very directly honest with you. He's an S tier scary killer, 100%. As much as I hate him and I want to rip on him and get mad at him the entire time, I have to give him credibility where it's due. So as much as I hate the Wraith is extremely scary because simply putting it forward, the Wraith has the bell that makes no noise. Period. That add-on by itself literally is exactly what you need. So it's really easy to, you know, hide behind something. And if you know a person is in a certain kind of area, then you literally can just hide behind something, uncloak quietly, and immediately go in for the attack, and it kind of catches people off guard very frequently. I think actually one thing also that Wraith has that's like a huge advantage over a character like Myers is the fact that he can actually use that. He can use that while he's in open, like outdoor maps. Like in outdoor maps, it's actually just as effective because he can just hide behind anything, right? Like if you see Myers, you can kind of see him like hiding in a certain area. You just know not to go to that area, right? So you kind of have a hard time figuring out how to traverse open spaces with Myers because he's never invisible, right? Wraith is completely invisible, and that's what makes him so much more deadly in that perspective. He also is able to has aura tracking powers add-on too when he's invisible, and that makes it even worse because he can just literally can play scratch mirrors, but like in speed demon mode, it's actually really crazy. You can make him undetectable if he max traps in. Oh, you talking about Chopper? Yeah. I mean that's actually pretty cool too. Or the bell that rings in the entire map. Well, you know the thing though is that the bell ringing in the entire map one is not terrible to use for that, but I feel like because you can hear him cloaking and uncloaking, it kind of like just makes you want to run somewhere, right? Like you can't really hide behind a wall and then uncloak with the purple bell, and then, you know, because everyone just automatically hears a bell, so the oh crap, he's nearby, right? But with the iridescent one, you don't even know where he is half the time, so I feel like it gets actually kind of chaotic. But I think also though, like the only thing that kind of takes Wraith away from the idea of being like I put him in A tier in a sense because like he like he's not like a killer that's known in like films, right? Like he's not like the one that people are like afraid of. But I think that people who play Wraith and want to make him be in like invoke that fear, they got to play that way. So I'm still gonna put him in S tier because the build already exists. And there's a lot of other ways to allow him to thrive in that kind of universe as well. But people need to just play it so that it works. So I think Wraith just perfectly fits in that spot. So okay, moving on to Hillbilly. You know what I will say? I have 100% encountered Hillbillies who apparently just run this weird and crazy build where they're just invisibly sprinting. You don't hear the chainsaw, you don't hear him making sounds, you don't hear him grunting. All you see is him just sprinting out of nowhere from far range, and then he magically creeps up on you. It's actually like some of the scariest things ever because like you kind of see him coming, but you don't hear it. But then you turn the camera and you see him coming, and you're like, oh my god, like where do I go? You kind of just sit there and deal with it in a way. And him too, he also thrives in open space areas. I think Coldwind for him with that build is like extremely good because he just kind of goes through the field just nonchalantly, right? And he just magically ends up at a generator. And as he gets closer to it, he can kind of scan and see who's there. And I feel like he usually ends up seeing people before they see him, because the terror radius is usually the easiest cue to figure it out. But because you can't hear it, it catches people off guard. It definitely caught me off guard several times when I faced it also. So that being said, I'm putting him in A tier because I think ideally, because he has a way to make it work and it's actually pretty good, he fits very well in the idea of being scary when it comes to the sprinting mechanic. Now, I don't necessarily need him to have a way to do it while he's not using the chainsaw. But if he had a way to do it, or be undetectable rather, without using the chainsaw, I feel like that'd be really, really good for him. That's the only real thing that he's missing though. Otherwise though, the fact that he can sprint at you, like he's the fastest one, I think, at going, you know, to a target invisibly speaking. I think that he has that power that I think nobody else in the entire game has that power. And the problem is that it works very effectively because all of the add-ons and perk combinations that you can use to give him that undetectable, like, obliviousness combination is what allows him to thrive in that scenario. I don't really know that he'll work in, I think he doesn't work in indoor maps as easily because he kind of needs to like get the momentum to run. But I think that's another advantage that he has over a lot of other killers, is that he just gets to do that. Now, I think what will be kind of interesting is if because there's an add-on that he has where, like, if he breaks a pallet, he kind of breaks the pallet, but he doesn't one-shot people with a chainsaw. I'd be curious to see if there wasn't a way to basically do the same thing, but instead of him breaking through the pallet, like, he can like rev the chainsaw, but it doesn't make noise, and he's undetectable. I mean, I feel like that's like a little weird, but I'd be curious to see if there's other ways that they can add to the spookiness or jump scariness of his chainsaw, pretty much. Because you can hear it from a distance, but you know, if you can't hear it, I wonder how that might play into account. Because, you know, it works when he's in the move, but not when he's not, you know, sprinting for the target. So I feel like if there was a way to like give him a non-sprinting version, I'd be curious to see how that kind of works. So, or better yet, yeah, if you make his chainsaw, if you overheat it on purpose, then I wonder if the stealth can incorporate that way. That'd be very interesting. I don't know though. I feel like it would have to depend, but I think there's also a bunch of ways you can actually make it work too. Or like if you rev the chainsaw a little bit, like, you know, for like 3 seconds or something, like continuously, and you don't like sprint, then he's undetectable for like a minute. I feel like that would be interesting. Where he kind of activates it, like kind of like how Wraith does with the bell. Like he activates the chainsaw to go undetected, and then he can go do stuff. But he can't. But if he revs the chainsaw again, then it goes away. See, I think that would be very fascinating. So if they added that, I think that'd be pretty sweet. Straight up. Okay. Nurse. Now, you know what's actually kind of crazy is, like, I don't really know where to effectively put Nurse. I'm trying to think though, because I think the thing that gives up the Nurse really quickly is that you can hear when she's preparing the dash, and I don't think that there is any way to silence that. She has the oblivious or the undetectableness if she hits the person, and that's okay. Like, she has a stealth add-on if she hits the blink, like that we know, but she doesn't have a way to always stay like, you know, incognito. Like, she doesn't have that. So if there was an add-on that hides the tell of her phasing, I feel like that is essentially something that would be really cool, because I think like Nurse can thrive in any environment, but like, you know, indoor maps are definitely her strong suit, just because, you know, in like Midwich she can be downstairs and go upstairs and then catch you off guard. But I think the problem is that you can still hear her when she's gonna phase, or at least you can hear I think there's like some indicational sound that tells you where she's coming from, because I don't even think Plaything stops the sound of her phasing when she's like doing the attack. So no matter what happens, you can always hear her coming in one. Like if it hides one aspect, it doesn't hide the other aspect. But if it add an add-on that hides that aspect, it doesn't hide the initial one. You know, so there's always like this back and forth of her being able to like hide one version of her like phasing, but not the other version. I think that's the problem that Nurse currently like runs up to. So obviously, like, if she's doing it from a distance, then I feel like it's a little harder to hear her coming. But I think it's really hard though for Nurse to get the jump on people if like there's not some scenario that makes it really easy for her to like allow her to do that. So, and I think the biggest issue too is like if she phases and she like gets the fatigue sound, I don't think there's any way to hide the fatigue sound. So if she gets the hit on you in the jump scare, like that's it, you know that she's there. And like in a manner of speaking, she can't really cover much ground if she hits you on a point and then goes somewhere else and tries to like re-hide. I feel like the nurse will have a hard time hiding again before she gets to jump on somebody else. Whereas with Wraith and and Hillbilly, like it's not too hard, since they can just cover a lot of ground very quickly. And like Nurse is not somebody who's incapable of covering a lot of ground. She obviously is like the nurse, right? So she can just cover up ground like crazy. But I think that she's always making noise in that process, or she has some kind of caveat that really lets her not be silent like at all. And I think that's her issue. So I think with that point in mind, I'm putting her, I think, in B tier, because she's not terribly like stealthy, but she's not terribly quiet, and she can still kind of phase in and get the blink on people and like the jump on it, but it's never completely like inconspicuous. And I don't think that oblivious or blindness stuff like helps her in that case regard either. So I think that she would need some kind of add-on that allows her to basically be more incognito. I think an add-on that isn't in the game that could be added to the game is that you basically weaken her blink in a sense where she can only do it once, and the cooldown recovery, like she can fatigue from it and she recovers from it faster, but it takes her a lot longer to actually blink again. So like if she blinks, hits, right, she'll fatigue 1, 2, 3 and she's up, but she still can't blink as soon as her eyes are back up. She has to like wait an additional couple of seconds or something to re-blink. That way it's not overly powerful, and even though she has one blink, like it's still the same thing, right? Zero radius if she's holding a blink is actually a good idea as well. I feel like that would also be a great add-on. That's actually a very good point too. And I don't think that's in the game either, so I think that'd be really cool. Like the combination, like I think theoretically it would be good to either have one add-on be the thing that allows her, or just allows any killer to maintain their invisibility, right, or their undetectable status, because they shouldn't be using two. I feel like that'd be a little bit too much. I feel like one should just be the one that does it, and like the perks don't necessarily help for it either. But I think that even that in case scenario, Nurse needing one add-on to allow her to like maintain that would be cool. But I feel like if she had two, then whatever the two add-ons are combined should make her like completely oblivious. You know what I mean? Like it's impossible, quote unquote impossible, to actively hear her coming from anywhere. Like if she had an add-on where while she's holding a blink she's invisible, she doesn't have a terror radius, and you can't hear when she phases. If those are two separate add-ons and that was like a thing and she can only blink once, I feel like that would be like pretty good. But you don't necessarily need both of them together. One or the other is like good enough, I feel. Like if you want to kind of add the flair to the scary, but if you want to maximize it, if you had two of those add-ons together, or even if they were just both one add-on, like that'd be fine too, honestly. Because I don't necessarily want Nurse, despite how powerful she is as a killer in the game, I don't want her to have to be handicapped with being one of the few killers that have two add-ons to like add to that that fear factor. So I think for now Nurse is in a decently good spot, and if they gave her add-ons that allow her to come up here, then I feel like it would work for her. We already know who this man is. Everybody understands that this is like the jump scare king, master, confidant, all that stuff. This man is up here without a question of a doubt. Shape, aka Michael Myers, aka Jump Scare Myers, everything about this man with the mirror is literally the thing that makes him so unbelievably goated on the jump scare factor. There's no question about it at all, And the thing that I love about it is what he also has so many ways to just use the mirror right? And any perk he wants to use, like he's the king of it all right now, right? Because he literally has one add-on he uses. The other one is kind of like a bonus in case of like whatever. But he gets to just use any perk he wants in the entire game. And it adds a lot of flair and variety on how he can effectively get the jump on people. And I think that's so sick. I think that every killer in the entire game, even if the ones that are S tier, they all need to like follow his example, where his one add-on is the factor of things that allow him to thrive the hardest and have the ability to flexibly use literally any perk in the entire game. It doesn't matter. And that's the thing that I like about it too, though, because he can use like, if for example, like, you know, if he's Scratch Myers and he's running around with the mirror and like devour, then like bruh, you know what I mean? Like that literally makes the game so much more scarier, because he knows where you are and you're on the verge of death, right, on a constant basis. And when he achieves that, you just know, right? So he just has to force you to like play the game slowly, because you're not safe no matter what you do or where you go. So there's no question about it. I think though, like here's the thing, there's no downsides to him being able to not become up, you know, stay up here and then retain the top tier listing. He's always going to be up here, right, as long as the mirrors exist. But I think what I would like for them to incorporate is alternate versions of the Scratch Mirror where he keeps that undetectable 1 status, right, from like from his Evil Within 1 version, but they just all have like different affectations besides you know, like what it can do. Like I feel like if you get hit, I think that you know, he can inflict statuses on you. I think that would be sick. I think that you know, if he hits you and you get blind, I think that'd be great actually. Or I mean, I don't know about mangled and hemorrhage, but I feel like not even broken would be a good one. I think like if he can hit you with a knife and you get blind as an add-on along with Scratch Mirror, I think it makes it even more crazy. I feel like one theoretical add-on that just popped in my head that might be a bit overpowered but will be really sick is like if you can actually use a different like active button to like allow him to actually drain the energy, but he still can't go to Evil Within 1, but he can still drain the energy. Like the radius that he can track people goes farther. I feel like that would be that'd be really broken. But I think that like if you do that, then he kind of sort of, I don't know, I feel like he should get slower though, because if he can see you from a farther distance where he already can, I think the mirror is like 32 like meters. That's extremely far, right? So if he was able to see you even further than 32 meters and he had the same amount of speed, then this, you know, theoretical mirror that lets him do that would be way too powerful. You know what I mean? So we gotta tone him down a bit. But I think the long story short is that I'd love for him to have different versions of the Scratch Mirror that let him do different things while still maintaining that Evil Within 1 form, and he can just kind of go about it. There should also be just like a perk in the game that just lets you hide your breathing as a killer. That would be so much worse, because he's kind of easy to figure out in some scenarios when you can hear him breathing. You know what I mean? Or at least like if he's hiding behind a wall and you're in this room and you're doing a generator and you don't move for like 10 seconds and he's like behind a wall, you can kind of hear him with some good hearing. So yeah, but if there was like a perk that lets him hide his breathing, then that would make it so much worse. You know what I mean? So I thoroughly actually enjoy that he is who he is, and honestly, there's nothing about this killer that would change because Myers is goated. That is all. Okay, Hag. See, now here's the thing about the Hag. Okay, she's like the jump scare queen. You got the king up here, and you got the queen down here. You know what I mean? She's up here because the traps thing is so good for her, because she puts him wherever she wants to, and if she does the thing that like lets her function, then you never really see it coming. You know, the only I think though, I mean, she can kind of bounce around between A and S because like she's A tier if people are running around with flashlights and they know it's a hag and they see the trap and they get rid of the trap. But if you, for example, I hate to say this out loud, but I'm gonna say it anyways. If you're in Franklin's demise with her and you force them to be unable to get rid of the trap, she's up here. And I think it's very apparent that a lot of hags will run Franklin's to reduce the probability of them getting rid of her traps on the floor if people are bringing flashlights. So I think that even if somebody finds a chest and it has a flashlight, you don't need to bring Franklin's. You only need to bring Franklin's as the hag if you see people like preemptively bring a flashlight to the match. Then they just know that like that's the thing. You know what I mean? So the other thing is like I think hag works a lot well. Like works very well against like solo players. But if there is like a party people, then I feel like it kind of depends. So it's really hard to put her. I mean, if there's like an in between, I'd put her in between. Because I think that if you know it's a hag and you're willing to like play the field in the same way you would Myers, then you can totally put her up here because people just won't mess with the traps. They'll be too terrified of it. But I think that because hag's abilities strongly require her to use traps, eventually I feel like you start trying to play the objective of the killer more so than you would you know, for the sake of like the spooks. So the spooks will catch you off guard once in a while, but she really can't do anything in terms of you know, like getting rid of it. So I feel like, I think respectively we may have to put her down here. I think personally, in my opinion, she's up here, but I think the purpose for the populace, they might put her down here. So I think we'll follow the populace's rules. We'll put it down here. Now I think though, she definitely has add-ons that easily let her come back up here though. You know, the shackles is one of them because you can easily like utilize that add-on that makes it undetectable for people to like get triggered by the traps, and it kind of actually adds to the scariness even like a little bit more. So I feel like personally, I think I'd respectfully keep her back in A tier. But I feel like, you know, build wise though, if you're gonna try and maximize and put all your perspectives into place, I feel like I'm actually gonna put her back up here because I feel like if you're gonna play these two, because they kind of have the same problem, right? Like they both can be burned by the flashlight in some way to kind of get rid of his power and get rid of her traps. But you know, I feel like people are not genuinely trying to like bring flashlights to counter these killers unless like they, you know, it just is that killer kind of vibe. So like if you have a flashlight, yeah, Wraith can come down here too because like you're gonna do it. But I feel like it doesn't work though because like you're not really trying to. Because here's the thing: when you generally play Wraith, like you kind of you get right behind the person and uncloak so you can get the guarantee. But if you're playing it in the scary format, you're hiding behind something so you can't. So that can't happen to you. So Wraith is up here without question. I think Hag would fall in the same place. So the only problem is that Hag doesn't have a way to get the jump on people outside of the traps. So you have to use add-ons that kind of prohibit that possibility, you know, and that's why Franklin's comes into play. So I feel like, you know, if we're going to use the build and the kit and everything that comes inclusive with it, like Hag is top tier in terms of her being like a scary killer. So like I said, in my opinion, I put her down here, but I think on the popular side of things, she's here because like her power is strong. Like if she had a different way to like completely like get rid of that prowess and like not have that issue, I think that also lets her be on the S tier level. Like in the same way of Trapper in a theoretical perspective, like if she had no traps on the field, then she's undetectable. That'd be a cool add-on. Or if she has all of her traps out and they can't get triggered by like a flashlight with like the shackles thing, then I feel like you know, she could also come up here because then the traps get triggered only by her, but then she can see you know, she can be undetectable because she has all the traps out and maintain that status. But I think that the way, because her job is to deliberately set up and there's no add-ons that like allow her to do that, it's kind of hard for her to hang out in S tier. But there's definitely builds that will easily let her be up there. But I think as a whole though, she has the strong capability of like, you know, being able to get the jump on you. So I think respectfully, we can put Hag in A tier. I mean, I put her higher than Hillbilly for sure on the A tier scale. Like she's on the cusp. She's literally like right, you know, she's like here, like literally on the cusp of being between S and A. But I think she's like the number 1 A killer. I think as far as I'm aware so far in comparison to the rest of the squad. So okay, Doctor. Now here's the thing: there is a build and a play style that exists for Doctor that lets them use the Dragon's Grip, the Madness, I think it's the Iridescent add-on, and like other stuff where and the killer runs Insidious to kind of hide. So that build realistically is like very, very effective. I've only seen it a couple times, but I dare say that like it hasn't worked on me. Because like in a manner of speaking, it would totally work. I think that people have also tried to put that build to use, and I think it's kind of complicated. Because you know what the problem is that once the Doctor sets that up, then you already understand that that's what they're trying to do. So like you can make it work, you know. But I feel like at the same time, Doctors like the problem with the Doctor is that there's not like an immediate way to just get that undetectable status. You got to go through a process in order to effectively start getting the jump on people. And I think that's what Hag and Hillbilly run into as well, is that they have ways to set up these spooks, but they don't instantaneously just have it in the moment like Myers and Wraith do, because they can both just immediately spawn into the match and already have the ability to jump scare folks. You know, Hag and Hillbilly has to set up, and I think that the Doctor does too. However, I think that the prowess for it really starts running out of line once you realize that the killer is trying to play a very certain way and things come into play. So I think as a result, we put him in B tier. I think he's less scary than the nurse, but he's not technically not scary. I don't really think that there's many ways to like modify that madness. Now, I think what you could totally do on an add-on scale for him is very, very easy. You give him an add-on where if they're at Madness 3 and they snap out of it, actually I don't think he has any add-ons that do that in the first place, which is actually really surprising to me now that I think about it. And like, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he has any add-ons where if you fully snap out of it and go from Madness 3 to 1 that you get a debuff. I mean, because like you know, logically it doesn't make sense, but it's actually kind of a massive surprise that doesn't exist, and it should just exist anyways. So I think that what should be a realistic thing for him as an add-on is when you finish snapping out of it as a survivor and you go from Madness 3 to 1, you go back to 1, but he basically can see your aura, right? And you're oblivious, and it's like a minute longer or something, or 2 minutes longer, something crazy. That way he can do that thing that lets him get the jump on you, because it kind of forces you to have that power get activated and whatnot. And the only way that you don't effectively like get caught by the nonsense of it is that you you know, you just don't snap out of it. But if you don't snap out of it, then you can't do generators. See, so there's like a really bad caveat to it. So I feel like as a result though, you have to kind of sort of deal with it. I think that in that case scenario, like there should be ways to basically have multiple add-ons, and yeah, like not have it be stackable though, because like if you had like a yellow one that was like 30 seconds and then a green one like a minute, and then you put them both together, and it's just like a minute and 30 of not being able to do something or be tracked by the killer is a little bit too cracked. But I think what you could do though is if he uses one or the other, then I want to say that he basically gets oblivious on the survivor, or he's undetectable when they get cleansed, and he can like see the radius or something like that. Because essentially, I think the idea is that if he makes somebody snap out of it from 3 to 1, then he just gains the status of being undetectable. I feel like that would be the thing that he should get. It shouldn't be him putting oblivious on people. It should be him being undetectable by people. Because then, in a manner of speaking, he can just sit there and just spam the lightning powers and give everyone shock therapy level 3, and then he makes people like uncleanse it, and then as they uncleanse it, the timing kind of like repeats itself. I think that'd be really sick, actually. So I think the other problem though with the doctor that he runs into is that the replica or the hallucinations, they don't do anything. They just sit there, and they also like they kind of just vibe. You know what I mean? They sit there for like 3 seconds and then they go away, and then that's literally it. So the problem is when you see it like when you're like looking in like a room, like you're doing a generator, sitting in a room, you're just sitting there, right? And it just pops up and then it goes away. I feel like they need to just add variations of it, and this shouldn't even be like an add-on. It should be base kit to his nature with madness in general, where instead of the hallucinations just standing still and like appearing randomly, they should be able to do stuff like genuinely. Like if it just starts running somewhere, I think that'd be crazy actually, because then you just see a moving doctor and then it disappears in thin air, or it runs to a like towards a surface and then it just disappears behind like a tree. You know what I mean? That'd be crazy actually. So I think the doctor runs into the issue of like, the doctor has the ability to be scary but only with one very, very specific build, and like that build is hard to use as a result. But I think the ideas that can come into play that allow the doctor to thrive a lot would really be like heavily fruitful for them to apply in the game. And I think him being able to gain Oblivious when someone snaps out of it is a great idea. I think also, or no, not that. Sorry, he's undetectable when they snap out of it, like straight up. Like he should just gain buffs as a result of that. I feel like that'd be really cool. So I think Doctor is in the right place. Then we got Huntress. Huntress is a little complicated. I'm trying to think. I think Huntress could go in the B slot, but like higher than Nurse and Doctor. Maybe. Here's the reason why I'm thinking about it. Because Huntress has the ability to Hail Mary hatchets like crazy, which is cool. She also does have an add-on that lets her become undetectable when she reloads. And the biggest problem that Huntress has in general is that you can hear her even when she's undetectable. I think that's really bizarre. I do thoroughly like though that she has the humming and then there's the radius, so it's really, her having the widest tear radius is, I think, the best thing about her quality as a killer as a whole, right? But she does run into the issue where, because she does have that wider tear radius and she has ways to become undetectable, it doesn't actually hide the humming. So I think you have to kind of work with both ideas of her being able to apply Oblivious to hit the survivors and also be undetectable. Because once you get rid of her humming, then I think it does get a little bit easier. But I think she still runs into the issue of being able to like effectively put it into perspective that she needs to be undetectable as much as possible, so she can get a jump on people physically. She can totally, scare people off guard like crazy when she just throws hatchets over the freaking sky, right? Like that's the thing that she does. But the problem is that she runs into the same problem that Trapper does. So she kind of has an issue of Trapper and Nurse, where like you can totally get scared when the hatchet like hits you, and you also can kind of hear it coming, and you can also see it coming, right? So those are two like caveats she has to kind of like deal with, right? So the question of course becomes like, how do we buff her add-ons or add add-ons to her her inventory so she can become undetectable? And I think there's a really easy one that puts it into place as well. Obviously, like when she has no hatchets, she has an add-on where if she's out of hatchets, then she increases her base speed, right? I think they should just take that add-on and give it a buff where not only does she get an increased base speed, she's also undetectable. That's it. Straight up. Like that's the only thing they have to do to that add-on to allow her to really thrive in a way that lets her, just run around the map and then just do stuff. Now, I think the problem though is like, she's able to still outpace a lot of people on the survivor side. But the fact is though, she's able to effectively just use that no hatchet prowess, because she absolutely should not be running around with hatchets while also being undetectable. That is like, that's nuts actually. And she has an add-on for that already, so if she had the ability to use an add-on that lets her be undetectable while she has no hatchets, people are going to combine that with the iridescent, so she can just throw one hatchet instead of 7 or 5, whatever number is, right? And then just go undetectable. I feel like that's okay, because hitting a hatchet in some case scenarios is actually kind of tricky, especially if like you kind of get debated out of it as a killer. Because I know a lot of huntresses always throw that one hatch that they have and they're like, F it, I gotta reload. But if you deliberately play with the add-on so that you can maintain undetectable, then it works. And of course, like when you reload the hatchets, whether it's 1 or 5, then you start humming and there's no way to hide the radius, obviously. So you want to strive on constantly maintaining that undetectable status so that you can figure it out from there. So I feel that'd be cool. So yeah, I think all in all though, Huntress would be able to like maintain like a good B rank, but if she had the ability to be undetectable and like get to jump on people kind of vibe, that'd be really sick. But like it's really hard to balance her out though, to give her the spook factor. But I feel like she's in a good place, professionally as a killer, but even in the game too. So if she just had more consistent stealth, yeah, her stealth consistency is very like it's a little chopped. So if they smooth it out for her, she totally is able to like thrive in that environment. So otherwise, she's comfortably, sitting on B rank. So there we go. And now we move on to Bubba. Now, it's a little weird to see a Bubba in any way, shape, and form play stealth, because he's not a stealth killer, right? Like, just not at all. He has the same, he can fall into the same idea as Billy, where like, he revs a chainsaw, he can like press a button and then be undetectable. But I feel like if they copy the same style, then it kind of works. But people play Bubba in a very certain way, right? Where like, if you get it down, you put them on the hook, you hide somewhere, and you just sit still with Insidious, and then when you hear the person coming up to get the unhook, you charge up and you go in there and you try and get the double. Like, I get it, but it's not like the jump scare spooky that we're looking for. Because the difference is that Bubba isn't able to get the jump on somebody working on a generator, right? Unless he plays with like the walls. So the question, of course, is like, how do you give him the ability to do that, right? Now, like, I think again, like with Hillbilly, we can give him an add-on where he can't guarantee one-shot you with a chainsaw, but he, like, while revving a chainsaw, is either, it doesn't make noise, or he's like undetectable or something of the nature. But I feel like it's gonna be really complicated to put him somewhere that makes sense. So I feel like, because what I want to do is I want to be able to make him be different than Hillbilly. So the question is, how do we do that? My idea, at least from just literally thinking about it, is you have to let him, because I feel like you got to play a little opposite. So Hillbilly is quiet when he's moving. I think Bubba should be quiet when he's not moving, so to speak. So I think like if you rev the chainsaw, yeah, and like hit the wall, he has like his moment, and then he's undetectable from there. I feel like if that was a thing, that would be sick, because he's very quiet in terms of movement. Like he moves very quietly. So if he had that power, then it'd be kind of creepy actually to see him peeking around places. But I think like he specifically thrives on the idea of using the chainsaw. So for him to not use the chainsaw and do what he has to do, I feel like it'd be kind of crazy. But like, if he grabs a chainsaw or overheats it or something of the nature, then like, you know, the power would be like null and void. So I feel like it's really complicated, and I think that in order for him to effectively be stealthy, he needs a different add-on from Hillbillies, but he needs one that allows him to effectively, like, you know, do the thing. So I think for that point, we're putting him, he has no real way to be stealthy, and I think that's a problem. Like, you can use perks like Plaything and like Third Seal and whatever, and like Fearmonger, whatever that it is, but I think that right now he doesn't have any way to be stealthy, and they need to give him an add-on or some kind of rework that enables it, because there's no generic way, I think, to easily make people be afraid of a killer like Bubba at the start. Is the thing. Like, at the start, there's no way. You can totally use perks by getting downs and hits to do it, but nobody wants to immediately, you know, I don't want to get hooked for the scary to activate. It should just happen the second the match starts, right? And Bubba currently has no way of doing that, so I think he just sits in D tier. Then there's Freddy. See, so now here's the thing about Freddy. He's a very, in my mindset, he's a very weird killer, and we talked about this in the DBD killer overview also. Freddy needs to be reworked completely from the ground up and be a stealth killer, because he is like a mobility killer, and his power is so bizarre. And I think also, though, one thing that really like irritated me about Freddy when I learned about it is that here's the problem. The problem that Freddy has currently is that he doesn't have a way to use his like dream thing to be scary or be undetectable or something of the nature. I talked about this in the other video, but what they need to do is they need to give the killer a reason to benefit a lot under the sleep form, and they need to give survivors a reason to fear the concept of being asleep. Because the only reason why Freddy wants people to be asleep and why people don't want to be asleep is so that he doesn't teleport faster to the generators. That's literally it. They need to completely change that. So my proposition. So here's the thing: Freddy has no way of being stealthy with his kit outside of perks, so he's down here. But my proposition and how we can bring him up is we change his kit entirely so that nobody goes asleep over time, or at least it's not as quick. I should say that it's not as quick, because I think it's like 30 seconds you go to sleep. Now, while Freddy is, if he's like battling people while he's undetectable, or while they're awake rather, that's a more appropriate thing. If Freddy has survivors that are awake, then he can't go invisible, because I didn't know that he can do that. Like, if Freddy's at a certain distance, you can't see him until he gets close, right? So he should not be able to do that when people are awake. He should just straight up be visibly seen while people are awake. After some time, or he gets the hit on you, then there's like another countdown that happens while you're inside of the dream mode. Because while you're in the dream mode, the music for Freddy's Terror Radius, that it shouldn't be playing the way that it does, because they say that his Terror Radius is like hard to decipher, like where he is, but it's actually not true. And I want to call it a bug, but whenever I play against a Freddy and when I hear his little Terror Radius music while I'm sleeping, I know where he is and how far away he is from me, and it never helps his case. So if you play that and make it completely ominous and like just add to like the idea of like, because Huntress has the same problem, like low-key, like you can hear where she is based on where she's humming and it's obvious, but there's no way to discern the distance from like the Wraith's bell, right? So he needs that to happen while he's asleep or has survivors sleeping. So, you know, when you play through the story, when you play through the match against a Freddy, what happens is, right, you start with a meter, it goes all the way through, boom, you're asleep. There should be a second meter while you're asleep that if it finishes, then you get exposed and like you're blind, because like you need to literally be afraid to go to sleep against Freddy. You need to be able to effectively be like, oh, I'm sleeping, I gotta get the hell out of this ASAP, So I think that if you do that, it literally lets him do that. And then his add-ons should essentially allow people to go to sleep faster or increase the timing of things that happen while people are sleeping. Because him having dream snares and pallets is completely, they should just take that out because it doesn't matter. They should just make the sleep like the nightmare mode way more dangerous than what it currently is, instead of it just like being able to trick you into where pallets are and aren't kind of thing. I theoretically I don't like that it's what it is. But he also needs to be able, because like you gotta, again, he needs to kind of like constantly keep you sleeping, and you need to constantly not want to go to sleep. But because he's a killer, he needs like an advantage over the survivors. So like, you know, the more people that are asleep in the moment and during the match, they should retain that, right? So like if one person's asleep, there's no debuff, and it takes 60 seconds to get exposed while in the dream mode. This is me like conceptualizing it, right? But if two people are asleep, then both people have a chance to get exposed in 45 seconds. And if 3 people get asleep, then it's 30 seconds. And if everyone's asleep, everyone's instantly exposed, because you need to be able to effectively put people asleep where like it's dangerous to be asleep. That's the straight up what it is. So I don't want him to necessarily use the dream mode to just teleport to generators faster, and I don't want him to be able to like put people to sleep so that he can put down pallets and snares. Now I think that one drawback that he should have is that while like if you get put to sleep and then you get hit, you shouldn't go back to sleep. Like you should be immune to sleeping for like a while. But even if you get hit by the killer, because the killer needs to have a weakness, but he needs to not, you know, be weak in his own like power form. So I think that's the way that you can do it. And if you do that, then you can play with the dream mode. So then you can change it so that like if we have like this new version of Freddy like made, then when people are asleep, right? Because we haven't even talked about how he can be scary and stealthy. We just talked about how you can change the power. So instead of exposing people after some time when they fall asleep, everyone is always asleep and you can't unsleep. So you're just stuck in dream mode forever in the game. But as a result, I'm gonna make this like an iridescent. So the iridescent is that everyone's asleep and there's no clocks, period. But people can't get exposed. That's one. And he's undetectable while people are asleep. That's what it is. I think if you did that, then he literally gets to walk around undetectable and oblivious to people the entire time. Period. That's literally it. And then you keep the same rules applied as well, where like if he's at a certain radius, he's invisible. But when he comes in, then you can kind of like, you know, see him sort of thing. And you know, they can just make it work that way. They can still try and wake each other up. You know what, actually, I'm okay with that, actually. Because I think the idea is that there should just not be any alarm clocks anywhere, period. But them waking each other up, I feel like would be a good way to balance it out. That's a good idea, actually, now you say it out loud. So, I do like that, though. Like, if you are using the iridescent, the rework iridescent Freddy, right, add-on. If everyone starts in dream mode, and you can't expose people while they're in dream mode, but you're undetectable, and they can't wake up through clocks or by hooks. They can only wake up by waking each other up effectively by the other survivor. That way it kind of lets it be balanced out in a way that works out. That was my bad. I'm pressing buttons. So I think like I want like if you did that, Freddy goes up here, guaranteed, because he's able to be stealthy. You can't really see him. The game makes it really freaking creepy, and even at base kit level without that, he's here, because being exposed by the killer and not being able to see him when he's like within a certain radius makes him, that's scary as hell, right? So I think as a result, you can put him up here at base kit with the rework, or he can go S tier with the iridescent. But because he has none of those things, and you got to use perks that are in game currently to make it work, and even his power now doesn't help, then like he, you know, as a result, he's down here, because you can't even use the teleport. Like the teleport thing doesn't even, like, they should just take that out. Him teleporting to generators for whatever, like the effect of the blood coming out is really cool, and like I get it and I like it, but if they're gonna make that a power of his, he shouldn't be able to cancel the power, because that is just a little bit too cheap for how you can effectively play the killer. I think that that's just not fun, because like, you know, if because he has an add-on currently in game where every generator goes to that like little like moment where it looks like he's coming through, so everyone immediately wants to f off and just get away from the gen, right? And it kind of lets you know that like he's coming, but then he fakes you out, and then he actually finds out that you're there, so now he goes over there. They should just take that concept out entirely. So, you know, that way he can just utilize the power and traverse as he needs to. Or if you want to keep the teleportation, he has to commit to it the same way that like Cenobite does when he catches the box. Like, you can't fully establish the teleport until you finish the bar and you do the teleport. And if you want to do that, you can even give him an ability as like a separate little add-on that's not inclusive with the iridescent, where when he uncloaks out of the thing, he's undetectable. Like, that would be cool, but I think that because he appears right on the gen when he teleports, like you can see him. So you know, if you go straight to a teleporter or to a generator where somebody's working on a generator, then that kind of gives it away. But if he's 3-genning people and then there's a generator that's not being touched, and he goes to that generator that no one is by, and he's undetectable for 30 seconds, that would be cool. I feel like that'd be a great affectation. But that being said, though, unfortunately as it is, Freddy's got none of those things. So if the devs are listening and they want to make that happen, let me know, because I feel like Freddy's the #1 killer in the entire game. I kid you not, who needs a rework more than anybody else in the entire game. Even more than Wraith. As much as I hate him, I want them to get rid of Wraith. But Freddy legitimately needs a rework on all fronts. And I think they should just turn him into a stealth killer that utilizes expose, because there's no stealth killer that uses expose after like a time duration thing. Technically speaking, everyone who has an expose and is a stealth killer, they do it by applying an effect. I think he'd be the only one that has the ability to do it. Like, if you linger in the darkness for too long kind of vibe, it works for him. So there you go, Freddy. Phew. Okay. Next we have the pig. Now here's the thing. I'm gonna say it again with you. The pig literally has an ability that allows her to crouch and hide and be undetectable. And while she's crouching and hiding, she can see your aura when she's close to you. And that's literally a power that so many people, honestly, I think that they should have that power. So right now she's guaranteed A or S tier. Okay, now here's the thing though. I think currently she's A tier, because while she has the ability to crouch around and be really freaking creepy, the builds and kits that she runs into is that she doesn't maintain it guaranteed. I also think she has to get up to attack, so for her to get the jump scare hit on you takes a little bit longer than it would like Myers, but it's a little bit shorter than the Wraith. I think honestly, I think she's better than both of these two. So that's the thing. Now, again, I think from a current stand basis, she's A tier, because her kit currently, in terms of add-ons, does not allow her to, like, for example, be a Scratch Mirror Myers currently, right? She needs to do stuff to, like, kind of invoke it, or she needs to theoretically get add-ons that allow her to do that. She has add-ons that let her play that way, but I think that even if she has those add-ons on currently, like in game, she still has to like take the time to crouch and hide and then get the jump on people, which is honestly fine. It shouldn't be instantaneous, but it should be a lot more faster than how it is currently. Like, I think she crouches and then 2 seconds it goes away. It should be like a half second. She crouches, boom. It shouldn't be crouch and boom. Like she shouldn't be playing around with it like that. So it should be like, you know, she crouches half a second or even like a full second, it's fine too, honestly. But I think it takes like 3 seconds for her to like get the terror radius put away when she crouches. So yeah, I think that like she has very, very powerful capability because she has a base kit crouch that lets her be undetectable, and she has an add-on that lets her track auras. She literally has the ability to be Scratch Mirror. The only problem is that she doesn't really have an easy way to move about. Because like Myers can walk around standing up tall behind walls and do the thing. Once she gets up, her radius gets revealed. That's a problem. So you can definitely start off with her stealthy and whatnot, and it's great. But you definitely need to use perks and builds that kind of allow her to thrive in that environment. So I feel like she, you know, because she doesn't have anything like that, she sits here. Now here's the thing though. To theoretically put things into perspective for her on what they could do, because she's honestly fine where she is now, but they should just change the same way how they change Myers' powers completely from how he functions with the tier 3. They should just give her the same capability, because like objectively I don't want her to have any way to have her terror radius be revealed by anybody in any way, shape, and form, whatever. So they need to buff the add-on that lets her move faster while crouching, where when she gets up, like stands up, she's undetectable for an additional 5 seconds. So that way she can maintain it while she's moving on a faster level while standing up, because she has nothing like that in the game. She only maintains it while she's crouched, but the second she gets up, that's it. She's up and running. You can hear the radius, boom. So if they gave her an add-on that allows her to move a little faster while she's crouching, but when she gets up, she can maintain undetectable for like another like 5 or 10 seconds, that'd be great. I'd even give her different levels of it, where like a yellow one is 5 and a green one's 10 and a purple one's like 20 or something crazy like that. I think also though, they should be able to effectively change how she uses the traps, because obviously she has reverse bear traps and that's like the main name of the power, but I'm so surprised that they don't change the name of the traps to have the traps do different things. I think one thing that would be really, really cool is that she can put like a tracker on a trap. So if you like take a like, she's the one that interacts with the jigsaw things. So she can put like a sensor in it, so none of the killers can, or none of the survivors can like interact with it, or unless they can and then take it out. Like that's an idea. Actually, I like that idea a lot more too. So you know, like if the pig finds a jigsaw thing, she puts a tracker in it, boom, it's in. Right now, anybody who walks near that jigsaw thing gets their aura revealed, and they're oblivious. So that way, the killer has a sensor and can actually attack the person that's near that trap or the jigsaw thing. So that way, sure, you know, she doesn't really revolve around using the power to kill people with the reverse bear trap. She just uses it as like she turns from a RNG like killer with the trap into like an information killer with auras and whatnot. And I think that would make her way scarier, especially because in maps like RPD and like Midwich, like it works multi-leveled. 100% it should work multi-leveled, because like if boon totems work that way, you know, if tracking with like aura stuff works that way with like Kindred or with Myers' mirror, then 100% her tripwire, like I like that name actually a lot, her tripwire sensor trap should allow it to work multi-level. So now she becomes fucking crazy scary in Midwich and in RPD, because in Midwich that level is dark as hell. So if she was able to wear, and she has like an all black outfit, if you put those two together and have her walking around Midwich using sensor traps to track you and whatnot, yo, she's a crouch killer, so she can easily just hide behind stuff and get the sneak up on you and figure it out. I think that would be so goated for her. It would be such a great way for her to like take her level of stealth and throw that up tenfold, because she can see where you are aura wise. You can't even hear her, and she can crouch up behind you, and she knows you're working on a generator, and you're looking at the doorway that's here. She can go from the other doorway and sneak up behind obstacles and catch you off guard. That would be so sick. So here's the thing, though. I think that as a result, though, Pig is going to need to be the killer that essentially has like a 2 add-on system, because I think we've been talking about how we want to avoid giving every killer just 1 add-on, or we want to try to effectively give every killer 1 add-on so that they can be stealthy and scary. But I think that with that scenario in mind, the Pig should maximize it with 2. And I think that the idea of changing 1 trap into like a tripwire sensory trap and giving her the ability to maintain undetectable when she stands up for like 10 seconds, those 2 would be phenomenal. So I feel like those 2 would work great hand in hand, and it allows. But I feel like you can't kind of combine the 2. I think that'd be a little too cracked. So if you separate them, I feel like it'd be great. So my thing is that I feel like Pig just needs more versions of traps in general, because the thing is, like, it's not only 1 trap in the movie Saw. You know, if you watch the game, like the movie Saw as a whole, they have a whole butt ton of traps. So I feel like what they could do as like a future rework kind of vibe, it's not required, but it'd be sick, is if they give her different traps to utilize that just do more than just put it on a person and then put them on the hook and then she has to go have them solve this stuff. Because I feel like that playstyle kind of gets a little bit tedious from the killer side of things, and also the RNG for it is a little bit underwhelming for her to like truly benefit from. So because once she puts the trap on you, the killer kind of just has to deal with other people, so the survivor has to just try to like get lucky and, like, you know, pray that they somehow magically don't hit a trap or the right puzzle to unsolve it all. So I think by giving them other traps, then I feel like it would work pretty sick actually. So the tripwire one, the tripwire sensor one is a great idea for an add-on. Oh, that's a sick idea actually. So the idea is that you can put shackles on the survivors when you catch them, so that they move slower, but they have to find keys to undo the shackles. That is such a good idea. They can even use the same jigsaw thing, and then they just, instead of like sitting their hands inside to find the key, whatever, they go in there and they kind of figure it out, and then they get a key and they just take off the shackles and they run faster. I think that'd be such a sick idea. So, you know, I feel like that's just one issue that they should figure out a way to like effectively like address that. So if the Pig had a multitude of ways of applying traps to people, like the traps should do different things, is what it should be. I don't want to necessarily like skip the line a bit, but like, you know, the Knight has 3 different guards that can do different things. I feel like the killer as a Pig should be able to have different ways to do things that work in the same fashion. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a whole lot of ideas for it though, like, because, you know, everybody has a multitude number of ways of doing stuff. Pig is the only one that has nothing in the nature. So if they rework her and give her different traps, then I feel like that would really change her playstyle like quite a bit. So I like that actually. But I think Pig is like right where she is now. A tier makes sense because she's not instantaneously stealthy and scary, but she does have a way of doing it that's pretty freaking cracked, and it works with some builds. Like a plaything Pig is instantaneously scary, but it requires you to set up the hook and you pray that they don't get the hex out. So once you do that though, I feel like it works though. So, you know, there's the Pig. What are you saying? You're saying that you make her change to 3 different trap types? Oh, like mid-match, like Clown, how he had potions? That'd be kind of cool actually. But I feel like that could be a little bit too busted though, if you can like figure out like which one is good and which one's not good kind of vibe. Because like if she had like a slowdown trap, a bear trap, and like a third trap that like, I don't know, like made her scream all the time kind of vibe, and I feel like you can kind of figure out which ones do what, and you end up having to play then the killer becomes basically in the same fashion, right? Because then you kind of start playing with certain traps in a certain way. I don't know, but I don't necessarily. I'd rather Pig use traps that are like universal to everyone, but you don't know which trap it is until she uses it on you, or you figure out which one she has. Then I feel like it'll be a little bit more balanced in that kind of regard. But I feel like because you can have them switch around, then like You know, like you shouldn't have 4 different traps and then have 4 different effects. That'd be a little bit too. That'd be kind of annoying, actually. I don't know. I like the idea that like you pick one trap before you go in the match, and then you put that trap on every person, and then they gotta just deal with it and like figure it out. Or you take out her ideas of using traps on people, and she uses traps on the jigsaws, and then those gain effects. So I feel like, what's one I just thought about? Like if the killer puts a trap inside of a jigsaw thing, and the survivor gets near it, then like it does a thing. I don't know what it would do per se, but I feel like it could do a thing, and that would be cool. Or there's no traps that are on the jigsaw things, but she could put them on chests. I feel like that would be sick. Because the fact that the trapper can put traps anywhere that they want to visually would be kind of cool. But if the pig could put traps on chests or on generators, I feel like that would be really sick, because that'll kind of let you play into it as well. So like, that should totally be a thing then. There should be a trap where she can put the reverse bear trap on the person's head and kill them, or she puts a shackle trap on a person to slow them down, or she can put a trap inside of a jigsaw thing so it has like an aura tracking thing, or she can put a trap on a generator and it like does something. Boom, there's your 4. I feel like that'd be so sick. And again, like you can pick one before you go into the match, and I think when you do that, you kind of expect to understand like what kind of pig you're playing against, but you don't really know until you actually like see the power get used. Either way though, I think that pig has a lot of future rework potential cases in that scenario, but I think for right now, as she's built in the game currently, she's actually like pretty good at getting the spooks. But again, people need to play that way for it to like work out. So there's a pig. Clown is, bruh, Clown is weird. Okay, Clown is weird, and he doesn't have anything that like works for him, because he's a pressure killer. He's not at all stealth by any means at his kit level, and it's kind of a pain actually. The thing though is that he's got that pinky finger thing, and I think that it's sick. And I think with the Clown also, we 100% talked about this in the overview, talking about the Clown, how him having 2 potions is not enough. Like him having 2 color potions that one slows them down and makes you faster, there needs to be more variety. And since we like just talked about Pig having to be able to bring different potions to the actual battle, or the trial rather, like I think the Clown should have the same exact idea. So the idea for Clown would be that because here's the thing, Clown right now in the game as it is, he has nothing for stealth, nothing. So it's a complete utter shambles for him right now. So we can immediately jump into the theoreticals about how we can make him scary and stealthy. So he should be able to put a variety. There's 100 different bottles I can think of that like would allow him to fully become a stealth or sneaky scary killer, and it would work for him amazingly. He should have a potion, because here's the thing, he should have 2 potions, but they should come as like a set. You can't mix and match between 2 potions, because he shouldn't have a potion that makes you slow and then a potion that makes you fast, right? That's one set. He shouldn't have one though where you can take out the slow potion and put like an aura potion, so he has an aura potion and a fast potion. That should not be a thing. He should be able to have an add-on that just changes the potions as a set. So, you know, his base kit set is just like, you got the purple one that slows and the yellow one that speeds. You can use an add-on that changes it to like you know, a white potion that if you use it on yourself, you're undetectable, right? If a survivor walks through it, they get oblivious. Then there should be a like a black potion that if you use it in I don't know, like in an area, then you get like blindness or something of the nature, right? But you don't get to swap between potion colors, so you can't use like a purple and a white one. Like that you can't do, right? It should just be like straight up that you get to use them in a set. That way you can start just mixing up colors, because then it becomes pretty apparent that the Clown becomes a much more unpredictable killer that you fight against, because you can't really see right away what he's using until you see him like throw the potion. Then when he throws the color, you're like, oh crap, he has this set. Then you can kind of figure out what he's trying to play like. And like the add-ons will still change the effect and how he functions. Like that's fine. Like if he has like the pinky finger, like it exposes you, that's fine. You know what I mean? he should not have a potion that if you run through it you get exposed. That should not be a thing. Unless you like prevent him from being able to slow down the person that he's exposing, because that would be really annoying. But there should also be a potion thing, because remember, he reloads potions, so they can also easily do like a potion where when he's at, or an add-on, sorry, when he has no more potions, then he gets a status. I think that would be cool. So I think he should also have a potion where he throws it on himself and he's undetectable, but then when he runs out of potions, then like some, you know, it like lasts more than just like 5 seconds, right? It's like a 2-minute throw, but when he reloads it, the effect instantaneously goes away. So he should get a potion where he gets it for 2 minutes, boom, undetected, right? And then he does his own thing, period. Or you give him a potion set that lets him, you know, he can throw it on himself and it lasts like 30 seconds and he's undetectable, and that'll be like the white one, right? But then if you give him like a pink, not pink one, that's the wrong color, let's do blue. If it's a blue one, no, let's do red, because I feel like red makes sense. If he throws a red potion in an area, and if the person is in the vicinity of that potion cloud, then the aura for that person can be seen, and it lingers when they're outside of the radius of the potion cloud for like 10 seconds or something. That way you can effectively have him be undetectable, see auras, and then he can track down people without necessarily being caught in a way, and that'll give him like the Myers status of him being able to do the thing. So I feel like that as a potion set can be a thing. Then he can kind of use them freely, so he can, you know, he can throw it on himself, you know, throw the red one, reload, and then kind of rinse and repeat, and it kind of lets him like maintain that at all times. That'd be fine, right? That's one add-on though. If he had a different add-on that was, you know, completely separate of the two potions, right? He has one potion, he uses it one time, boom, on himself, 2-minute undetectable, period. That's it. And then if he reloads it, then that's it. He loses the status. They should totally implement something like that for him, because if he does that, that would be amazing. Because like I said, right now Clown is completely not scary by any means necessary with his add-ons currently. You can use the perks and whatnot too, but the thing is that like you still have to down people, and like it is what it is. They should also like make sure that like, again, here's the thing, the red-headed pinky finger thing is fine though. Like if you're using the 2-minute one-time potion and you have yourself undetectable for 2 minutes, you know, if you throw that potion on a person and you have the pinky finger, then yeah, you can expose them, that's fine. But you have one potion, you know, you don't get to throw 5 on a person and like get the exposed eventually, right? I feel like the problem that I hate right now about Clown is that he has 5 potions, they expose you if they hit you directly, and you get slower. So if he catches you once with it, then it's over. You have to guarantee, if you get caught in the cloud even, he can freely catch up to you, throw the potion at you, get you with the hit, and it's a guarantee, right? They kind of have to reduce the guarantee where you can just kind of spam it and it works. You got to get a little bit lucky with the idea of like it working. So I feel like if they did that, like if you I mean, like I said, you shouldn't take out the pinky finger. They should stay as it is. I think it's fine. But I think that of course it's gonna be dangerous, obviously, because then the playstyle for how Clown plays is gonna be what it is. Like if he has the white and red potion set where he can throw it on himself for 30 seconds and be undetected, and then throw a red one somewhere and then it shows the aura. If he throws either one at a person and he has the pinky finger, yeah, you should still get exposed. Like you just should. But you know, that's not, he wouldn't be really using it the same way, you know. But the thing is that I think that if he uses the pinky finger, then the second that he gets the hit on them, then all debuffs or all of his buffs just instantaneously go away. So the aura goes away, the undetectable goes away, you know, whatever that it is, because he shouldn't be really he shouldn't be spamming it the way that he can spam it currently. So if they can mitigate that, that'd be cool, while also giving him the ability to like mix and match a lot of his potion sets. I think that'd be so sick. So like if they nerf the pinky finger in the future, but basically he can't slow you down if it hits you, like if he directly hits you with it, the cloud shouldn't spread, like, you know. So I feel like to kind of give it a little bit of like that luck factor, or at least that skill factor, right? If you get hit by a potion, it just shouldn't break, you should just get exposed, period. but then, right, then you can try to avoid the next one that could slow you down. But if he keeps on hitting you directly in the back with the potion, then you don't get slowed down for the expose, right? But I mean, we're not trying to talk about how to nerf the killer. We're just talking about how to make him scary. I feel like the potion set thing is a great way to do it, you know. So yeah, you give him one potion set that lets him be undetectable. He can throw it somewhere and see the auras of people. Or you give him one potion that he throws on himself and he gets 2 minutes of undetectable. Or he throws potions in areas and then people get oblivious and blindness for like a minute or something like that. That way you don't really get to see where he's coming from. Because that's the whole point, is to try to figure out how to make him undetectable. Because like I said, like right now in the game, that man has none of it. And I think that would be a pretty good way to go about it. So, that's Clown. Now we got Spirit. Here's the thing. Spirit literally has the same issue that the nurse has, but it's just different. So when you hear her phasing, she's invisible. You don't know where she's coming from, and she can get the hit on you. It also, I don't think Oblivious makes it harder for you to hear the phasing coming. I think you can always hear the phasing coming, no matter what's going on. So, dare I even put her down here, because I feel like she doesn't have any way to, like, she can't really, like, get the jump on you if you can hear the phasing, right? But the thing is that, again, she's a very good killer at being able to catch up to you. And you know, they need to just, I think there's add-ons that allow her to do certain things, but she doesn't get to fully do it perfectly, in a sense that could put her up here on a build scale. Because again, you got to rely on using 2 add-ons to give her that maximum stealth capability, and I think that some capabilities let her really catch you in the moment. But I think that with the way how the game operates with her in mind, she's always going to be like, you know, auditorily hearable and you know, coming for you because of how she phases. So which again to me is kind of surprising, because I feel like the Spirit would be one of those killers. You would think that the Spirit would come up here somehow because of how she can be built, but like the phasing and her having the like plaything, for example, bro, it doesn't do anything for you. So I mean, I feel like that's like the problem. I'm trying to think about her add-ons right now. I don't think so, actually. No, she has no way of like maintaining full stealth, especially at base level, because like the thing that kind of helps her confuse people is that with her phasing, like her passive phasing, like the aura doesn't let you, like, you can't track her aura with ease. You know, that's kind of like a thing. But she doesn't really get to maintain full stealth from start to finish during a match. I think that's her problem. And like I said, like, perks don't help her with that either. Like, you can't third seal it with blindness, you can't use oblivious, you can't use plaything, you can't really do anything for it. So now we gotta sit here and figure out how we make her stealthy. Because here's the problem with the whole thing. She needs to be counterbalanced if she's going to be able to try to be undetectable, because she absolutely can't be fast while she's phasing, and also hard to track. They can't do that, not even like remotely close. So I think an add-on that would be very, very helpful in order to kind of give her that balance is she can phase, but she does it at normal speed, so she doesn't get a movement speed boost from it, but she can see the people when she's phasing. Yeah, and also you can't hear her phasing either. Like, those are the 3 powers that she should applicate. You can't hear her phasing, she can see you when she's phasing, but she does it at normal speed. Also, she you know, I think you can technically, I don't actually know if that's actually a real thing, I don't play Spirit to know, if you can catch people and pick them up from the shoulder while she's phasing, they got to make sure that you can't do that. Like I mean, not that you can't, but like I feel like because I don't want her to be able to invisibly catch up to somebody who's doing a generator and then just like scoop them up from the. I mean, I guess you can. No, maybe she can. I actually would be okay with them letting her be able to like grab you off the generator if she like does that. So one add-on that would be sick for her is to be able to effectively like, you know, she moves at normal speed when she's phasing. You can't hear the phasing, and she can see people when she's phasing. That way you can effectively do it properly. You can't grab people from exiting after phasing. Okay, that's fine then. I think that's if you 50 seconds. Yeah, that's fine then. I mean, I just didn't want it to sound like it's gonna be broken because like Myers can do that, which is like fine, but like it's hard for also, you know, because Myers gets the perfect jump scare on you every time, so like it's fine. So for Spirit, yeah, the add-on should essentially let you be able to see people while you're phasing. You can't be heard while phasing, and you don't move as fast. You move at normal base speed as a killer when you're phasing. That way you can effectively sneak up on people and then it'd be crazy. I think though they wanted to like, I think there was like a conversation of them trying to nerf Spirit by essentially you can see her when she's like moving, that her like the dirt kicks up in the ground, so you can see that where she is while she's doing it. The purpose of that would not make sense then, so I feel like they should just not apply that idea to it. But I think for one add-on that would be sick. I think that's it actually. I don't think you can really add anything else for her while she like is able to like use her power, because you really can't like change any other way to like use her power, I don't think, because like unless you do things that give her like a status, right? Actually, here's an idea. I think that if she had the ability, like she can't attack while she's phasing, but if she can phase through an area, she can like infect the area. And if people are like infect, like let's say like there's like a generator in a room that people are doing, and you're playing Spirit with the add-on, right? You can phase into the room, but you go back to your body. But anybody who's in that area while the phasing is happening, like you get affected by blindness and oblivious. That's it. That's literally it. So when you go through an area and you're in there and you're doing a generator, anybody who's in the area vicinity of the Spirit, it's kind of like how Star Trek works, you know what I mean? Where like if you have a person on the shoulder and you're feeling clear and you walked around an area, then like they get exposed. It should work like that, not as wide, but it should work like that, where she phases through a certain amount of area spacing and cover it, right? But then she goes back to her body as it was. And then people who are near it, essentially, they get oblivious and blindness. That way, she can kind of just be like, okay, cool, I know where they are. Let's just walk in on there and try and get the jump in. And then she just goes in there and does the thing, and then they freak out and get scared. I feel like that'd be really cool. So that'd be kind of fun to look at too. I think also because she phases between like, I want to call it dimensions, they can totally play with that too, where same rules apply. She can kind of like, I think it takes like 2.5 seconds for her to like start like cracking in and do the phase movement thing. They can make that like a little sooner, and they just let her phase around like normal. So she kind of ends up being like a wraith in a sense, where like you can hear her phasing, or no, you can hear her go into phase, but then you can't hear her come out of it. And then she can essentially walk around the map, and like she still can't see you, but she can hear you if you're like walking around or running. Because I feel like the way to, because again, you got to figure out a way to also counter it. So like in the scenario of it being like a Spirit or a and it's like a map like Midwich, like if she uses the add-on where she phases invisibly, you can't hear it, she can see you, and also she moves at normal speed, then like, you know, you just gotta kind of keep being in the move, right, to kind of understand like fully. But again, that's kind of hard for her to counter, or her to be countered by it, but it does make her move a lot more slower, so it kind of lets it run the way that it works. if you use the idea add-on where she can phase into an area and like pollute the area with blindness and oblivious status effects, then she still is slow. So for her to effectively play the field with that power, she still has to cover a lot of ground, right? Because these add-ons are removing her ability to move quickly, and I think that's important. And like same thing if you like can same thing if like she has an add-on where she just phases into the spirit world and then she can come out of it on will. Again, the problem was that like the counter for her is that she can't see people, right? So like if you're making noise and moving, then she can see you and hear you and then catch you. But if people are playing it slowly, then she has to forcibly unphase to figure out who's where. I think that would be a great way to make sure that like, you know, as cracked as it can sound, it's still counterable to a degree, so like it works. So I think if you gave those add-ons to Spirit, I think it would work like super well for her. So yeah. Or if the spirit gets near you and plays this jump screaming sound, then she goes back to her original place. That'd be kind of cool actually. But I feel like it's kind of hard though, because she still needs to be able to like get the hit on you or something. Or there should be like a, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it could give impairing vision to like being hit by a flashbang or like a clown bottle. That, you know what, that should be an effect that gets added to the oblivious blindness thing. Like there should be like a thing where you do like a vision impairment thing, whatever, and then you just end up with like oblivious and blindness. Boom. And then she can come in and then do the business. But that'd be kind of cool. Yeah. Dizziness is a good way to put it. Yeah. Like you get dizzy and then you like wake your senses up and then you're like, oh crap, right? But then once the dizziness like finishes, you get oblivious and blindness. And then it lasts like 30 seconds or like a minute or something, and then she goes in and she does a bunch of stuff on you. And I think it'd be so sick. So there's Spirit. I mean, you know, it kind of works in a nutshell. So okay, and now we have ourselves the Legion. Here's the problem with Legion. The killer is a rush down killer in the same exact fashion as Bubba, except like it's not a chainsaw, it's a knife. So the thing is that the killer has been reworked several times to kind of allocate to that idea that you want to be able to like effectively do the thing with him, to like, or her, to put the mend, they got to unmend, and then they get the stats effect, right? There is one where you can essentially get a like, I forget if you can get oblivious when you get the unmend. I don't think so though. But if there isn't one of those, then they should totally get one of those. Because one thing that the Legion thrives under as like an advantage over a lot of the other killers is that they're small. They're a small killer. They're very small. They're literally the same size as all the survivors, basically. So it's really easy for them to kind of like, you know, do stuff. But again, the problem is that Legion needs to be able to be like scary, spooky, and undetectable from the very beginning. Not as a result of like using the ability, I would say. Or maybe you can. I don't know. I feel like you can kind of make it work too. I think one idea that I can come up with about Legion is that if the killer activates the frenzy, then actually, you know what? That's actually a great idea. If the frenzy happens and the Legion has like the add-on, you don't hear them coming except for the breathing. All you hear is the breathing of them like getting closer and closer, right? But then they hit you, and then you have to unmend as normal. You get a deep wound, you got to unmend, but you get blindness and oblivious. And then when they finish the frenzy, they get undetectable. I'm so serious. And remember, the thing is that the undetectable just happens the second you finish a power, but the unmend happens if like you actually mend yourself back up into the state. So I feel like it shouldn't be the same as it is with the power how it is now, where like if you get the 4 hits with the Legion, you get the guarantee down. They shouldn't do that. They should make it so that if you get, I think if you get the 4, if you get a hit on each person, they should get oblivious. But if you get the 4 hits on everybody, then then the first person that got hit should get exposed. That's what it should do. But the expose goes away if you mend yourself. So I think the idea is, right, Killer goes into silent frenzy, hits the first person. That person has to figure it out. Second person, third person, fourth person, they all get oblivious and they're still undetectable. Then the killer has to figure out where the first person is and try and get the hit on them, because again, the first person that got hit needs to go find a place to hide. There's no way for the killer to track that person either. They should just go hide. And I feel like a locker will be the easy way to go about it, which is fine. But that person gets exposed until they mend. So if you mend yourself in a way, then it goes away. So then no matter what happens, right? Boom, the killer can just kind of figure it out. The only problem though is I don't want the killer to necessarily run around with that add-on and broken, because that'd be really annoying. But I also kind of sort of get it. But it kind of makes you want to run an anti-healer, a healer build against the Legion, because like again, if you and like a perk like Vigil, because if you have both of those, and yeah, you can kind of, it's a great counter to that as a whole. So I feel like it would be really helpful for that to be a thing. It's okay like that the killer is frenzied during the entire thing undetectable, and then only for like a little bit when they finish going on a frenzy, but the killer shouldn't be immediately like on a person on the fourth. I want the idea to be so that the first person that they get is the last person that they get at the same time. So that's why the first person gets hit, unmanned, it's whatever. The second person gets hit, the third person gets hit, the fourth person gets hit. Then there's like an expose on the first person if they get 4 hits. That way there's a reason for the killer to go find that person, but also the person who gets affected by it has to go figure out a way to hide or handle the business, whatever that it boils down to. Because there shouldn't be any way for like the killer to regain anything while they're doing the frenzy. Because Legion's kind of like ruthless, so I feel like it'd be kind of sick actually. Or rather than that, you can even change it up and not make the killer run frenzy on 4 people, because I feel like if you do that, that's still going to make the killer play the same way. So instead of that, the killer goes into a silent frenzy and only hits one person. And if one person gets hit, everyone gets the status effect. No, if we're gonna make this correct, we gotta make it complicated deliberately so that it makes sense, because I want the idea to not necessarily force the killer to like tunnel or like only target one person at a time. So here's how we'll do it. With this theoretical add-on, killer goes into silent frenzy, stabs one person, everyone else has their aura revealed for like 15 seconds or 10 seconds maybe. Let's say 10 seconds. Except for the person who got hit. The person who got hit gets hit and they get oblivious. The killer's undetectable, and then everyone else has their aura exposed for 10 seconds, right? So the killer's time duration also for them being in silent frenzy is also much shorter than usual. So they're not supposed to go around and go hit everybody. They get to hit one person, and they gotta go fucking hide. But when they finish the frenzy, then they're undetectable, and then they can walk around and then they use the aura of the people and they track people down with the undetectable status while they also have oblivious. That way you can kind of guarantee it in a way that the idea is to be spooky scary. And then that's it. And then the person who, and like, they get oblivious until the first person mends themselves back into full. When that mend is complete by the first person, then the timer for the oblivious for everyone else's sake goes down, let's say by like, if the killer was undetected for 30 seconds, everyone gets oblivious for 20. If the person that is hit gets unmended or mended, whatever that it is, then the timer goes down by 15 seconds. Because that way the killer only has 10 seconds to stay undetected. That way it's not like it's not always a constant habit of being, it should just be possible for the killer to maintain it slightly. It doesn't reset either, because I feel like if it did reset, then the killer still has a reason to go hit everybody individually. The killer should only hit one person, and that person has to mend, and if they mend, then the oblivious timer goes down so that there's only like like 5, because like if you think about it, the killer has unbreakable for 30 seconds. Within the 30 seconds, there's 20 seconds of oblivious on the survivors, there's 10 seconds of aura on the survivors, and if you can mend within the 30 seconds, then the timer for the oblivious goes down by 15 seconds. That way the killer only has like 15 seconds to stay oblivious, or undetectable rather, sorry. And then that way, like, because you know the killer already has auras, so the killer knows where people are going to be. But at least if the killer is too slow to catch up to a person by the time undetectable wears off, then they have a chance to kind of figure out a way to get away from the killer, right? Or they just stay on the move until they can figure it out. Because I think the idea is that we're going to be using maps like Midwich and RPD to kind of keep it like fruitful and scary, because it's kind of hard to use that add-on combination in Coldwind. This is me theorizing everything happening on Midwich or RPD like the whole time. Leary's also works as well, but I feel like Midwich and RPD are the ones that work the most because they're 2 story levels, so that's why I think it'll work in that kind of regard. So and the countdown timer for it is like, you know, if the killer can hit a person while being undetected, then the meter for them to go back into scary mode, it reactivates sooner than it would if you didn't do it. Like if it takes a minute to restart the cooldown, then if you hit 1 person, you take off 10 seconds. If you hit 2 people, then you take off 20, right? And then that way you can just take 10 seconds to go back into stealth crazy mode, and you tag a person again, and you go figure out the business. I thought that'd be really cool. So that's the only real way I can think of Legion like being spooky scary. I don't really know if there's any other easy way to go about it though. Because I don't want like exposed, and I don't want every killer to always have an aura thing. I feel like that just would be so bizarre. Because remember, the objective is still for survivors to like keep on scaring people, but they still gotta do the objective. So it's not gonna be like an impossibility. Like if you play against Mira Myers is still trying to stop people from doing gens, but is also having fun with it, you know. So yeah. That's my idea behind it. So I feel like if they make that thing a real ordeal, I think it'd be so sick. So, but Legion right now, as they are, they got nothing going for themselves, and that's an unfortunate situation. Plague, unfortunately, like same thing. Plague has nothing to be scary and spooky and undetectable. Like there's nothing for them. But weirdly enough, though, people really do enjoy using Plaything. People really like using Plaything with the killer. And the great thing about this too, though, is that there's a bunch of easy ways to effectively make her scary. Simplest one is to let her drink a fountain that's whatever, like poisoned or anything like that, right? You just drink a fountain and you're just undetectable. If the person drinks from the fountain, they're oblivious. Super easy to do that. And it should be long, like whatever the time duration is for it now, like it should be just long lasting. I'd even do a thing that it's similar to so there's like a brown add-on that the Plague has where they can't infect people, but they can infect stuff. So you just infect stuff, and while you're infected doing stuff, then you're oblivious. Period. I don't know if I want to make it so you have to drink from the fountain so that you can, unless you do 2 different versions. 2 different versions would be fine. Like if the brown version of that is that, you know, she can infect stuff, and if you touch the stuff while you're working on it, so like if you're doing a generator or healing, or not healing, if you're touching a generator or opening a chest or a totem, then while you do the totem, you're oblivious and blind, period. Right? But when you stop touching it, then the status goes away in like 5 seconds, like Fearmonger does, because you shouldn't permanently get it with the brown version. But if there's a green version, then if you put the stuff on it, then you keep the infection, and then you got to go use fountains in order to uncleanse it, and then that's when you can have the obliviousness for like a long time while you're sick. But then once you uncleanse, then the obliviousness lingers for a while, and if the Plague drinks from that fountain, then she gets the undetectable for like a super long time. And I think that there should be more than one version of it. There should be a way that she can basically kind of she should be the next killer that basically has 2 add-ons that allow her to play the spooky scary style. So the first add-on is that when she drinks from a fountain, she's undetected. When she drinks from a second, not a second fountain, this the second add-on is that when she drinks from a fountain, she can see the aura of people. Is that what I want to say? Yeah, aura of people nearby within like 16 meters. So that way she just becomes Scratch Mirror Myers but she needs to drink the fountain in order to do it though. So, oh yeah, and also yeah, you're right. There's no indication either that she drinks from the fountain, because the only indication should be if you can see it that the aura of the fountain comes back. That's it. But I feel like a lot of people are not actively paying attention to things like that, so it's gonna really let her. It's gonna be like a small like downside for her, but it's gonna be so like inconspicuous even still that like people are not going to notice that a fountain just like, you know, came back because she cleansed over there and that she just gained undetectable and aura reading powers. 100%. Because that way you can kind of pick and choose and jump around how you want to do it. So like if you want to use one add-on that lets her be undetectable, you can use that add-on. If you want to use the other one that lets her see auras, boom, you can let her see auras. If you want to use the one that lets people be sick when they touch stuff and then they're oblivious and blind to it, you can do that too. That way you can kind of bounce around with it, because again, if you pick up the add-on where she's undetectable or can see auras, she still doesn't get to spit at you and do damage. Like, it's not going to work that way, right? She doesn't get to hit you with the spit and then actually hurt you while she has that power. She just gets the power. So it's not going to be like insanely broken for her to be able to like pick up, like if she only had the one add-on that lets her just see auras after she picks up the fountain drink, whatever, she's like she still can spit on stuff and then infect it, but she doesn't necessarily like, you know, get the black spit to hit you while she can see auras, because that'd be too annoyingly busted for her. But if they did it so that you can do it in the other way, I think that'd be sick. So it's kind of it's just alternate way. Yeah, it's just an alternate way of her being able to use fountains without it only having one focus in mind, because like Plague is in the bottom tier because she focuses on the same issue, or she has the same issue that Clown, Pig, and I guess now I'm saying it out loud, like Hag I guess has a problem too, even Trapper. Like they all have one use of their power. If they had multiple uses, I think that it would be super sick. Because even Trapper can have different traps. I don't even know why we didn't think about that sooner. Trapper should totally have different traps besides it just doing like one thing, and it's just a bear trap on the ground. Like there should be like a tripwire trap for the Trapper. 100%. It kind of functions similar, but the visual cue for it is different. I think that is what would be like a bigger ordeal. So, but Plague is unfortunately not in that mindset, so it's kind of unfortunate. Finally, we got ourselves a good scary killer. You know what I mean? Ghostface is gonna be up here guaranteed. So Plague pretty much depends on Sarah's cleansing. Well, that's the other thing too, though. You kind of like, that's why you gotta like mix and match it so that, you know, with Plague at least you can have her benefit heavily from using the power, but if they don't use the fountain, then she can still benefit from being scary and spooky if like they don't use it. So she kind of has to have a way to, she has to have like a backup plan basically. So I agree with that too. Listen, Ghostface is up here. You can't question me about it because it's very obvious. No questions asked. Ghostface is spooky scary in terms of how he can get the jump on you. The problem with it is that he has a way to get exposed by people, and it's a little bit jank for how it functions. Ghostface is crazy scary when it comes to him getting the jump on you and the expose and everything like that. He doesn't even need to expose you. The expose scares you, right? If he didn't have the expose and just kind of snuck up on you and got the hit on you, it would still scare you. So Ghostface is, I think honestly, Ghostface is even over here next to Myers. He's more scary than the Wraith without question, just because like build wise. The problem with Ghostface is that his add-ons don't really give him as much as like he like as he is right now. Like the killer is honestly in his own vibe, because the fact that he's able to get the jump on you cleanly is really sick. Like I love that. But he still has a way of getting exposed no matter what happens in the game. So like if you can play a careful Ghostface, then you can totally be like very, very scary, and it's amazing to deal with. But I don't want to take away the truth behind his prowess, because like I said, that killer is still scary like crazy, and it's amazing. So Ghostface is up there 100%. Now that definitely doesn't take him out of the opportunity though of being able to be scarier, because there's totally ways to affect the add-on so that he can be scarier. But I do want to give him his his W for being like next to Myers on the scary scale for him existing in the game, period. Now the problem that I think people run into is that with Ghostface's powers, I'm kind of like zooming through them really quickly. Ghostface has really weird add-ons that don't help him be scarier, because his power is already scary. The power kind of lets him use the scary more frequently, but it doesn't really give him like a contingency permaplan of being stealth at all times. Because also the thing that I learned is that if he misses the attack on you, then his stealth goes away. I actually did not know that for like quite a while. But that being said though, he does have so many ways to like increase his crouch movement speed, and to increase his speed while he's stalking you, and then reduce the amount of time it takes to get the exposed. I don't obviously want him to be able to necessarily like use the expose to a degree, because you know he's got to get the spook on people, right? So his add-ons currently let him heavily benefit from getting people exposed or him getting caught by people, right? That's okay, but I think that he should have add-ons that heavily allow him to thrive in a significantly more powerful environment the darker that the game allows him to like thrive in those environments. So definitely some ideas that I have. One that's very easy is that he can't expose you, but he can't be exposed. Easy. Like that's an easy purple add-on. So like no matter what happens, you just have to like look for him, and if he plays slow pace and he kind of figures out the nonsense, then he's obviously like wildly scary for that purpose. I think it'd be sick. I think also trying to think about what else that I can think of. I'd like for him to be able to give you like a fake expose, like the screen just shakes, but instead of getting exposed you get like a different status, like oblivious or something, because he has one like that. Like you get exposed but you also get oblivious, or if you expose him you get oblivious. It shouldn't do that. What it should do, there should be an add-on that essentially he just hits you with the exposed and you're oblivious, but he obviously doesn't get the down on you. But the point of it is to not necessarily get the sneak up, it's to kind of like play the fool's game. So if you sneak up on him, right, you don't get to see where he is. So if he's like down the hallway, he can catch you with the aura thing and he hits you with it and you're on a generator, then you know they might run away from you, or they might run to you. But I think the idea is that if he hits you with that like fake exposed into oblivious status, then like because people look at the meter more so than they look at the status on the right side, so they might not immediately realize that, oh wait, he didn't expose me, he hit me with oblivious, right? So but they see the meter on them and they're like, oh my god, I got exposed, so they run for it. But if you can there should be an add-on that lets them be oblivious and blind, but you can see their aura while they're exposed. I think that would be sick. And then when you get the hit, it goes away. So that's my mindset on that. I think that'd be so sick. Okay. You have a good idea. Let me see. If you stalk someone in open charge, in the open you charge your power. When your power is charged, you can use the ability button, which makes him can't stalk, but he can see through walls. Like instead of directly stalking his in the open, he can just see through walls. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the idea that I had just now. Like, if he has a power and he basically exposes you, quote unquote, then like you know you can they get oblivious and blind. You can see their aura, and like that's it. But also, because I think right now in the game, if he gets exposed, like let's say if he's crouching in a night shroud and he gets exposed by like a survivor, they get the killer instinct, so you can see where it's coming from. But like they can suffer from like a debuff as a result of exposing him. So like he can't get exposed, period. And the killer shouldn't get killer instinct if someone's looking at him. But the killer should be able to gain meter while they're like kind of stalking. So you can stalk the same way you do with Myers, right? You can just stalk and you can see people's auras, and if their aura gets red, I like the idea that you can trigger it versus it just activating at the 100, because you don't want to necessarily do it that way, because you want to kind of hold on to it to activate it. I think that'd be super sick. And like if there's two people at the same time working on a generator and they're both 100%, you activate it, they both get the exposed. That way you don't have to like mash it and like get them individually. You can just kind of pick and choose your battles, and then you can get the jump on them. I think that'd be so sick. I like that a lot. And yeah, like while they're exposed, I think the expose may be okay to run a little longer than usual, but the purpose of it is that if you can see their aura and then crouch and hide and do stuff, then I think that would be super cool. Because then while the exposed meter is happening for them, like while the timer's like ticking down, they are 100% capable of having their aura be seen, they're oblivious, and their power, and they're blind. But once the killer hits them, then it goes away. And I don't even think that the meters for it should be charged up in the same way. I don't know how long it takes for the killer to expose somebody and get the full meter on them, but whatever the time is, it should be less, period. I would make it less time, so that way like you don't have to spend so much time stalking. You can just kind of immediately jump back into it, because you want to be able to activate the power like on will, or you rework it so that you can just gain meter, and instead of having the power be effective on the person, you just have the power. But you can at least put it on multiple people if they're all in the same area. No, I like it I like if it's individual actually, and you just activate it, and if they're all in the same area, then you can do that. Actually, I like that more. So never mind. I would prefer that people have the meter gained on them, and they can't see the meter obviously, but the killer can. Yeah, I like that more so. Because the killer should just be able to 100% do that. I think that'd be sick. I like that actually. That's a really, really cool idea. Is there anything else comes to mind? I don't think so actually. That's honestly it though. Like the number one thing for him is that like he should just be able to effectively like see auras, be oblivious and blind, while effectively hitting people with the power. But he can't expose people, and he can't be seen by people either. I think because like that's the problem that he has currently, is that he can get exposed. They should honestly, like, kind of like half side note, they should rework that power that happens with him, where like him getting exposed really shouldn't be a thing in this game for him, because it, I mean, I get it though, it like works, but I think I'm actually okay with him not doing that for him, because he should just try to be stealthy as often as possible. But like I get it though, because never mind. I mean, that's just me like freeballing honestly. Because I feel like people think that Ghostface is like not a good killer because of the fact that you can expose him and whatnot, but he has add-ons that let him regain the power. But there should just be ways for him to regain the power more frequently and not run into that problem. But I'm only thinking out like that for like a moment, because I feel like people think that Ghostface isn't good. So I'd rather have you yeah, I think it's better to stun him out of it, but like not reveal him. Like the revealing part really kills his whole vibe sometimes. Plus, I think that like if the add-ons for him to like not expose, but but to debuff people, if that was a real thing, people would use that like all the time, because it would make him so much more effective and fun to play at the same time. Period. So, Ghostface number 2, guaranteed already. Love it. Okay, now we got demo. Man, here's the thing: demo actually has add-ons in this game and things in his kit that allow him to oblivious people and be undetectable when he comes out of the portal. So he already has stuff that allows it to work for him, but I'm wondering how can you make it become even more effective? Like he has stuff. I think because there's already like I said, there's already an add-on in the game that when he teleports and he gets out of the portal, he's undetectable. Like he has that already. They should just buff that add-on so that you can't hear him teleporting. You can't. I also think that there should be something that allows him to. I think he also already has an add-on where if people are either trying to destroy the portal or if they're near the portal, then you can see the aura of the people. I gotta look that up actually. I'm kind of curious. I actually do not know if that's something that he has. So if I can see here, I'm thinking it's an add-on, but it's just a base kit. Oh, okay. I truly have no idea. I haven't actually played the killer enough to like really know. So when you're upside down, when you're viewing a portal, you can, yeah, after emerging from a portal, oh, he's undetectable for 3 seconds is base kit. Okay, I see that. That's a thing. People that are walking on top of the portal or trying to seal it are oblivious while trying to seal it or sitting on top of it. Okay. Let me see. Opening kind of portals, opening speed of portals, detection range, sealing time, reversing speed, more portals. Shows the aura of generators while being repaired in yellow while traversing through the upside down. No. Survivors trying to step or touch a portal get blindness. That's not bad actually. Oh, he has a green add-on that increases the duration of his status coming out of the portal by ½ a second, which is not good. He has one where he's undetected for additional 3 seconds, so he has 6 seconds. That's also not bad. And then he has one where, oh, you see, so he has an actual red add-on. His iridescent add-on gives him undetectable for 11 seconds, which you include base kit plus the actual add-on, and it removes all noises that the Demogorgon makes while coming out of a portal. So I think the problem is that you can still hear him coming out of the portal, but the sound of which portal he's coming out of, that's hidden. So the iridescent needs to be buffed so that you can't hear him going in or out of a portal. He's undetectable for more than 11 seconds. It should be like 30. Yeah, that's it. Because the other iridescent add-on reveals the auras of all survivors while he's upside down. So it is okay that he has a, yeah, his iridescent add-on lets you already make it a thing. So he already has both Eries let him do exactly what he should be doing. I don't want to combine those two together. They should be combined together, but it's okay that they're not. I'm kind of on the iffy side of it, but yeah, it is a confirmed thing that while he's coming out of a portal, he's undetected for 11 seconds, and he makes no noise coming out of a portal. But the time it takes for him to come out of the portal is longer, and that's the small caveat to it that makes it a little bit not as good. But he can see the aura of people while he's upside down, traversing through the portal, and when he comes out of it. So while he's upside down teleporting, his aura, he can see everybody's aura. When he comes out of the portal, he can see the aura for 3 seconds when he comes out of the portal. That's honestly fine. Like, those two iridescents together is exactly what he needs, but the one red moss add-on needs to be buffed so that he's undetected for longer times and you don't hear him at all coming out of a portal, going into a portal, nothing. You shouldn't hear anything that lets him do that. And I think if they did that, then that would definitely jump him up from being what I currently would say is C tier. He'd be A tier guaranteed. He wouldn't be S tier, but he'd be A tier for sure. I think another add-on that I'm so shocked doesn't exist in this is anything that happens to people after they finish sealing a portal. If somebody like seals a portal, then they should get oblivious and it lingers for a minute, or the killer is undetected for a minute. Actually, scratch that. The killer is undetected once he finds out a person sealed the portal, and the person who sealed the portal, or people, they are not exposed. They have their aura revealed for like 5 seconds, I would say. So I think that as a result, though, because like no, I think Demo sits in C tier. I don't know why. I don't know how he end up in D. He's a C tier killer for the scariness of it. Because the problem is, like, again, he already has an add-on that allows him to be spooky, and so as a result you kind of have to play with other, like, there's already, thankfully in this game there are perks and builds and stuff that allow him to do the thing that makes him scary. So it works, because when you hear him stomping, when you don't hear anything but you hear him stomping, it's pretty freaking scary. So I think that, like, honestly, I'd even put him in B tier because of the add-ons, like, low-key, because, like, he actually has very, like, there's definitely a build that you can create and it'll exist. He has the kit, but the execution for it is a huge mess in practice. So I wouldn't put him C tier, because the kit doesn't not exist. Like, the kit exists for him and it works, but it needs to work a lot more effectively for him to really benefit from it, because he can see the auras, and he's undetectable, so he has the things. It just doesn't work well enough, I think. So I think I'd actually put him at B tier, but he's like on the cusp of B and C, so he's like a low B, like a high C, but he can do it though. But people don't play that, because the problem, I think, is that, like, that build or that kit doesn't work well for him to, like, win the games, because, like, all the other killers are up here, from Doctor and up, everybody has the potential to actually, like, you know, get a merciless, like, they can kill everybody in the game with their powers alone and it's fine, or even for, like, the spookiness of it all too. So I think that's what it is. Like, Demo has the potential, but, like, it's just not really the best potential. It could be a lot better. So, and it would be helpful for him to basically figure out more ways to cover more of the field with Oblivious, or him being undetected. Because I don't want every killer to have the ability to see the auras while they're also undetected. That'd be great, but it's not necessary. I think another add-on that you could use, just kind of like spitballing it here, is where you can't see the portals. Or the portals close. No, I don't know. I was thinking that the portals can't be seen by the killer, or can't be seen by survivors, so they can't be cleansed per se. But, like, he gets to, like, use them and be undetectable for, like, even longer or something. I don't know. I can't think of it too much. But, or no, that's what it was. You can't see the portals, but if you're in the area of the portal, then, like, you have to, like, you know, you can't cleanse it until you, like, effectively sit on it, and then you can seal it. But if you can't find it or sit on it, then, like, the area that's being infected by the portal gives people debuffs like Oblivious and Blindness and that kind of stuff. That way you have a chance to find it if you can find it. But if you can't find it and you're getting debuffed, then you're gonna spend too much time trying to find it. That's what I would say. But in a nutshell, there's Demo. Oni. Where does Oni sit on the scale? I gotta look for his kits. Because here's the thing. Oni has an ability to track down people, because he's got that one add-on where their auras are exposed if they, like, touch an orb, which is cool, but I don't think that he's got anything that lets him be like undetectable, because there is an add-on where if you're injured and the orbs are invisible to the survivors. It's the iridescent one. Oh, no, that's not what it is. It's backwards. The blood orbs are visible to survivors, and if they touch the orb, their aura gets revealed for 2 seconds. But if they touch multiple orbs, then the aura stacks. But I think the problem, though, is that the killer doesn't have a way to be undetectable. I think that's the issue. So I think the easy way to make it is that you can give him stealth when he gains enough blood. Or if the meter hits, like, a certain threshold. Like, I don't think it should be maxed. Like, I think he should still go red and scream, maybe, but he's undetectable instead of like. And I'd even also like low key. I think I'd even let him keep the dash attack, but you can't hear him stomping as loudly. Like I think I would reduce the sound of his stomping. I'd let him keep the dash attack, and him go red and go crazy about it. But you don't get instantly down from it. And I think that he is able to like he does everything as normal, but he just doesn't get to one tap you. He's just invisibly like moving about very quickly. Because I think it'd be better for him to like do it versus him trying to like not increase his movement speed. Like we don't want to take away killer's movement speed so that they can be invisible all the time. So I think for Oni it'd be really sick for him to actually be able to maintain his speed, but just can't one shot you. Or if he should just be able to also break a door or something and then get it too. That'd be sick. Because like you can use like, you know, because again like perks like what's it called? Darkness Revealed. Like if he like checks a locker and then the auras are revealed by people who are like near lockers, that'd be kind of fine honestly. But for his kit as a whole, add-on wise, yeah, he should be able to collect blood and then become invisible. Or even more so, if he maintains a certain amount of blood. Oh, I like that too. Okay, wait, there's two ideas. So the first idea is the one I mentioned earlier. If he gets enough blood, then he can run around and zip all over the place undetectably, but he can't one-shot you with the club. Period. That's the first add-on. The second add-on is when he holds enough blood, like let's say he has 80% of his meter filled, he can activate it at a certain point and it'll go down, but he gets undetectable. But he can use an action ability that lets him track auras of people, but it uses the blood to track the auras. But as a result though, he can't move fast. I like that. I think that's actually really sick. Because that way you can have him use aura stuff on Will. Like he can, like it goes down very slowly if he's just using it to be undetectable. But if he's using it to track auras, then he can treat it like a Mirror Myers vibe and then just do that. I like that a lot actually. So he'll have two different ways of doing it. He can be undetected and scary in the fast way, and he can be undetected and tracking in the slow way. I think that's actually sick. So, you can make his ability give him. Oh yeah. See, great minds think alike, actually. Yeah. So I like that. I like the idea of having two different add-ons that do it. So there's the ideas for that. But I think that because of how we talked about it, I think though, like the killer runs into the problem of like he screams and he still has his aura, or not his aura, his like his terror radius like going about. But the thing is that the time it takes for him to effectively get the jump on you, you get to hear the aura for like 2 seconds, and then he gets the hit on you. So I think as a result, he's C tier because he's the same thing as like with Billy, but Billy has the ability to go undetected while running. He doesn't have that, but he still gets to jump on you, but the jump is a lot easier to like see coming than the nurses, but it's not impossible for him to not get the jump on you like these folks can. I think I'd even put him behind Spirit. So this is where I put Oni. So yeah, he needs add-ons to work, but with his normal kit and everything he has, like perk wise, if you build him out and kind of let him get the rundown going, he actually can still get the spook on some people, but it's really difficult because you can still kind of hear him coming like a mile away. But it's not bottom tier though. He's probably C tier, I'd say. Then we got Deathslinger. I'm gonna be very honest with you. My heart tells you he's up here. That's my heart telling you that. But I think, in a manner of speaking, and to give him credit where it's due, he's top A. Here's the reason why. Because he has an add-on that lets him aim down the sight of the gun, and while he's aiming the sight of the gun, the radius goes away like a little bit. So it's you got to be really close. Like there needs to be like a rock between the two of you for the radius to activate while he's aiming on the gun and like looking for somebody. So you can use that, but it doesn't really matter because he has the same caveat that like Huntress has, except the sound of the hit is way louder and it can definitely be used on a huge basis. So because like Huntress and Deathslinger work the same way in terms of how they kind of get their powers activated, right? She throws a hatchet and she preps it and she throws it, right? He just rips the gun out. And if I'm not gonna lie to you, because there is actually a build that I have seen get used, and that's why my heart puts him at S tier. The build was he had the ADS add-on, the green one, and he had Insidious. Listen, the Insidious Deathslinger thing, yo, that's a real thing, and it's wildly scary. I was in RPD when he had that build, and I was working on the generator outside, and he was on the top of the by the stairwell near the helipad by the helicopter. He was up there and he aimed at me, and I didn't think to look up there. I was kind of like, I had my camera low, but he had Insidious, so it was undetected, and he shot me from that far away. And I kid you not, like I had to go change my shorts after that. It was wild. So that perk alone, with him using his kit as it is, that's scary enough already. So it's crazy. But I feel like the affectation of it is like not too crazy once you figure it out. So I think, but that doesn't take his luster away at all. He's still up there. I don't think that he has anything outside of, I don't think he has anything to make him undetectable, but he has a ton of things that really let him get the jump on people, which is crazy. So that jump up on the people kind of thing is the thing that really, really works for him. Because, you know, most of his powers with his add-ons let him, you know, reload faster. He can bring you in closer. If you get hit by the gun and you get hit, then you also have a debuff with it. But he has an add-on that for sure lets him increase the or decrease the tear radius. So, and there's a bunch of those too. And so I think like if you literally get to combine those two, it's actually pretty nuts. And there is like an undetectable status that he actually, you know what's crazy though, the Deathslinger actually has an undetectable add-on, but the way that it works isn't good, because you're undetected for as long as the survivor is getting hit by the gun. So like if I hit you with it while I'm reeling you in, I'm undetected, but when I hit you with the gun, the undetectable lasts only 10 seconds longer after I get the hit, or the chain breaks from, so there's just not enough time. So it's not really that crazy. It works, but like it needs to work better. So his add-ons actually, it's kind of crazy though, because his add-ons actually don't give him the justice that's necessary for him to really be scary. The gun by itself does what's needed to be scary. So 100% I put Deathslinger in that category. He's definitely scary as F when he uses the gun appropriately, so it's actually pretty freaking crazy. So I love it. I think that you know, his gun is like sick. Deathslinger 100% deserves to be A tier. Now, of course, thinking about it as well, how you can make it scarier is very easy. You take the iridescent one that he has, and you just give him the ability to ADS, and he's instantly undetectable. Like not even like with like not even Insidious like 3 seconds. The second the gun is up, that man is gone. I think also he should be able to see auras while he's ADSing, because you know the gun, like it zooms it in, so like you get the field of view, right? But then when he ADSs it narrows it down. But while he narrows it down and aiming, then you should be able to see the thing, like the aura of anybody that's straight within like a 20 something meter, I would say, radius. So that way you can really like mess with people. That's the only thing that he needs. Straight up, that's it. I don't know if he's an Oblivious one if the spear breaks, but if there isn't one, he needs that too. But that's the only thing it needs. You just take that one add-on, you buff it so that when he ADSs, he can see auras, and he's also completely undetectable. W. That's it. So then we got Pyramid Head. Okay, here's a problem with Pyramid Head though. Pyramid Head, like, he has an undetectable. He has one. I think it's his iridescent, actually. Like, when you're standing on the trail, I think it is, you're undetected. But it's when he's standing on it. And the problem is that, like, you don't really get to use the trail to stay undetected. It, like, doesn't really work. So he can't really be undetected while running around the whole map. He has to specifically stand on his trail, and that's it. And the second he gets off the trail, it lasts like 2 seconds. So like, it's just a really, really bad add-on. I mean, I think Pyramid Head, I would hate to put him in D tier. And I think it's because he unfortunately does have the ability to be undetectable and also inflict oblivious and blindness. Like, he has it. So I want to put him in C tier. I'm putting him in C tier for now until we talk about it. Because the thing is that if you give him Plaything or any way to like oblivious people without giving them the hit or even like the down, then like when you don't hear the shots coming from his sword, yo, that thing, it comes out of nowhere and it's a jump scare and it works. But the thing is, like, I think you can still hear it coming no matter what's happening. So it's really complicated for him to effectively work the way that I would like for him to work. Because the problem is that he has things that allow him to trail more on the floor, and he has ways to increase the ability for it to last longer in the environment. But it just doesn't last long enough for him, or it's not spacious enough either for him to effectively use it in that way. Because like the second he stands off the trail, like the power is gone, so it sucks. Here is what I would propose. So I think I'm gonna because he has the ability to hit people from afar, I'm gonna put him in C tier. Because it's not impossible for him to be undetectable or like hide. Because you can Insidious, wait for the unhook, and then you get the double hit and it works. It works. So he doesn't have a 0 option of being undetected even without any add-ons. Like, he can do it. It's just weird. But he totally can do, they can do so many things to allow him to maintain it and make that iridescent work a lot better. Here's what I think that they should do. There should be 2 changes to him that give him like a buff in a way that works, and here's what it is. The first buff that he should get at base kit level is that either one of 2 things. Either one, the ability to put the trails down lasts a lot longer, or they stay permanent. I feel like permanent might be a little bit broken, because like if you get what's it called? If you get tormented, then like it's just really easy for him to kind of just go ham on it. So I don't want to really give him the power to be broken with having it be permanent. But like, I think if you think about Midwich, because that's like his level, obviously, right? Like Midwich is his place. If you can use a trail to cover one corner of a hallway to another corner, and that's the full amount of the trail. I think that he should be able to cover 3 hallways worth with the trail. Not 4, just 3 hallways. So you can basically do like a U-shape of the hallway inside the hill map, and that's how much trail he can cover. If you try and start drawing the 4th line of the hallway, then it starts to kind of detract a bit. But that's in total though. That's not just like a 1-line ordeal, right? That's in total. So he can essentially cover 2 lines. He can cover 1 full hallway length with the power, and then cover another hallway length on the downstairs. That way he can kind of mix and match and change his spots. But I think the other thing is that he is able to, like, if he uses the trail, I'm okay with him like either stepping on the trail to be undetectable, but it needs to linger a lot longer and reset when he steps on the trail. I'm okay with that though. Like Hag's traps limit. Yeah, I mean no, like in general though. Like he the trail doesn't the trail doesn't stay up forever. It eventually goes away, I think, after some amount of time. I don't know the exact time though, but I think it goes away after like 30 seconds or something like that. Or is that true actually? I don't actually know. Hold on. Does it ever? It goes away. It totally goes away. I've never seen the trail get put on the ground and it's always there. I might be wrong. Wait, I might be wrong actually. You gotta confirm with me now, because I actually have no idea. Because I play Pyramid Head, but like, no. There is a lifetime. Yeah, the time that it lasts is 75 seconds. Okay, I figured it out. I knew it wasn't permanent. So yeah, the trail on the floor lasts 75 seconds, which is a minute and a quarter, which is just not enough time. So, actually, you know what? It is enough time as long as like the amount of trail that he can cover is what works. That's what it is. Because I don't think he can cover a lot of ground with it. It lasts a minute and a half, but that's fine though. Because I think like in order for his power to work, then like he has to keep on reforming the trail. Like that's the bottom line of it. Like he's not supposed to just put the trail down one place and then never use it again kind of vibe. He should be always using the trail. Because I think that like, okay, let's talk about the nitty gritty for you. I don't know, that's 30 seconds. I mean that's fine. I think like base kit though, like I just wasn't sure if it was permanent or not. But the fact that it just have like a time limit, that's fine. I just wanted to get that confirmation. So here's how we buff his add-ons to make him jump from C to A or even S tier. So simply put, when he puts down the trail with the add-on, right? He'll have an add-on for this, of course. When he puts down the trail, we're going to use the iridescent as an example, right? When he stands on the trail, and if he makes a trail and he stands on it, it just is. Right. I would honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'd even give him, no, I don't want to give him a speed boost. Well, maybe not that. Let's do this. If you have the iridescent down, if a survivor is running on it, they're hindered only while the time that they're on the trail. Once they're off the trail, it goes away. Period. But while he's on the trail, the killer is undetectable. When he gets off the trail, he's undetectable for 30 seconds. That will be the lingering effect for it. It lasts 30 seconds when he is undetectable. Yeah, that's good. Because then he can just stand on it again and then it resets the timer. Because that's the idea. The idea should be that he should reset the timer for when he's undetected, 100%. And I think that like while people are on the trail, their aura is revealed the entire time they're on the trail and they're hindered. But the second that they're off the trail, then both of them go away instantly, because he shouldn't really be tracking that much easily with like that idea in mind. So I think I like that a lot actually. That would be the thing that he needs. Just give him the ability to use the trail longer, more effectively, so that he's undetected for a lot longer while he's doing stuff. I think it's actually cool that he can like put the sword in the ground and be stealthy too for that, but I don't want them to take away the sound that it makes when he's drawing on the floor, because that sound should always be there, because it just makes sense. Like, how are you going to put a sword in the ground and like draw a trail and it doesn't make sound? That just wouldn't make sense. So it should, that sound effect of it drawing on the floor should always be there. But while he walks on the trail, even the sword, if it's drawing, because you know when the sword is being dragged on the floor, it also makes the sound of it like dragging on the floor. But if he's on the trail, then you can't hear the sword dragging on the floor either, because you know technically it's not on the floor. Even if he's like walking sideways, like it's fine, you know. So I think that's literally all that he needs. Yeah, that's it. Just make it so that he can see people when they're on the trail, and the trail lasts longer while he's doing it too. Period. Because then, if he puts, honestly, I would actually, yeah, I think I said it already, right? When he's walking on the trail, he's undetected, and you can hear the sword dragging on the floor. So when he's on a trail, and he puts the sword down to shoot the thing, then you can't hear the sword go into the ground. And if you shoot out of the trail, it shoots faster and farther. That way the hit is a jump scare. But I also don't want him to be able to like just shoot people through the walls and get like guaranteed downs. I think that would be so annoying. But I think like that's literally it. He can just shoot from the ground. You can't hear it coming. It's faster and it hits longer. But when he's on the trail, he's undetectable for 30 seconds if he's off the trail, and he resets if he's on the trail. And if the survivor's on the trail, they're hindered for like a little bit, and their aura is revealed while they're running on the trail, and it doesn't linger after that at all. That's it. There you go. Because I don't think that there's anything else that needs to be added either, though, because his power is very easy and very simple. Even if you put them in the cage, you know what, actually, that's not true. I actually like this more, because he also has another iridescent where if he puts someone in the cage, everyone else who's put under the who gets hit by the torment, they get revealed. Honestly, he can just keep that. I wanted to buff that, but I don't think we need to. I think it's honestly just good as it is. Or rather, they buff it so that no matter whether people are tormented or not, if you put someone in the cage, everyone's aura gets revealed for 10 seconds instead of 6 seconds. I think that's what I like. Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's pretty much it, honestly. I would just buff the other iridescent. And then after that, though, that man would be cracked and scary. That'd be good. Okay. Now we got the blight. The blight's kind of a weird one because it's honestly it's pretty stressful low-key when he's sprinting at you. It really can be. It can be pretty stressful when he's just running at you. And you can like hear him coming. The problem though is that I feel like he runs into this issue where he needs to bounce off of walls to like do the thing that he needs to do. So like I kind of get it, because like he has a thing where if he slams into the wall, then he can see the auras of people near where he hit the wall, which is cool. He also does have an undetectable while he's running, which is cool. So like he has it, but I don't think people use it enough to really like let it function, because the two add-ons actually work really well. Like he's undetected while rushing, and he can see the aura of anybody nearby while they're rushing. But I mean, those two don't work together though, because it only really works if like you I feel like if you're gonna do that, it has to be like a longer duration actually. I'm trying to think though. You know what, actually? The add-on by itself is like fine. The problem is that the way that the killer functions as a kit really doesn't make it easy for him to use that add-on. But I think the beauty behind it is he's actually just like Hillbilly. Because Hillbilly can run the chainsaw from a distance and he's undetectable while rushing. The only problem with the blight is that he has to refresh his rush by hitting a wall, which is not a problem. So I think in technical truth, he's A tier in terms of how that works. But because here's the thing, if you want to get technical, if you use that purple add-on that makes him unstoppable while rushing, and the one where he uses the iridescent one so that he can instantly down you, he's literally Hillbilly with that power. The only difference is that he's got a little freaking axe thing instead of a chainsaw, and he has to hit the wall in order to like do the thing. So technically speaking, he should be right next to Hillbilly, but I think that he's gonna go over here next to Huntress. I think it actually would be scarier because he literally turns into Hillbilly with that build, 100%. But I think that people currently just don't play Blight that way, and I'll be honest with you, I have never seen that add-on get used ever by a Blight. Even when I played Blight, I never used that add-on because I just didn't know how it worked in a way of speaking. So I think the problem currently with Blight is that add-on just doesn't work, period. But it's also kind of like an L because people just don't use that add-on either. If people use the add-on and it works, I need like a live match where I can see it work. Because here's the problem with the Blight as a whole as well. The Blight has to rush into the wall in order to activate it in general, right? Like, you're undetectable, obviously, when you start to run the first time through, but you can't even hit somebody until you actually hit the wall. So that's also like a small caveat that the Blight runs into with that add-on. Like, if the add-on was buffed where he can charge the rush once and doesn't have to hit the wall, and he can hit you, and he has to charge up and then try and do it again. You know, he can't spam it, obviously, but he should be able to at least just run at you and just hit you without necessarily needing to hit a wall and then do it again. That would make him a lot more like Hillbilly on an A tier level without needing a lot of... Like, he won't need time. He can just do it. That would be the big difference between the two of them right there. But I think that if you want to technically put him on the scary level, the add-on that he has and the way that he functions with the sprint, like, it's already scary enough when you hear him coming, but the fact that you can make him undetectable and give people like other statuses that like third seal and playtime or plaything and all the other systemic abilities too, those in combination work so well together for him that I think that like people underestimate how strong as hell that can be on a scary level. But I think the problem is that nobody currently is using that enough to like put it to practice. So people are going to need to practice it. But I think Blight is definitely up there as being a scary killer. So there you go. Then we got Charlotte and Victor, aka the twins. Now, I think effectively speaking, they're actually like on the upper echelon of it, because the twins actually have stuff that let them like handle the business. Because I don't think people actually know this about Victor, but Victor actually like has an add-on that's a yellow add-on that lets him run around quietly. When you if you charge the pounds, he can like sneak around quietly. Yo, I can't even lie to you how many times that has like caught me off guard, because he has a yellow add-on that lets him be undetectable while he's like pounced and ready to charge, but he also has a green add-on that lets him like move a little bit faster. So I actually like that a lot. He actually has two. I think he has a green one and a purple one. So you can just use that one, basically. You use the purple add-on and the yellow one, and all of a sudden you have little freaking demon Victor running around like crazy. She also has an undetectable where if she wakes up from being if you're like running around with Victor, when you go back to Charlotte, she's undetectable for 20 seconds. Which is sick. The only problem is that her walking sound is loud as hell, because she has like stuff on her person. Because you know, she kind of attacks with like a hook sword thing kind of vibe, but she has like stuff. It almost feels like she's like a pot and like a pan in her hand that like makes noise while she walks around. Oh no, she has like a backpack, like like a hiking kit on her back, so she literally makes noise while she walks around. But like, besides that though, she actually has a very effective kit that really allows her to do the business, to be the stealth killer. So like I said, I think people don't ever see twins enough to know this, but she kind of comes up here in terms of the scary scale because of the fact that Victor is a little freaking creeper and literally can like kind of roam through grass and just hits you with the nonsense because he doesn't make noise when you fully charge the pounce. He doesn't make noise, he just walks around. So the only way you know that he's nearby is when you see him visually with his eyes, or the or you see his little form. And then also Charlotte has the ability to be undetectable also. So like they actually have a lot of things in their kit that let them function. Now I think though, if we're gonna put it into full practice, like you gotta buff him up a bit and her too for it to like work effectively. Because that's the thing though, like their kit literally not a base kit, but their kit in terms of add-ons, they have ways to blind survivors and like inflict, you know, oblivious, which I think is so sick. And the way that they have it functioning too is also very unique. So I want to give credit where it's due for the twins. Twins have a lot of ways to be able to effectively catch people off guard, but I think that the complexity of playing the killer in general makes it a little bit harder for them to not be at the A tier, but they're not incapable to be put at the C or D tier. I think I would actually effectively put them kind of in between Nurse and Blight. Well, I put them above, like past Nurse. I think I put it like this. I think this is how it would be, because like I said, Twins has the ability to do it. It's not hard for them. It's actually pretty easy. They have multiple ways of doing it as well, but because of the fact that they you know, their kit as a whole is complicated, that might put it a little bit on a tougher side. Now I think the easiest way to buff it is that instead of Victor should get a buff here. Okay, it's gonna sound really annoying, but it is for the sake of the spook. The amount of time that Victor can pounce and like get attached to a person, the jump should be very, very quick. And also you shouldn't have to charge the jump in order to be quiet. The second that Victor is out, both of them are undetectable. Like she can go to a corner, she'll bring out Victor can hide through anywhere he wants to and just like, you know, be a little freaking creeper good, right? The second that like, you know, the attack is ready, boom, it just activates. Like it's like quick, like half 1 2 3 boom. Like it should be very quick for him to get the jump. So I feel like that's the capability for it. So with that respectfully saying though, I put Twins at B tier because like the way how it is now already is pretty scary. They have the ability to easily make it a lot scarier, and I think that with Twins in mind, I think it works for them perfectly well. So there's that. Okay, now you got Trickster. Here's the thing about Trickster though. He's so annoying by design and functionality that he can't possibly be a stealth killer, or he can't be a spooky killer at all either. Like there's just no way. And I think realistically that's like a huge downfall for him. So I think with Trickster, it's going to be really, really complicated to effectively make him a stealth killer. And I haven't seen anybody play him in any way that allows him to like do what's necessary to like add to the fear, because a majority of his add-ons let him have more blades, they move faster, he throws them faster, he moves faster while throwing them, the event thing that he does, like his superpower, whatever that it is, right, it lasts longer. The amount of time it takes for him to fill the meter for throwing the knives at a person lasts longer. He reloads them faster, you know. That's literally it. And also they bounce off of walls. That's all that his powers are. He also, we talked about this before too, he has an add-on where essentially if the meter gets full from the killer, then you get exposed, which is so weird to me. And we talked about this too. I think it's so weird that he has the ability to like get the jump on people with the knives. Because the problem is like when you know it's a trickster and you hear the radius of the terror radius getting a little bit like more loud by the moment, you just got to make a run for it and just try to because the thing is like it's impossible to like get away from a trickster. You can only delay the inevitable. So trickster just literally has to do whatever's necessary to eventually catch you, and then once he catches you, he puts you on a hook, and then that's literally it. So now that with that being said though, there's obviously a lot of different ways that we can essentially give him the undetectable and the aura reading and all that other fun stuff, but I don't want him to necessarily like keep using his power while also being hard to detect. I think that would just be weird. So here's what I would propose. I think that an add-on that he needs is like while he's at the ready to because you got to activate the mode to like throw the knives. You don't get to just start throwing them whenever. You got to actually like put the bat away and then take out the knives while they're out, undetectable, right? When the meter starts to fill as you throw the knives on people, then they get oblivious and blind, right? That's it. So that way he at least can apply the debuffs on you, but then he can figure out how to like go somewhere else, right? And then I mean I don't want them to change. It's complicated because I don't want them to change his main event thing so that he's just undetectable and can track auras. I don't want them to like change the power in its entirety, because then it defeats the purpose of the killer being the killer in the first place, right? But the problem is that the killer already by themselves has such an issue with just existing as a whole that like it's hard to make him undetectable without kind of rinse and repeating a lot of the things we've already tried before. Because you can obviously just like make an add-on where you reduce the number of blades he has from like 40 or 50 whatever to like 10, and then he'll throw them wherever, and then he's undetectable while he has no knives, right? And then he runs around and he handles the business. Like that's a little bit too commonplace for everybody who needs to reload through the locker or has to like expose of the or get rid of the items to get the status. You know what I mean? So I think I'd rather him have the ability to like reduce the number of knives he has, but he should still try to like use the knives to build the pressure, and then once that pressure is finalized, then the like a debuff activates. So you know what he should do then? He should because again, like I said, we're going to have to copy somebody else's affectation. His power should turn into the theoretical ghost face one we talked about, where instead of the meter filling and then the expose happens, you press a button to activate it. So when you throw knives and the meter gets full, then the meter is full. When you activate it, then you get a bunch of debuffs. And then when the debuffs activate, then the meter will go down on the person on their HUD to indicate that that's how much time is left for it to like works. So I think if you do that, then that might be the thing that like works for him. Because then that way they get the oblivious, they get blind, the aura can be exposed, and then it gives them a reason to like hide and run from the killer, and the killer can go in with the swing despite them being colored in neon. Yeah, I mean the diamond cufflinks isn't really gonna help because all that it does is like it's the same thing as the iridescent photo card, where if they're one hit away from being like the meter being full and breaking them, whatever, like they get their aura revealed. Like it's okay, but like it shouldn't be about like, because he shouldn't be keeping pressure on the people by throwing knives at them. He should just use the knives to build the meter on them, and then activate the kill switch button, if you will, when the meter's full. So it should be the same thing as Ghostface, because I don't think anybody else has that same affectation of like, oh, when you feel the meter on a thing, then they can do the thing to like activate the crazy. So I think that because Ghostface, I think so far in all the listing of what we have, is the only killer who has that, it's okay if Trickster is the second killer out of the the list of 23 so far that have the ability to do that. I think that'd be really sick actually. So because he also has an add-on that lets him throw the knives through people, and also they can bounce over things as well. So I think what would be really cool is if I don't want the thing to go through walls. I think they'd be busted. but I like the idea that it can go through people. So like maybe. So I don't know, because the problem is like the killer. If the killer is gonna be undetectable and doing stuff, then like he just can't main event. I think that's how I feel about it. I think he just can't really main event at all. Like he just can't use the power. The power is pointless to use if his idea is to be spooky and scary. But I think as a result, though, maybe to counterbalance it in a way, he just has unlimited knives. He still has to reload them, but like not at a locker. But like, you know, he just kind of like pulls them up again, and he, because again, the idea I think for him is that the power, because okay, I think that he, like I said, he'll pull out the knives and he's undetected. He uses the power of the knives being up and undetected to start catching people off guard and hitting them with the knives. When the meter gets full, he puts the knives away, right? And then when he activates the button, then they get the debuffs. As a result, it allows him to get the hits on people and catch them off guard. I think like that would be the best way to go about it, because that way he doesn't always use the knives to do, because the knives aren't going to do damage. The knives are just going to apply the debuff. I even would say that you can combine, because I want it to be combined with other add-ons. So I think that you can actually combine this theoretical add-on with the iridescent one, so that they're blind, oblivious, exposed, and the killer's undetected. But I think that like the meter, like I think that as the meter fills it to a certain point, then the deepest can be applied. Because I feel like, let me rephrase that then. So like if the meter is like a 1/4% full, you can press the button on the survivor. If the meter's a 1/4% or a quarter full, then you can give them blindness, period. If the meter is like 75%, then they get oblivious. No matter what happens when you activate it, you get undetectable, like straight up. But I think like while the meter's getting full, then you can activate more debuffs on the person, and that way you don't just automatically get to expose them too. But I think that because I think that people are going to want to run it with the exposed, and it's going to sound very cracked. So maybe we shouldn't give them unlimited knives. Maybe we take that out. But I don't want them to necessarily use the main event to do the same thing, because that shouldn't be a thing. So I think what the main event should do, you know what, actually the main event should let him recover knives without going into a locker. That should just be an add-on in general. Instead of him activating main event to just throw unlimited knives for like 10 or 15 seconds, whatever that it is, he just gets to recover knives guaranteed. Like not a bunch, but like it uses, like the more that he generates a main event, the more knives it gives him. So like I think if the main event's like at 50%, he gets half the knives back. There's an add-on for that? Is there actually? Which one? Well, no, there's an iridescent that if he finishes the main event, he gets the knives back. And that's not what I wanted to do. I don't want to do that. That'd be obnoxious. Well, it'd be okay. Here's the thing. I think that they should rework that add-on so that you only get a percentage of knives back based on how much of the like you should, because like you shouldn't go into main event. Like the killer should just not go into main event. The killer should just activate. It should change from being like a form to being like a button. So you just press it, and then whatever percentage you have of main event while you're charging it up kind of vibe, that's how much knives you get back percentage wise. So like if you have 50 knives and you get 50% of the meter back, then you automatically guarantee get 25 knives back, period, right? I think that's what it should do. So if you get 100% of the meter full and you press the button, you get all your knives back. Yeah, that's fine. The thing is, like, both of Trickster's iridescent add-ons are not good because of the pressure that you can apply by, like, it's much easier and faster to just throw knives constantly on a person and down them than to just fill the knives up and hit them a couple of times to build a meter and then hit them. Like, it's just way faster to just keep on throwing knives at them. Like, that's what his power thrives on. So I think the reason why that iridescent add-on exists in the first place is to like reduce the necessity of the killer to go to lockers to replenish the knives. But because there's perks that lets you benefit from reloading at a locker, like Iron Maiden and Darkness Revealed, all that other stuff. Like, now there's just no reason to run that add-on when it's just more effective. You get more stuff, you get more value out of replenishing the knives at a locker than to just not go to a locker and use that add-on. That's why nobody uses it. We had a match one time where like the killer brought the exposed thing, and like literally they couldn't use it because they would fill the meter to full, but then if they get stunned by a pallet, then they literally got to refill the meter again, and like by the time that they could have just hit me with enough knives to down me, they kept on trying to like hit me with the knives and get the hit. It was really bad. So that add-on is not good. That's why a rework on that add-on where like you can just replenish knives instead kind of vibe would be helpful. Or as you build the meter, you get more debuffed by the knives as a result of whatever is going on. Even like mangled hemorrhage, like whatever that it is, it just needs to be like, as the meter fills up, you get debuffed harder when the button is pressed by the killer to apply the debuffs. And I feel like you can use that to make him scary, and I feel like it would work. So, but the problem though is that the design of the trickster in the first place is that the way that he functions as a whole makes it really hard for him to just purely do the thing that he wants to do, where he can essentially be scary in the first place. That's why he's like next to, I think he's actually even worse than Plague. So there he is. Then we got Nemesis. Like we supporting the knives. Yeah, basically. Like, I mean, I think that'd be better than what it is now, because at least you can let him inflict debuffs with the knives, and it will work. But he doesn't have anything like that. Like, he only gets the knives don't do anything except for just build the meter, and like the meter's not being used for anything for the killer to become a stealth killer. But the meter should be used for him to become a stealth killer. It would work that way. But it's alright. That's why he's last. So like, fine. Okay. Nemesis now. What do we do with Nemesis? It's actually kind of complicated, because you know what actually, I put Nemesis here. I'll tell you why. Because the same problem that the Trapper has is that the Nemesis, here's the problem. As a Resident Evil fan and player who's played the game, the Nemesis is way scarier in the game because he sprints so much faster. Truly, that's what it is. So the fact that the killer runs much slower in this game, it kind of like takes the momentum away, because I've played both games. If I never played Resident Evil, then it would be fine. I would use it. He already has an add-on though that lets him kill a zombie to get undetectable. Like, he has that already. That already exists. But 15 seconds is the time duration for it, and it's too slow, or it's too low, I would say. 15 seconds is way too low for him to use, but it does exist. So he has that capability. But the thing is that he's so big and stompy, that like you can still see and hear him coming a little bit if it was a thing. So I think the point too though to Nemesis is that he's actually, conceptually for me, mentally, he terrifies me because of Resident Evil 3, but in this game the zombies scare me more than the killer does, which is the same problem that the Trapper has. Like, the traps scare me more than the actual Trapper killer does, despite him having no way of like really undetectabling whatever. And the killer and the Nemesis already has a thing where he literally if he hits a zombie with the tentacle, he gains the meter for building the meter more so, and he's undetectable for 15 seconds, which is not bad. So like, I get it. Now I think that the killer needs essentially a way to what it should be. Actually, there should be an add-on. Not even an add-on. Okay, I figured it out. While he gains the meter for his abilities to do the thing because right now when you get level 2, you can break pallets and doors with the tentacle, and when you're level 3, the hit of the tentacle goes farther, right? That's all that it does. I would even dare say that, like, if he hits level, there should be, I mean, I want to call it like an add-on change. I feel like that would be okay, where like level 3 changes when certain things happen. So level 2 should always still break the pallets. They shouldn't change that, because if they took that out, then that would literally kill his momentum a lot, and it would be really painful. But when he hits level 3, I think as a guarantee, the zombies are undetectable. So you can't hear the zombies coming. I feel like that would be crazy. And like so wild to deal with. I like that conceptually like a ton. Because like the zombies are scary when you hear them growling at you from a, like when they, because they come from the ground. You know what I mean? They come from the ground, and what's up, souls? They come from the ground, and then they scream at you, and then you either run away or you walk away from them. You know what I mean? But if you hit the zombie, or rather if you get level 3, then the zombies should be undetectable straight up. That way like if you're looking at the killer from a distance kind of vibe and you see it happening, then all of a sudden the zombie just smacks you in the back and you have no clue, because that happens in movies all the time. You know what I mean? Happens in movies all the time. So in this game, if they literally make a zombie undetectable, it would be so freaking fire. So I think I like that conceptually like a ton for Nemesis. I also, this is gonna be me being weird, but I feel like there should be an add-on that essentially lets him you just can't hear him running. His running steps is so loud, you can't hear him running. So it's really bizarre. If you take away his running, he's a big stealthy man. And it would be so crazy. So that's where my mindset is at right now too. So I feel like Nemesis could be scarier if you give him add-ons that allow him to deliberately like either be undetectable more harshly for the survivors, or you give the zombies the ability to be undetectable. But because his only way of being quiet or like undetectable is when he hits a zombie, like it kind of works, but like, it kind of also doesn't work. So it's like weird. So I think Nemesis sits on C tier currently as it is. It's also hard to really give him a really easy way to like, oh, I'm lying to you actually. I didn't think about the vaccine. The vaccine, there should be an add-on that when you have the vaccine, like if you don't cleanse it, if you don't cleanse the the vaccine, then there should be a thing for that too. Like you should be oblivious and blind the entire time that you're oh no, you know what, actually that already exists, but it's only for a minute, because there's a purple add-on that does that actually. If you get hit by the tentacle and you get contaminated, there's a purple add-on that gives you oblivious, but they should just not make it a 60-second thing. It should be a permanent thing until you cleanse the vaccine. And it shouldn't be just oblivious, it should be oblivious and blindness, and that way you can run that one thing with the undetectable one straight up. Honestly, I would even say that there should be a way for the zombie to actually like show the aura of, you should be able to hit the zombie, and if the zombie sees a survivor, their aura gets revealed. That should totally be a thing. So I feel like it'd be more important, because I think it's very important that like everything that is in the game that involves Nemesis is undetectable, period. So he's undetectable and whatnot. The zombies are, you don't hear any of them coming. So that way you got to keep an eye out for essentially 3 silent killers that can get the hit on you. I think that's so important, because like that allows Nemesis for the game to like function a lot better in darker maps. And then that way, like if you run mid-witch with it, like bruh, getting hit by the zombie when you can't hear the zombie coming, that would be the scariest thing on the planet, especially in like RPD. Because if you can combine that with the one iridescent that makes them move faster, bruh, you know how scary as hell a quiet zombie that moves fast? That sounds some Left 4 Dead nonsense. That would be scary as hell. So that's where my mind sits at with it, 100%. I think Nemesis sits on C tier comfortably though for now, until they give him that power. So, and then we have Cenobite. Now, here's the thing with Cenobite. Cenobite, there's already a video out there of me dealing with Cenobite, and he scared the F out of me with Plaything, and he had the thing where, I think it's when he like interacts with the box or whatever that it is, he has an undetectable. Like, he already has one. So it's actually pretty freaking nutty that that like he has it already. So he actually already has a variety of ways to thrive on the idea of giving people like debuffs and whatnot. So he actually like he has an add-on where essentially he can literally see the box. When he picks up the box, the chains go away, but you can't hear him coming. And it's actually wild how crazy it was. Because the killer used that add-on on Coldwind with Plaything, and I kid you not, dude, that it scared the F out of me because I couldn't ever see where he was coming from. It was wild. So Cenobite actually has very strong potential to be coming from up here. He can even be, honestly, I even put him in A tier with that because he already has a really easy way to do the business. But the problem is that he has to, because like the people can see the box, so when the box gets picked up, the HUD tells you whether or not the killer picked it up or not, which is what's the crazy thing. So because you find out that no one picked up the box and the killer picked it up and then nothing happens, you find out that he's hiding. So I think it's actually nuts. And 25 seconds is a great amount of time for him to be running around doing what he's doing, and I think that it's going to be so sick. So I think it's actually really important that you actually take advantage of that. And there's also a ton of perks that let him use that add-on that lets him run the business. Now, I think as a whole though, there should be because I think like if you have the chain hunt activated, then I think that the killer can easily see who is where. So I think that's fine. Like you can still see where the killers or the survivors are if it's active, which is cool. But there's really not much I would change to him. So actually what would be cool is if there was an add-on that lets him, because I think that if he tries to use the gateway, I don't know if you can cancel the gateway with the killer. If you can cancel the gateway already with the killer, then they should just use that. But if you can't cancel the gateway, that needs to be an add-on, because if you can cancel the gateway, you can peek in places with the killer, basically get like a third eye. You can cancel it. Okay, so then people need to just use that. So if you can cancel it, then if you can literally be undetectable and you can peek in a room before going in the room and see someone's in there and then you just pop up on them, that's going to be so freaking good. So the killer already has the capabilities of being really freaking scary. So it's just a matter of putting it into practice. But I think that people don't really play the killer enough times with that. So I think that's the problem. Because if I think about it right now, you can probably run Insidious with it, get the gateway, peek in rooms, and then just like pop up in rooms where people are hiding or doing gens or whatever that it is. Like RPD with the purple add-on with Insidious together is going to be wild. I can already put it to practice now. So, and you can probably really quick, like if you get the box, like you here's the thing, you pick up the box, you activate it, and you peek in rooms, and then you just hit people and you catch them off guard like crazy. So I think that's what people need to start doing with Cenobite, like low key though. So I would 100% put him in A tier for that purpose alone. The fact that he has an add-on for it and it's a purple add-on is goated. And he has so many other ways to like effectively use the stuff besides like just that one add-on. I don't even know what else he needs, honestly, besides that. Like, you don't really need to use anything besides that add-on. I think that's all he needs, and it's good to go. So There you go. Seen it right. Okay, now we got artist. Now, artist is kind of tricky because the artist has an ability that lets her like pop up crows and you don't see where they're going, and if you get swarmed by a crow you get oblivious, but you're always supposed to take off the crows the second that the crows are on you, so you kind of sort of have to just deal with it. The killer also has a very good undetectable that when you have no birds to shoot, you're undetectable whenever you can't shoot crows. I think that's sick. So she has a very good add-on that lets her function, but the problem is that I don't think that it's actually good, because I literally think the recovery time for the cooldown to get a bird back, I want to say it's like 10 seconds. So you gotta constantly be throwing up a bird to get a 10-second undetectable, and there's just not enough time for that. So I mean, you can make it work, but you know what the problem is? It's too complicated, because you have to keep on constantly doing stuff to effectively stay undetectable, and there's no way to quietly summon birds. There's a way to quietly show where the birds are going, but there's no way to quietly just put up a bird and then just F off. You know what I mean? Because I think if you have a bird, it's like idle for 10 seconds. It kind of like chills for 10 seconds. But if you have 2 crows, it's like almost 10 seconds. You could just like, but every other like second though, you gotta basically re-put a crow up. So you spend like, I would say 20% of the time resetting a crow just to keep being undetectable, and it kills her momentum. So I think that the add-on, because it's an iridescent one, they gotta rework that iridescent so that she sends out a crow, but the crow, you know what they should do actually? The crow should just be a sentry turret. So that's what she should do on the low. So what she should do is, the iridescent lets her do this. When she puts down the crow just doesn't ever go anywhere. It just sits there forever until she forms another crow. Straight up. And then if she puts up a crow on one spot, it just sits there. But if people are near the crow will look at them. It'll literally look at them, and if they get too close from it, the crow will attack them and it hits them. Now, I think if they get damaged by the crow instantaneously, that's going to be kind of annoying, because you could put 2 crows in the same spot and then get like a, it's going to feel like an instant down, but it shouldn't do that. So here's what it should do. If you put a crow up and it's chilling, and you get too close to the crow, it starts looking at you. If you get too close to it and it hits you, the crows will swarm on you, but you have to essentially like fend them off, and then when you do that, you get deep wounded. That's what it should do. And then if you try to unmend the wound, then the aura can be revealed while you're trying to take off the wound, because it does sort of give the killer an excuse to shoot you again from a distance while also putting pressure. It's gonna be very powerful, but like, it kind of works though. Or it just resets the timer. I feel like downing people from a distance with the artist while making the crows invisible is a little bit complicated though, because you got to remember though, if she puts up a crow again, then the undetectable like goes away. So she's not gonna afford, because she's gonna have 2 crows up, because she can default shoot 3. So if you have the iridescent and she can shoot 2, then in a manner of speaking, she only puts up 2 crows. But if she gets hit by 1, or rather, if a survivor gets hit by 1, the crow still is on the person. She still doesn't generate a crow. The only way that she can essentially generate a crow and hit somebody is if, like, let's say if person 1 gets hit by the crows, and they get too close for it, and they gotta unmend. If another person gets hit by the crows, and they gotta unmend, if person 1 finishes the mend, she gets the crow back. She should be allowed to shoot the second person with the crows and get the hit on them. I feel like that's fine. But because again, it's gonna reset her, like, because then she gets to reset the ability for her to effectively go back into undetectable and get the jump on people. Maybe she shouldn't have, well, because she does. We should take out the aura thing then. That'll be too broken if she can like see auras while she's doing stuff like that. So while, yeah, if you don't fend the birds off, then she can see you. But she can't shoot you if there's a crow somewhere and then another person's like fending off the crows. So we can take out the mending, the deep wound thing, and just make it normal. Because like, it's actually worse if you keep on holding on to the crows, because she can see the person in the crows and you don't get a crow again kind of vibe. So I think that's actually better. So TLDR reset, right? She has the iridescent. She can put one crow somewhere. She can put another crow somewhere else. Those crows don't go anywhere. If the person gets too close to the crow will look at them, and they get close enough, it'll actually put the swarm on them, and then they gotta take the birds off. As a result, though, the killer has to reset the crow to regain undetectable. But the killer kind of sort of has the instinct of being able to see where the birds are at, but when you start fending off the birds, you can't see them. So you can kind of sort of like, you know, figure it out. So there isn't an aura thing. We'll take out that concept in total, because I feel like the killer, well, actually no, because the killer kind of sort of does need a way to like effectively figure out who's where. So maybe it'll be temporary. It'll be like a 2-second thing instead of it being like a perma thing or crazy like that. Yeah, because I don't want them to necessarily be visually seeable while trying to take off birds, because the killer has to be scary. The killer can't just be undetectable. That wouldn't be fun. Because the killer's gonna keep on running in a straight line, or rather, the survivors will keep on running away while they're being attacked by birds. You're not trying to chase them down. Actually, no, it actually would work, because if you're running, if you're looking behind you and you're trying to swarm away birds and you're running in a straight line and not looking in front of you, you can actually get the jump on people and flank them from the front, and then catch them, or from the side too. Actually, the aura thing does make sense. Okay, so it does make sense. See, I knew this is what I talked about the first time. It makes sense that you put down 2 birds. If you get swarmed by birds while you're running with the birds, you can see the aura of the birds swarming. While you're trying to fend the birds off, I would say there's like a lingering effect on when you can see the aura of the birds coming off. But then once the birds are gone, the birds are gone. And then that way she has to forcibly put up another crow again to regain undetectable. Because the second that the birds are done, she loses that status. So she has to put it back up again, and then she goes back into the mode of going invisible. Because it makes more sense for her to just hear people running and breathing, and then she gets a hit on them. Because she still has perks she can use to see people. So I don't want her to just have this one iridescent be broken enough as it is. So we'll leave it like that. But with current artist in mind, granted, I love her a lot. She's easily my favorite killer next to Plague. I'm gonna put her at B. I'm gonna put her somewhere around like here, because she has ways to be undetectable. It's a little bit jank, but it surprisingly and effectively enough though, it kind of works. I feel like I put her mid. I'll put her mid B. She's like middle B. So I think that's where she's at. Okay, now we got Onryo. Now here's the thing. Very similar, okay, very similar to Myers and Ghostface. Her presence alone is scary AF. Straight up scary. I know people who will literally not fight her in this game because she is who she is. She's just scary as hell visually to look at, because she's part of the friggin' Ring franchise. Like, the conceptual concept for her is scary enough. So the fact that she just kind of exists as it is crazy. Seeing when the TVs turn on, like if I go into a match and I don't know it's Onryo, and then the TVs turn on, that catches me every single time. if I don't see it, then like I'm kind of, if I do see it, I'm kind of chilling because I'm like, okay, I see the TV, I know who it is. So when the TVs do turn on, I'm kind of like, okay, they're on, period. But if I don't know who it is and the TVs turn on, I'm like, oh my god, it's this person. Then I start freaking out about it. So there is that. Now she does have add-ons, thankfully, that like let her do stuff for undetectable and oblivious, right? She has that green one where like when she's manifesting whatever, she's undetectable for like 2 seconds, I think it is, which is not bad. When you get the tick for the meter for the when they come out of the TV, they get oblivious out of that, which is cool. And it lasts like for, I think it's like 10 seconds technically, because it's like when she phases out of it, it's like 3 seconds of the phasing out, and then it lasts like another 7 seconds when the TV gets turned off. So it's, I think it's like 10 seconds that like it does that. And then I think that's actually it though. She doesn't really have a lot of add-ons, but she does thankfully have add-ons that like let her be stealthy. But also her power alone lets her be stealthy, which I like actually. So the fact that she can like kind of be invisible and like move about and whatnot, I think it's actually like really sick that she can just do that. It's actually really nice. But also it's terrifying for her to watch her like phase in the area by coming out of a television, because that also like that part sucks, dude. It sucks. So I like that she's invisible when she's like outside of a certain radius of the meter, and she is visible when she's like close, but then when she unmanifests or when she like manifests or whatever, then she's like still like undetectable for like at least like a couple of seconds, which is like fine. But there needs to be an add-on, because I'm telling you now for a fact, I know that it doesn't exist, because if it did, people would instantly quit the second that they find out that it was her. I'm so serious. There needs to be an add-on where no matter how close or how far she is near a person, you can't see her. Straight up. You can't see her, period, until she manifests in full, and then she sends you. And even then, you only can hear her coming when you hear her like coming. Like when you hear the like the actual animation sound of her like phasing into existence, that's the only time you know that she's there. So and on top of that too, you can't hear her go through TVs either. Like when she teleports to a television, you can't hear that shit. I think that, and then when she comes out of the TV like that, I think there is one where like she what is it? When she, no, actually there isn't anything. There's like an add-on where if she like when she manifests, then she is undetectable for 2 more seconds. But she should be undetectable when she comes out of a television every single time for like 5 or 10 seconds or something of the nature. But you also you can't hear her coming out of TVs. You can't see her when she's invisible until you see her trying to get visible, and then it happens. I think I think there's a way that she's oblivious when she's like, no, there's a power. She has an add-on. Oh, I see that. The problem is that there's too many add-ons that she can use that let her be freaking creepy. So they got to kind of smush a bunch of them together. Because she has a green add-on where if you're near a TV, you're oblivious. I forgot about that one. So if they can combine a bunch of them, there should be an add-on where essentially, while she's invisible, you can't see her no matter where she's at. Only when she starts manifesting. At the same time, when she goes into a TV and comes out of a TV, you can't hear the TV change anything sound-wise. That's the add-on. The other add-on that should be existing is Yeah, when you're near a TV, you're oblivious, and your aura can be seen. They should buff it so that you can see the aura of the person, because it would suck to be able to put oblivious on people near a TV, and then like you get there, and then you gotta quickly scan and look and see where you can go. Like I think that like, because you gotta be smart and know your environment and know the map to figure that out. I feel like if they make it so that you can just see the people that are near a TV because they refuse to just turn that off, give them a reason to run away from the TV as a whole. Because like you get to be stealthily just sneaking all over the place through television and freaking people out. W. So I think like that as a whole, it works the way it does. But that being said though, the artist lover, Onryo is in a very, very powerful position to exist as she is. And I think she's a little bit, I think there's some biasness here. I think the biasness is that because she's known as like the ring girl, everybody already hates her for being scary through films. So I think effectively, because of her ability and her powers and the add-ons you can build around with her, she's up here. I think people are going to think that she should be A tier, but I think that she kind of gets a little bit of leeway because of how Myers and Ghostface are. Like, if Myers and Ghostface were different killers, but they had the same powers, they'd still be up here because of how scary they are. But I think that they're even higher on the tier list just because it's Myers and Ghostface. So I think that with her, she falls in the same line. Now, I think the problem, there is a problem, and there's a caveat to this as well. I don't think people genuinely play her in a way that makes her scary. They use the whole TV the TV teleporting thing that makes it annoying for her, so she can just condemn you to hell. I think that is, that's a playstyle that people play Onryo isn't scary, and that's the issue. If you play Onryo in a way that can make her scary, she's up here. But I think the general populace of players who play her in a certain kind of way put Shubi down here. But I genuinely think that if you want to really fully maximize the potential case of all the things that come into place, she's up there. So that's where I leave her. Her position is definitely argumentative though. Like, I don't want to necessarily like take her away from the position and like say that she doesn't deserve it, but I think that like she just, because she, like, in a realistic manner, she's kind of like Wraith in a lot of ways with the manifesting and the whole teleporting thing. I think she comes up here in S tier. And now we have the Dredge. Now the thing about the Dredge is that the Dredge has literally the #1 power that just needs to exist in the game in general. And I understand that they took that out, which is really obnoxious and kind of unfortunate, and I totally get it. But at the same time, I would strongly encourage the idea that they just make the thing like a thing that can be done by any killer as an offering, period, because I think it just makes sense. The Dredge obviously has the ability to like make the whole area dark, and that literally makes it so unbelievably terrifying, right? Because you can't see in front of you, but you can't see around you, so everything is just scary. I think the problem though is that like the killer is, I think technically, I think if you want to get like super technical, the killer is in fact like a stealth killer. But like not really, because they have the thing where they put down the little remnant thing, and then they can teleport between lockers, and then the jump scares for the locker thing is crazy. It's always terrifying when you find out that it's supposed to happen. Even if you put a seal on the locker and the killer goes to that locker and hits it, the sound and the loud sound that it makes as a whole is actually like pretty freaking terrifying as a whole. So like Dredge totally gets credibility for it to a high degree. But I think also though, even still, the fact that the killer has the legitimate power to make the whole freaking area dark, and you can't see anything in front of you, is wild to me. The other thing that I'm actually fascinated by is the fact that like while it's dark everywhere, you know, he teleports to lockers faster, and then people that are within a certain range of a locker get like a killer instinct. I like that a lot, actually. The other thing that's actually fascinating to me is that he actually has an undetectable status effect during it being super dark the whole time, which honestly though is the caveat to it, because the problem is that granted that you can't see in front of you and he's undetectable, you can still hear him. You can hear him moving about, and also he has the same thing where he has like the ominous terror radius, like Freddy and Hunters have, where like you can't directly see where they are, but you can kind of sort of hear them, despite the fact that you kind of sort of can't see them. Dredge has the same problem. So, and I think that they did that though because it would be a little bit crazy for the killer to just be completely invisible in the dark, despite the fact that they're literally a fucking shadow. So like in some parts I get it, but in a lot of other parts I'm so shocked that they made it so that you can see him in the dark, straight up. So what I would propose is you buff the ability for the undetectable thing to just be fully as it is. You don't hear no screaming, you don't get to see a white aura of the killer, you only get to see a white aura of survivors as a survivor. And you just can't see, you can see the animation of the killer's like corporeal form, sure, but you can't see a white silhouette of the killer during that part. I think that part is like it's not effective. But I think to kind of counterbalance it a little bit so it's not annoying just like sitting in the dark looking at nothing, you at least get to see the darkness like a little bit better. I would say like I think right now, like with the Nightfall in mind, I think that like you can't see further than like, I think it's like 16 or 20 meters, something like that. But like you can see a survivor like 50 meters away. So if I'm in an open space and the power is activated, I can see survivors like across records. 100% I can see them across records. But the killer, you can't see it beyond like 20 or 16 meters. It's like something like that. The killer shouldn't be visible, period, with an aura. If the killer is like in a certain range radius, you need to be able to just see the killer and then make a fucking run for it. They should just do that. I feel like if you did that, that would actually work a lot more effective for the killer, to get the jump on people. Because I've never seen the killer get the jump on anybody during the Nightfall version, except for when there's a locker involved. But like that's easy though, so I feel like it doesn't really count in the same regard. So yeah, and the biggest issue I think for the Dredge as a whole is that I think right now he has literally not a single add-on in his kit that allows him to do anything to be undetectable or nothing of the nature. There needs to be an add-on where he can bust out of lockers making no noise. The only way you know that he's coming out of the locker is when you see the ooze coming out of the locker. That's the only way you know. But you shouldn't be able to hear him effectively like busting out of a locker. There should be an add-on for that. There should also be an add-on where when Nightfall finishes, like he's still undetectable for like an additional like 15 seconds. Something small, just like a small change. Or better yet, while he's undetectable, you just can't hear the locker. Something of nature. He needs something that just allows him to be undetectable when the Nightfall isn't happening, and when it's happening, he's completely like invisible. And it would just be scary as it is. So I feel like those are the things that would do that. So I think all in all, like I probably would put Dredge like mid A. I feel like I'd put him up here. It would kind of sort of like make sense to me that he comes up here. It just would. You might put him down here, but I think he just effectively just comes up here because despite everything that he has the only advantage in the entire game that nobody else has, and he literally makes the whole map dark. If there was like a way to effectively have two killers, bro, if you can have two killers running around using the same like just using their powers individually, you know how dangerous as F it would be to have a Mirror Myers with a Dredge activating Nightfall? Bruh, I would turn the game off. But that being said, though, his power alone literally it does so much that it puts him out of all the other tiers and puts him comfortably in A tier. Not broken tier because he's not invisibly like scary, but he definitely can get the spook on anybody with the lockers and the Nightfall happen. There you go. And then we got Wesker. Now, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Wesker is an effective W in terms of being like a catch you off guard, jump scare, oh my gosh, killer. Now, the problem with the Wesker power as a whole is that the bound thing, you know, like the first one is far, but the second one's even farther, right? Then you get infected, and then you gotta figure out the thing with the can, and then in that whole spiel, I get it. Now, I don't really think that there's any way to effectively like utilize undetectable and oblivious without getting them infected first. So I think that's the issue. But he does have an add-on where if you use the first aid spray, you get oblivious. He also has another add-on where if your meter for the virus gets full, he's undetectable for 20 seconds. I think that's actually so cracked, but I don't really see people like effectively using it and like making it work the way that it could, because I feel like if you're going to try and use those add-ons, it's going to be more complicated to catch people with the, because I think like if in order for Wesker to be really scary, you got to catch people that are oblivious or be undetectable with the power versus running in with a knife hit. Because like, I'll paint you a scenario. Let's say we're in Midwich, second floor, running down the hallway. The killer's undetectable. I got my first hook and he has plaything. Boom, I can't hear him. I can't find my totem. It's in the universe somewhere missing. Can't find it, don't care. Now, let's say I'm running straight and there's a hallway and I make a right is the next hallway. Let's say he's coming from that hallway. If he preps the power and dashes to the corner where I'm running and can dash again, if he's there, if he's like right there and then dashes at me with the second power, I guarantee you that would be the scariest thing in the entire like playstyle of Wesker. 100%. Because I can't hear him coming with the dash attack quick enough for me to figure out from where he's coming from, and the dash is quick. It's not quiet, but it's quick. So I feel like if you do that, it'll work for him very effectively. Now, I think that there should be an add-on, or you make it so that when you're undetectable, you can't hear him dashing, because that'd be even more crazy. So I think all in all, you know, he has ways to effectively apply Oblivious and be undetectable, but the only caveat is that you can't do it at the base level. You have to like effectively like get them infected first, and that's the issue. So I think that you would put him somewhere here. You could even do low B, but I don't think that Wesker's placed. Well, that's not entirely true. I think I put him at B, because even with the dash attack, you still get the jump. Even if there is no undetectable or oblivious, the jump still catches you off guard and you're not really ready for it. So there is that. Now, I think all in all though, Wesker definitely needs an add-on where while he's prepping the bound dash attack, whatever, he's undetectable while it's up. And then when he dashes, the dash is quiet. That's what it would be. I think that's literally like the one power that he really, really needs. Or even you can even add another one that adds more fuel to the flame, where after he finishes the second dash, when he finishes the dash, then he's undetectable for like 20 seconds. Because remember, his whole objective is to like go to people and then catch them and then try to use the power kind of thing. So if he had the ability to dash over there, and then when he like reaches the destination, he goes undetectable, and then you can't hear him, I think that'd be way scarier too. So, but those are the only two things I would think of change-wise that he would need in order to be like a functioning, like, figure it out. So, and then, you know, Wesker's short and sweet because I think it was easy to get to the point. So I think it's pretty sick. And lastly, we have the Knight. Now, I think the Knight low-key has things that allow him to be oblivious, but not undetectable. Actually, that's not true. You know what it is, actually? No, that's not true. He has a green one. The problem with the green one, though, is that the green one, the way that it works is really, really annoying. That's the issue. Because in order for the green one to work, you have to use 3 guards. They need to not catch anyone, and then you get undetected for 25 seconds. So that is such a weird way to make the add-on function. That's what it is. Because the problem is that with the Knight, I feel like it's going to be really hard for him to actually use that ability to be undetectable. Not only because the way that it works is very jank, but also he's a Knight in armor, and the armor clanks really loudly. It's hard. He has the same problem that Nemesis has. Nemesis literally, Nemesis is big and loud when he runs, so Knight has the same problem. So that's pretty much like what it falls into play with, and that's the unfortunate rule behind the whole thing. So I think to effectively put him in a position that makes sense, I'm putting him in C tier. I think that they just need to literally buff the add-ons in a way that whenever he just straight up puts down a guard, he's undetectable, period. Because it's gonna allow him to do 2 things. One, if someone gets caught by a guard, then the guard chases after that person, and then they sound the horn, and then it's whatever, right? He's gone. But depending on which ones he uses, guard wise as well, he's gonna want to try and create a lot of reasoning to use the jailer, since that's the one that like walks around the most, and it kind of allows him to effectively use powers more frequently too, to kind of constantly reset the jailer also. Because, you know, he'll have the Carnifex, like the trail thing will go hit a gen or something, he'll break that, boom. Then he'll have the assassin come out, and then it'll find a person maybe, or go linger, whatever. But when the jailer comes out, he doesn't need the jailer to do anything except for just like lurk and roam around an outer portion of the map, so that the killer can deliberately summon the jailer without it getting caught by anybody or chased by anybody. Because of course, like, if you take the hit from the guard, then the power goes away. So you got to figure out a way to maximize it. And I think the best way to do that is to literally just give the jailer the most time efficiency possible to be running around the map, and then do that. So I think that's pretty much what it boils down to. I don't really know how else though you can use the killer's powers in order to like keep doing stuff. But I think that, like, what am I thinking? I think that there should be another add-on that when you summon the guard to do a task and it hits a thing, you're undetectable until you use another guard. I think that would be another good one too, because that way, like, if you summon the Carnifex to go break a door, you're undetectable until you summon the assassin, and then if you summon the assassin and they kick a gen, you get it again. But that way you know it kind of forces you to like not use your guards so effectively, because people are going to try to avoid the guards all the time. So if you mind game them by not using the guards and doing the thing, I feel like that's going to make it a lot more hectic for them. So I feel like it's just going to work and make sense in that way, shape, and form too. So I think it'd be pretty sick. So here you have it. We're at the final. That was like almost 4 hours long, honestly. That was kind of crazy, actually. But yeah, so this is, in summary, the tier list, by opinion, in fairness, based on how scary the killer can be with the current build that exists in the game today. This is not creating a theoretical on how killers can be scary. We kind of use that as like an additional caveat, but this tier list is an example of how scary are the killers in game with the current kit that they have, add-ons that they can use, and perks that they can use to make it a much more effective horror game, if you will. I think that's the idea. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that, and I think it'd be really sick to kind of get another one of these updated in the future. Hopefully if the killers like change in some way, shape, and form, like add-on wise or whatever, or when we get the next killer next month, we'll probably like kind of quickly figure out a place for them in this tier list too, and then we'll totally get it up and running again. So I think that this was a lot of fun, and I thought it was sick. So there you go. This is the scary tier list. It was a lot of fun, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed that. What now? You know what's kind of crazy? We spent 4 hours talking about tier list. I think it's nuts. I mean, I don't know if I want to play one though, because I feel like if we do another tier list, it's gonna be fucking another 4 to 7 hours. It's gonna be way too long. I'm not doing another tier list while we're like, you know, it's like 11 o'clock at this point Eastern time. So I mean, I'd like to keep the conversation thriving though. I don't really think I want to sit here and like play and talk. I could, but then I'm gonna get mad if I start losing and dying too much and getting tunneled. So I'm probably okay with just chatting about DBD in the current state of mind that it's in right now, because I feel like that's the whole purpose of the podcast. We spent the whole podcast episode just talking about a tier list about the killers being scary. That was it. I thoroughly like the idea behind what I said earlier about Freddy, dude. I feel like I would love to do a breakdown on how to rework every killer, if they're like in a good or bad position. Honestly, but I'd like to make like a demographic behind it though. I feel like it'd be really cool to like type out the change that they should do to like effectively make it a thing. Aren't you used to being dying and getting tunneled? Yeah, but that's why I'm used to it. But that doesn't mean I gotta deal with it all the time though. I would much rather sit here and chat with everybody and talk about how amazingly great this game could be on a higher scale basis, in terms of it being scary, not in terms of it being a better game. It's already a good game. It's just unjustified for survivors because of how biased it is towards killers. That's the honest issue with the game. Now, here's the thing, though. I get it, though. I get that, like, the game at some point in time was heavily survivor-sided for a very long time. But I would love to know the percentages of the win rate for survivors versus killers, like, 3 years ago. Because I'm aware that 3 years ago, it was when it was still survivor-sided on a lot of scale basis, where there weren't, like, a ton of regression stuff happening. Like, ever since they introduced the artist, regression perks have been thriving like nobody else's business, and that's the reason why it's such an L to play as a survivor, knowing how many fucking regression perks there are. That's the biggest problem with the game right now. The regression perk thing is like the meta has been unchecked for like a couple of months now, or if not like a year already. That's the issue with the game, truly. Other than that, though, game is freaking lit and I love it. The problem, though, too, the community's good apples are phenomenally awesome. The bad apples of the community are the ones who talk a bunch of crap and then they sit there on the internet and they complain about how much the game is whatever. I complain when I lose because of how I lose, not because I'm always losing. I don't care about always losing. I just care about not, you know, the whole, again, like getting tunneled. They gotta implement a system to prevent tunneling. Like, you shouldn't be tunneling people. I think the objective is to effectively like you know how Legion tags each person one by one and then kind of splits the downs across the board? That should be the point of the match for the killer, where you want to kill everybody, but you give everyone a fighting chance, basically. Because the thing about the problem with the game right now, I think, is that like right now, killers guarantee win if they kill one person and like no gens have been cleansed. Like you just do. Once a person is dead, the productivity of the team gets reduced by a whole quarter. So like it's like, how many times have we had 2 survivors remaining and 1 gen, and we actually like committed to doing the gen to trying to get the door where they both escape? You know what I mean? It's legitimately impossible, no matter who the killer is, and that's the issue. So that's why I feel like when they actually start thinking about ways to give killers like these perks, but then they start giving survivors alternative ways to escape, that's why the hatch was such a good idea. because it was really easy for the hatch to just appear in that scenario where they still managed to at least let one person escape. And I think that it worked really effectively. And then they threw that idea out the window for some random ass reason that didn't make sense to me, and it was stupid. So now I would love to work for them to like throw all of these ideas at them and let them know what's really good. But you know, I feel like it's not really my job currently, at least, to like sit there and be like, you should fix all the problems with the game and do this and that, because like it's not the point of it, you know what I mean? It just makes sense to just let them, like, because they're taking in a lot of feedback from people, which is great, and I think that they got to just keep on doing that. But I don't want them to like just assume that DBD players always complain. Because the truth is that Survivor players only complain when the killer does some jank nonsense. You know, whether they tunnel or camp, and then we make a comment, and then they get defensive about it, and then start making like your mama joke, which is stupid. And then, you know, and then we figure it out from that point forward. So nobody likes, because you know, if you were rude, like, it doesn't matter about the game, you're just being rude, you know? So, people just don't like rude people. Which I get. Like, when we had that one nurse who was, like, respectfully, like, yo, you guys played amazing. And even though I could have killed you all, like, I'm gonna respectfully give you the hatch because you guys played such a good game. Like, that person is a prime example of how every game should be played. Not letting someone get away. Like, if it's like down to the wire, right? If there's 2 survivors, 1 gen left, and if the killer manages to catch both survivors, the killer wins, you know what I mean? But like the efforts of the survivors was a very valiant and like good effort, where the killer also didn't immediately like send, you know, one person to the immediate doom. Because like I said, I think that, because if I play killers, I'm telling you now, like, if I play as a killer, then I will never go for the hard tunnel unless I get the teabag. That's the only time that I feel justified to do it. I don't really feel justified to do it if someone isn't being like a dick to me. You want to play DMZ? My God. Yeah, I'm not opposed. I don't think. I gotta think about. Wait, let me just really quick about like 14. Did I do everything in 14? I got a raid in 14, but like I'm not really worried about that right now. I'm kind of chilling actually. I also have like I have the game here. Like the game is in the background. I wanted to put the tier list up basically. So, I might have to do a double upload tomorrow because I might upload the tier list tomorrow and part 3 of Dead Space, since we played through those 2 parts. So yeah, but I think I want to. Cause here's the thing. On the hold on, I'm gonna pull out that's my like my legit YouTube page. I'm gonna pull that out real quick. Just kind of take a look at something real quick. Because I actually still have. Am I doing this vid as parts? Oh, the whole 4-hour thing is going to be put up in one video on the tube. One video. I think that's okay, honestly. I don't want to break it up in parts. I might put in checkpoints. I'm gonna try and figure out how to do that. I want to figure out how so you can like skip to it, and then there'll be like a timestamp of every killer we talk about. Because there's definitely some killers that we spent like 20 minutes talking about, and there were some killers we spent like 5 minutes talking about. So I'm gonna put the whole thing up. But I do want to at least put it up in checkpoint style so you can just figure out like which killer we're talking about. That way you don't have to like kind of comb through, you know, 4 hours of a video, because I feel like that would be such a nightmare. So I'm gonna try to figure out how to like you know, let me see that, making a scary tier list. There we go. I'm gonna label that for now. We did though. Well, that's the problem though, because you know what the truth is like Freddy Krueger is such a staple killer in the universe of like American cinema, and the fact that he's a bad killer and not like a scary, spooky stealth killer is like the biggest problem for him. I mean, Pig too. Comrade, you should have been here when we talked about Pig, man. The video, the segment on Pig was actually really freaking sick. And I was thinking about making like because I have a bunch of ideas of series that I want to make for the killers, and I want to do them on an individual basis, because there's like a series that I have where I essentially talked about like how did I feel playing against, you know, the Wraith, and I talk about how much I hate the killer, but I haven't, you know, I only have I think on the channel there's only 7 videos up, but there's 30 killers, and I haven't made a video for that in like a month. I haven't finished that list, so I should try to finish that list. The list is also actually, it's not finished, but like I have a lot of more of the videos like done. I just had to like do it, because like I have the Pig one made, and I have Freddy made, which they're also long videos, which is hilarious actually. I think I did 14 killers. Yeah. Lo-Fi Gamer, hello. Or Lo-Fi Girl Gamer rather, hello. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's ultimately what it came down to, where I tried to like effectively figure out the way to like make it run. so yeah, I think that's all that is. We're here. So yeah, we went into really strong detail talking about the killer though, like in detail. So I feel like as a series, I'd like to actually create like a theoretical on like how to make this killer scary, or make this killer scary, or whatever that it boils down to. I feel like that would be like a lot of fun. So like we'll see. But it's a theoretical. It hasn't been fully finalized as of like yet. So I have to really figure out how to like effectively do the thing. I feel like the latency on the, hold on, let's see if I can figure that out actually. Oh yeah, I mean, thank you for for being in. I think it's actually cool. I also like I think it's hilarious. Okay, so like I don't know if you guys can tell, but there's a person on the YouTube section, because we were streaming on YouTube also, you know what I mean, and they're mad that Legion is D tier, but like they don't know why Legion is D tier. So I don't know, it's kind of funny. So I'm gonna try and see if I can effectively like join the stream, and I can be like, LOL, it's because, hold on. Okay. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like it's kind of complicated to like not talk about, like if you weren't here for the whole thing, then like, you know, I'm not saying like this isn't about the killers being bad or good. Cause bro, you think that fucking Bubba is D tier if he was a bad killer? Bubba is far. Here's the thing. In this game currently, there's literally no killer who's C or there's no bad killer in this game right now. Every killer is pretty it's pretty cracked. Like every killer is cracked up to a degree. Yeah. Oh shoot, I used my other channel thingy to, it doesn't matter, whatever. Anyways, so yeah, like I said, I think that bruh, I mean it'd be kind of hilarious. Here's the thing though, if someone can effectively prove me wrong that these killers that are down here can be played scarier, bro, prove it. I haven't seen it. You know what I mean? I haven't seen it. Like, I don't think that they're scary at all. So, that's all. Yeah, I think it's kind of hilarious to come in here and be like, dude, the killer main. Blah, blah, blah. Yo, it's actually hilarious. Anyways, so yeah. Anywho, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I think I want to do a series eventually where like we talk about how to, because I genuinely think that every killer to a degree in this game like they don't need a rework, they just need like something to like enhance the experience and create variety for the killers. Like the clown is a prime example of this. Like the killer only having two potions that do only one or two things is crazy to me. You can't wait for 7 hours while talking about perks. I'm probably not. I would not want to talk about it for 7 hours. So yeah, so I feel like that's really what it boils down to. Hold on a second. I gotta like appropriately respond. Anyways, so yeah, that's like really what it boils down to though. So I feel like I would love to come up with an idea to basically theorize however we kind of did that though, you know what I mean? But like I would want to use the builds. I want to make a build and see how much we can make it work effectively, and then we talk about the future possible add-ons kind of because I'm still in my feelings that Freddy's not scary. That's my problem with it. Like Legion's not scary because like they're not supposed to be scary. They're pressure, you know, like Plague is pressure, Trickster's pressure, he's pressure. Like the pressure is insane across the board for everybody's sakes. Play a match with the build. Well, I mean, that's the thing though. I would love for it to be put into practice. Not even for me to play. I want to watch it in action. Like I want to see it. I want to see it happen. Because I feel like people think that like, you know, like Wesker can't be played scary despite being a low B tier scary killer. I think it's possible. So, but like Legion's not. I mean, you know, all the killers that are lower tiered are, you know, like yo, if we made like an effective like real killer tier list, like Spirit is top tier, Knight's top tier, Trickster's top tier, Legion is super high tier, friggin' Bubba is like mid tier. You know, the list is way different in comparison to how scary the killers are. But like, bro, none of these people are scary since they all have issues with being able to maintain a form of stealth. Because stealth is the thing that makes this game like.
I'm sorry.
That scared the fuck out of me. Siri, chill. That made my heart skip, dude. Holy yeah. Like Blight's a B because he can rush quietly, which is wild. But again, I never see it though. Like, yo, realistically, if Legion had the same thing that the Blight had with the dash attack thing, bro, Legion would definitely not be D tier. Like, I don't have a clue, man. I know. I mean, like I said, I have no idea. I don't know where she came from. Lo-Fi, listen, I'm telling you now that like, yo, have we ever played a game against the Legion where the Legion was scary? I've never, ever in my days played against a scary Legion. Even with like a plaything build, I've never had a scary Legion before in my life. I don't have a clue, dude. Like, how do you play Legion scary? There's no way to play Legion scary. It's like at the base level, there's no way. Because I feel like, because here's the thing, if you want to really like think about it technically, you can play Legion, you can play every killer with a perk build that kind of lets them start to get the roll up for being like spookier, but like, you know, killers like Ghostface and Myers, they instantaneously can run that. Like, So I feel like that's the problem that like everybody else runs into. They don't have an instantaneous way of being scary in the very beginning. When I start hooking people and they try and save right off the hook, that's how they all stay. I mean, sure, but you don't have a way to do it as soon as the game starts, which is why Legion is D tier. So, yeah, but I get it. That's what the problem is. Every single killer has that problem that's not C tier and under. Like every killer doesn't have a way to like immediately like get the jump on you with the game and how it functions. Look, when this list comes out, people are definitely going to be like, oh, I could totally play the killer scary with this build, check it out. But like from a perk basis, everyone can. You know what I mean? Like if you try and play the game, like as soon as the game starts and you try to use your power or don't, like every killer that's like from like I think from B and under, they can't use their power and then immediately be like spooky scary. Only the S tier killers can, and some of the A's. Cause like Deathslinger can do it, Pig can do it, Hag can like kinda do it, Dredge kinda can do it, Hillbilly can with the add-on build that they have, yeah, and like Cenobite can't. But like Cenobite's power though works amazingly for what it's worth though. So like that's what it boils down to. So I feel like that's really what you gotta do. Like if you can figure it out though, then like you figure it out, you let me know. Cause like, bro, I can't even tell you how many times I played against a Ghostface or a Myers in the first 30 seconds and then immediately get hit with like the jump scare. I have never been jump scared by anybody C tier and below. Never. Pretty sure. Yeah, never. No, never. Nothing. No. Trapper, like maybe, because he put the trap down with the iridescent and I had no idea, and then I walked over and I had no idea who it was because the aura was, I never heard the killer. So I stepped on the trap and I was like, oh my freaking god, it's the trapper, basically. When I hook someone trying to save me because I'm the no. Yank him off a hook and then gets off freaking just my time. Oh no, I can't. I'm sure. So, it's kind of crazy though. But you know what though? It is actually like, in fact, like madly. Wait, were you saying that you can play a mat? No, you think you can share a stream to watch the gameplay on Steam? On Steam? Wait, you can share the gameplay of you playing DBD on Steam? That would be very interesting. I have never heard of that before in my entire life. Hit me, actually. I might like hide my screen real quick though, just to like make sure we don't like, yeah. Because like you know what I want to do though? I want to spectate killers play the game while I'm actively playing, while watching the game play the way that it plays. That's what I want. I would love to just sit here and watch my friends play killer matches, and I sit there and react to them playing the killer matches. That's what I want to do. Because I feel like I don't mind playing killer, but the pressure of me playing killer, like I'm not a good killer, so that's the problem that I run into. So like I'm cool with just effectively being like, can you run, like if I had, remember the nurse we had before on RPD who showed me how powerful his F nurse was? I would love to watch them play nurse, like 100%. Because there would be easily so many videos of me being like, oh my god, I just watched the most amazing play by a nurse killer ever, boom, and then the thing. I would love to do that. And I even throw the shout out through and then make that a feature. But like, yo, we watched Black Cat play, you know, Nemesis and they got a 4K. It was crazy. I would love to do that. So that would be like so much fun. Wait, I gotta, hold on, let me check real quick. Cause I don't want to like immediately pull up Steam and then like mess up a thing. I'm just trying to check real quick. Okay, cool. I had to just make sure it wasn't like, it was good. Where is this thing? Oh, that's not that one. Where is it at actually? I just lost it. Is this one? Oh, is this one? Okay, we're good. So yeah, that's where I'm at. That's how I feel. Oh, you know what we gotta do actually? We gotta put the DVD logo up. I love this little logo thing, man. It's sick. So yeah. I mean, like I said, it doesn't like the chat is fine. I mean, if I could, I put the chat on the side, but I would literally spend most of my time just like watching you play versus like anything else. Wait, what do you mean? The other person's on death hook for some second stage, so instead of killing 3 of them and playing find the hatch first thing into the game, you wall it out or you wait it out, bro. That sounds like a lot though. The thing is that like I said, if you're playing Legion, and you're literally trying to play Legion, and if you can't jump scare me before I do anything, Legion's not scary. Like that's just what it boils down to. Legion can't be scary if the game doesn't immediately like make him scary. Like Myers has the mirror, and that's what makes him really scary, and that's how it works. But like it doesn't work for Legion, because like you can't hook anybody. You gotta basically jump scare people before you hook anyone. And if you can do that, then you can come out of you can get higher in the tier. I've never seen this before, Chase. Or I said Chase. Holy frick! Where's Chase at, by the way? I can see the I see it loading. But this is cool though. I actually like that you can actually do this though. I kind of hope it's not like laggy though. I feel like that'd be my biggest fear. Also, I don't know how to like effectively make it like up. Check Steam. I'm here. I mean, I have Steam up. I'm seeing it. Chat appears top left corner. I don't see. I mean, all I see here. I'll show you what I see. This is all that I see. This is it. I'm just like this is it. Literally, I don't see anything else. So I don't know if it's like working or not. Like I don't know if you're actually like effectively like streaming it right now on your end, but I can't. Or better yet, it might be easier if I try and not do it through the Steam page like this. I wonder if I can like hold on. I'm gonna copy the link actually. I'm gonna see if that works. Let's see. Hold on, let me just check. I don't know. I mean, like we're both trying to figure this out together. That's pretty cool though. Actually, I actually really like that you can do that though. It's easy to get someone to kill level 100 Prestige Pro and they failed. I mean, it's not about killing people with the Legion, because the Legion wins. Listen, the Legion wins most of their matches. I'm not worried about that. I want the killer to be scary. Legion is not scary. That's the problem. So, unless you know how to make him scary without putting people on a hook, killer and scary. Done. Yeah. But yeah, Lo-Fi, well, thank you for the conversation though. So yeah, but you're not wrong, but like you're also like I get it, like it makes sense though. So yeah. Oh wait, I low key cat. I didn't have it up. Let me refresh it. It is still loading. I don't think so. I don't think that there is a way to be scary with Legion. Like if you okay, if you theoretically put me on like Leary's or like Midwich, because those are the main maps that everyone tries to make scary matches out of. Like how do you hit me first and jump scare me with Legion? That's the question. And if you can figure that out, I would happily give you the W for it. I don't think it's possible though. Yeah, Kat, I don't know if it works. I know for certain it works through like Discord. So maybe Discord is better. But I don't really know if like, would you want to sit in Discord with me? Yeah. only get to know it's only, well, here's the thing. Lo-Fi, if you can showcase to me that you, like, through some form of a video, like you jump scare a person who's like streaming or something, then like sure. But I'm just saying, out of my personal experience as somebody, I don't have a lot of hours played in this game, but I've been playing it a lot. I've never been jump scared by a Legion in my entire life. Never. There's the channel, there's like 5 videos of me screaming against the Myers. Like, Myers is scary, but like Legion has never scared me in my entire life. No, I'm not saying to get on Discord to show me how scary Legion is. I mean, the latency's not helping. Ugh. Anyways, yeah, I don't know if you can do it through Discord, honestly, or not through Discord, through Steam. I don't think Steam works, Cat. But because I know a lot of people who like watch the stream, they're not like, I mean, they're shy of like sitting in Discord. Like, that's fine. I don't, because when we play, I don't play and then we try to play together on Discord and then we communicate and play it out kind of vibe. We kind of just like do our thing and we do stuff about it. So the Discord problem is the Discord on PC isn't. Oh, well, that's fair too though. Oh yeah, that's that. You know what though? That actually makes a lot of sense to me, because the name that you send me and talk to me to through the thing is not the same name of the thing that. You know what's actually kind of hilarious? I never really thought about that until you literally just mentioned it. So like, I kind of get it. So it makes sense to me, actually. Yeah, I think honestly, Lo-Fi, I think like I think a clip is a perfect example of this. Because if you play Legion and let's say you play against a streamer and then they're streaming and you're playing against them and you're playing Legion, if they scream at any point at the beginning of the match with you playing Legion, then I can move him up in the list. But I don't think it's possible. I wish you the best of luck though. Something tells me that's not going to happen. I've never seen a person at all ever like scream in fear of a Legion. It's like not a thing. It's not a thing with Bubba either though. Like, Bubba should be scary because he's not. Except for when they do like the other thing that's really crazy actually. I can't say it out loud though because then I'll be giving away the idea, but like, drain steam real quick. Okay, let me see. Lo-Fi, you're funny. Wait, wait, I don't know what I just did, so I'm sorry in advance. I think I just broke something. That's okay for now. I feel like, honestly, I had to like clean up my own Discord. I'm part of like 100 Discords. It's kind of nuts actually. Honestly, I would say like, if anything, it's easier also to chat through, because YouTube has a really big like latency problem. Like, it's like 30 seconds behind. So, or at least I think it is. Like, I pulled it up earlier to try and see the difference, and I think it's like super behind. But I'm also like, we're live on Twitch and YouTube, so like, if you want to talk really super quickly, then like Twitch is easier since it's like by the second. But I think on YouTube it's like a 30-second delay. I have no idea. But I'm like literally watching my stream on the YouTube side of it now, and like I can see. Yeah, I'm like, it's like 20 seconds late. It's kind of crazy actually. Yeah, Cat, I can't see it just says it's loading, so I don't know. It's actually like a minute behind actually. You know, Twitch? Oh, that's a pain. Okay. I mean, it's okay. That's why we're everywhere. We're trying to do both to make it really easy to like, you can at least watch it. It's working with a delay. I mean, the delay is kind of okay. The delay's not a problem, but like the problem though, Cat, is that I literally can't see the game. So, like, I don't really know where to go. I wonder if I can report it. Can I report it and be like, this is not working? That'd be hilarious, actually. I haven't used WhatsApp and Snapchat in a decade because those apps are older than I think. Like my niece, like everyone that I know, like my niece is younger than both of those apps, bro. When I was on Snapchat is like like it came out like 10 years ago already. It's crazy. I have not used Snapchat. I think it's literally been 10 years. Hold on a second. I gotta look it up. When was Snap? I like how it immediately said when Jesus was born. Yeah, Snapchat is old. It's more than 10 years old. It came out 2011. That's wild. Snapchat literally came out 2011. It's a 12-year-old app. I hate that. If you want to, yeah. I mean, or like if we're live next time too, and you have the clip and we're streaming, then you should totally. If anything, you should just like sub to the channel, and then in case you come back in and you want to show the proof that Legion is scary, then like you should totally do it. I have faith in you, but I don't have faith in the killer. No disrespect. Yeah, Cat, I don't think it works, bro. You know what? Here's the thing, though. I genuinely think the problem isn't like the latency between like you and me. I think the problem is literally the latency that is within Steam. Because if I pull it up on like a link, like if I go to a browser and look at it, it says that you're offline. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's honestly like it's not a big deal. It's honestly perfectly fine though. I'm like chilling without necessarily trying to figure it out. So, welcome back. However, though, I am not going to lie. It's actually really sick that you can like stream through Steam. Like the same way that you can with like Discord and what. I think that's sick actually. I've never seen that before in my life. So, that's actually really cool. I think that's actually like a lot of fun. Hold on a second. I'm looking for okay. I'm gonna put the tier list to the side for now. I actually gotta like take a picture of it. Or no. You know what I actually have to do? I need to figure out how to like save it and like log in to save it. That would be fire actually. Hold on. I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out how. I have a login for it, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I do. I have to log in through Twitter. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I'm not using my Twitter though. I think that's stupid. My Steam profile's offline? Is it? No. It says. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think it matters. I think it matters that like you're online. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, I am invisible. I didn't know that it was like that the whole time. Holy frick. Oh yeah. Well, you still can like you can still like find me through the thing, so that's kind of cool actually. What's my username? What, on Steam or on Discord? Bruh. Sure. I mean, listen, I'm here. We're just sitting here talking. I'm trying to figure out how to get this this lo-fi girl my Discord info because she wants to send me proof that Legion is scary, even though I keep on telling her that like Legion ain't scary. I'm gonna get in trouble for it. It's gonna be really funny actually. Oh, here you go. Yeah, I think this is my that's my Discord, which is sick. Wait, I gotta there it is. Is your picture on? Is that literally? Is that Legion? I'm gonna open that up. I can't tell. It's too tiny. Anywho, that's my there's my Discord. Just message me through Discord. You don't gotta like send me like a friend request. I usually like don't. I get friend requests like randomly all the time, so I'm really quick to just like ignore those. So like a message is fine. Cat, I don't know, bruh. Hold on. I'm gonna open it again. And if you have it up right now, I'm gonna try it again. Yeah, it says you're offline. That's like the problem. Lo-Fi, what's the build that you use? That's my question. What build do you use for the sake of like playing as killer? Yeah, I see you. Okay, we're friends. You know what I'm gonna do, Lo-Fi? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna send you a picture of the tier list. That's really funny, actually. Yeah, like what's your main build? I mean, I don't play killer, so that's why I'm asking. Like, I mean, I play killer like once in a while, but I don't always play killer. I play because like my mains, I guess in quotation marks, like my mains are artist and plague, but even that's like crossing the line. So yeah, I don't know. Cat, we're gonna have to figure it out another time. Honestly, I feel like we'll be here for like an eternity trying to figure it out, like Loki. This is cool though. I've just never seen it before, like, because I also pulled it up on a different like a web page, and it's still not working on that web page. So I'm just convinced that like it doesn't, like it'll work. It's okay though. You know what though? A for effort, like Loki. I give you much props for trying. Also, you teach me like a new thing. I've never knew that you could stream like through Steam. I've never seen it before in my entire days. Bro, you know what's gonna be really scary to look at? Look at this, yo. I can't. Look at how many fucking perks there are. These are all the killer perks. Low key, here's what I would say. If we play if we do the tier list for the perks for the killer and survivors, we're not gonna do every single one. We're just gonna do the ones that are bad, because the objective I think is to figure out which perks are in the C and the D tier category, and how do we make them like a little bit quicker or a little bit better rather, because like I feel like some perks are just not that good. You know what I mean? So, you haven't seen Survivor, bro? I mean, oh, it's like a whole ass other page. There's like a whole more. It's like a whole other like row. It's a whole more. There's one whole more row than one. Wow, say that twice as fast. One whole more row. I can't even say that correctly without making it sound weird. There's a whole extra row of perks for survivors. That's crazy. So, why is that though? Because you got Rosa and DMZ. There's like I mean, you can unlock everything in the game, the thing for it. I'm pretty sure you can, like Loki. Yo, you wanna know what perk is not good as a killer? I'm not gonna lie to you. Where is it? Yo, this perk is bad. Spies? Yo, Spies is bad. You know, actually, you know the problem is? Here's the problem with Spies. It's the only crow perk in the entire game. I'm not gonna go on the tangent now. It's way too late to go on the thing about. But yo, there's not enough crow perks in this game. There needs to be more crow perks. This is the only one in the entire game. That's wild. So yeah, I don't know. And another thing, don't spill the beans. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong though. Hold on. I'm gonna look this up. How to unlock Rose. Warzone 2. And... Oh, it's a mission in DMZ actually. There's a DMZ mission you can do that you can unlock it actually. Didn't know that. Because you can get like contraband and like other weapons and stuff like that and skins, which is cool. I actually like that like a lot though. But like DMZ is stressful, bro. We played it offline and it was still stressful. I was freaking out. I'm still shocked that I snipe people too. I was focused. Bad. But we should probably play DMZ not on a DBD podcast. Low-key. So, boom, here you go. Once again, a look at the tier list. I think though, like, you know what we should try to figure out? Can we figure out who the next killer is going to be in the game? Have they confirmed that it's going to be the horse? They couldn't have confirmed that it's going to be the horse though, right? Is there any indication at all by like any means necessary, like who the next killer is going to be? Because I can tell you that like I like have no idea. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Hold on a second. DBD chapter, I think it's 27, right? There's nothing known about the game and the chapter. Yo, there's a theory about the thing with the new chapter coming out. I gotta watch this video. That's a commercial. The commercial is really cute. There was a baby in it. Huh? Bruh. Do you know who they're theorizing is gonna come out next month as the killer and the survivor? That is crazy, actually. Okay, so here's the idea. Because of the order of how killers were coming out, perk-wise and everything too. Yo, it might actually... No, I think they think it's going to be Five Nights at Freddy's. But there's a survivor, so I don't know who the survivor is going to be. Oh, you know who they think it's going to be, actually? I think that they think it's going to be the security guard from that game that they played. Well, but it can't be the camera guy though, because the camera guy would be like, because okay, like how much, like how well do you know of the Five Nights at Freddy's like lore? Because like you have the security guard players, and then because in the new one, the not Help Wanted, what's it called? Is it Help Wanted? I think it's Help Wanted actually. Wait. Security Breach. Security Breach. In Security Breach, you play as a little kid. They wouldn't put a kid in this game. So if they're going to be making a new survivor and a new killer, it has to be an adult. So I don't know how they're going to make a I don't know how they're going to make a Five Nights at Freddy's chapter where it includes the newer animatronics from like the newer game. It has to be an original. The OG game would make sense, but the thing is, like, visually you don't know who anybody is from the original game in terms of like visual prowess. Like when you play the first game, you only see the animatronic monsters. Like you don't see the character you play as in the first game. That's the problem. And like in the game, they have like the teasers for this stuff, and like there's like a guy who's like purple, but like there's like a name to it after like theories, but like there's not like a character design that like makes sense unless the person is just wearing like a helmet. But that'd be dumb. So if it's a Five Nights at Freddy's chapter, they can't make it a child. Yeah, but it can't be Purple Guy though, because Purple Guy's a villain technically. So like, if Purple Guy was the character you played as, bruh, that would be the most insane nonsense I think like ever. Because I would not be able to. I wouldn't contain myself playing Purple Guy in freaking Five Nights at Freddy's. That'd be so weird. He's the killer. Oh shoot, that's also a good question as well. Who the hell would the killer be? See, well, that's what I was thinking. I don't know why though. I don't know why in my mind I thought that the Purple Guy would be the survivor. But no, it makes sense though, because Purple Guy is trying to like do the thing to recreate the thing, but then the animatronics want to kill him because they were messing with the stuff too much. So like, you know, Freddy would be the killer, but the survivor like if it was Purple Guy, that would not make sense. That'd be weird as hell. Because like he's the villain, but like he's also like doing the villainy stuff with like a purpose, and it's clear that the animatronics are like the killers. But apparently the results of what people were saying on Twitter basically say that like people are going to be really happy who ends up being chosen for killer. Freddy has no powers though. I mean, I don't know. Well, yeah. I mean, that too, though. So technically, he's OP. The thing is, like, I feel like if they made a FNAF killer, it would be really, really complicated to make a FNAF killer. Broken, resurrect the dead. Yeah. I mean, like, can we sit here and theorize on who the killer could possibly be? I feel like we can sit here and come up with 100 ideas. So I have no idea. But it doesn't make sense how you can make a FNAF killer where the killer has no powers. Like, what does he do? Unless you do the fucking FNAF 3 thing with Springtrap and make Springtrap the killer. And then you do camera and the malfunction, because you know in FNAF 3 there's malfunctions that happen, and then you kind of hallucinate. That's the only possible way I can see it being a thing. Because unless they do a thing with like the mask, where you hide with the masks. Sounds good, Lo-Fi. Thank you for chatting and good luck on your games. Hope my keyboard, bruh. I have no idea. Because here's the other question too, right? The other question is how do we like manifest perks? Because I think that's gonna be the biggest obstacle, is the perks that the people are gonna be able to use when they're in the middle of doing this stuff. Like, what perks are they going to possibly add to this game? What we already have now in today's time. You know what I mean? I feel like they might follow the same route with Vittorio, where you know how he can like heal and hold on to checks to like just put into a generator and do that business. I feel like they're going to introduce that, but for healing. Like if you're like using like a, not like a med kit, but you know, you like cleanse the wounds of the people, and then you can like figure it out, and then you know what I mean. I feel like that's what they might end up doing, but it just doesn't really make sense to me. Bro, you keep on sending me things through Steam and I can't keep up with you. It's insane. Oh, we gotta do this. Son of a bitch. Alright. Fine. Fine. Is it the okay. Okay. Wait, but I gotta okay, you know what we gotta do though? We gotta take this off though, and I gotta put it. You know what though? That's actually like low-key genius, because I saw it too, but I didn't really like think about it per se. Are we gonna react to this right now? We might as well. Okay, so in light of the next upcoming chapter 27 for March being released, apparently there's a bunch of speculation coming out that it could be a FNAF-related licensed killer and survivor, but it doesn't make sense because I don't know how they're going to do the survivor. So they're theorizing that it's going to be Five Nights at Freddy's, which this person made the theory for it literally like almost 2.5 years ago. So this is the killer concept for Springtrap, which is weird, because of all the games I figured that they would do the original, but they can't do the original because there's no visual protagonist. There isn't a visual protagonist in any of the games, I think, technically, right? Until FNAF 3, which coincidentally, but he's also not like he's not the hero either though. He's also like he's like the anti-hero, because you also can't even use security breach because the protagonist is a child, despite the fact that they jump scared the heck out of that child. They'd have to make up a character, or they use the creator Scott Cawthon and then make him the character. But he wouldn't want to be the... Yo, if you can play Scott Cawthon in Dead by Daylight as a survivor, that'd be so wild. But anyways, okay. We have ourselves a Springtrap killer concept for DBD. Okay, so let's see. Moves at 110 speed. 7'4"? That's a tall man. Alright. Sure. Weapon would just be his right hand. He'd have a metallic blunt sound effect. Attack animation would be a diagonal swipe from the right shoulder below the left hip. So, like, kind of like how Hag is. Got it. 32 meter radius. Music would be the ambiance of FNAF games. Oh, that'd be actually kind of sick, actually. Pretty subtle. Thought the game was going to be going by people's. Play snap 3 jump scare sound effect when he gets a successful hit. Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, he would play the fancy jump scare sound when getting a successful hit, but his actual jump scare plays when the killer enters the survivor's field of view while they're very close and not in a chase? How the fuck does that work? I don't have a clue. Okay. He has 3 slots. That would be exterior suit, endoskeleton, and right hand weapon. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Oh, the default's gonna be Spring Bonnie. Sick. Regular exoskeleton. Or endoskeleton, not exo. And to the suit. Okay. These are all the images, I guess, for the skin stuff. That's kind of cool, actually. Okay. Vault animation would be him bracing his arms on the sides of the window stepping through. Okay, that's kind of cool. Pilot animation is breaking the thing. Successful animation would be him attacking into his head. Okay. There's a Mori. He would pull the mascot head jaws open, make eye contact on the survivor for a second, and the jaws would snap into place and crush the... Okay, so it's literally the Bite of 87 type of vibe. Great. Or the... Yeah. Or 83. Whichever bite that it is. Okay. Power. have two parts. So the primary power is security cameras. So Springtrap can set cameras around the map. Okay, see, so before I go into this, I've already theoretically threw out the idea that there needs to be a camera killer, and the fact that there isn't one in the entire universe of the game is wild to me. Because it would just make so much sense to have the camera be in the left hand. You can visually see people who run past the camera. I think that'd be so sick. But there's no camera killer in this game, and the camera thing is one of the scariest things on the planet anyways. Springtrap can set cameras around the map. The cameras are shaped like totems. Okay. And would have similar collision and disabling animations. Survivors can disable cameras to return them to Springtrap's power. He can only have wow, that wasn't English. He can only have 5 cameras at a time, and the only way to get them back once they've been set is for survivors to cleanse them. The cameras need to be accessed by Springtrap after a short channel and charge up. Okay. There'd be some static covering the cameras for a few seconds after switching cameras, and then while watching cameras, Springtrap would slump forward and move. His eyes are glowing while watching a camera. Wait, what? So you put the cameras up. There'll be some time between the cameras. When you switch between cameras, then there's like a static. It's literally factory. While watching cameras, Springtrap would slump forward and not move. Wait, okay, this is confusing me because are we Springtrap in the suits? We have to be, right? But then if I'm Springtrap putting cameras around, there'd be some static covering up the cameras for a few seconds, switching cameras, and then while watching the camera, Springtrap would slump forward, not move. His eyes would stop glowing. While watching a camera, Springtrap can teleport to a survivor that is viewed. What the f is that even? What? Okay. The teleport sends Springtrap to an area close to the survivor, but not within their line of sight. I should have just kept on reading because that sentence didn't make sense to me for a long time, but the second part of it like cleared up the whole thing, so it's crazy. The teleport sends Springtrap to an area close to the survivor, but within their line of sight. After teleporting, Springtrap can't use his teleport until it recharges, and then he teleports instantly, but after teleporting, he's stunned for a couple seconds to make it fair. Interesting. Springtrap can put a mascot head on a survivor in a dying state. These act similar to the reverse bear traps, except that the timer goes down depending on the movement-based actions that the survivor does. Mascot heads can't be removed, but the timer can be reset by another survivor after a short time with skill checks. The mascot head wouldn't function in Springtrap's Mori, so they would disappear at the start of the Mori animation. Springtrap only has one mascot head per trial. The Springlock heads would look similar to Spring Bonnie's head. If it was too confused, the mascot heads would look like unbroken. Wait, what? So then you put the mascot head on a person, and then it's like a reverse bear trap that eventually kills them if they put the mask on, kind of vibe? So you put the mascot on a survivor. It can't get taken off, but you gotta wind the timer on the person that has the mascot head, or they get insta murdered. Like that is wild. They're using Night 4. That's actually so freaking scary. So instead of putting 4 masks on people that can get taken off, you put 1 mask on one person that can't be taken off, and if you don't take it off, that person's gone. That's crazy, actually. I don't like that. I don't like that because that's the most stressful thing on the planet for me. Okay. That's actually, it's so crazy though. Okay. First perk we have is Blackout. When survivors are near a generator and aren't working on it, gens passively regress. I literally already hate that. When a gen reaches 0 progress, the killer gets an aura rating of all survivors outside of their terror radius for 5 seconds. And gains undetectable for 30 seconds. That's broken. This would have a cooldown of 80 seconds, tier 3 status. I know first person sounds like ruin, but it's all fairness. It will break back up before it cleanse. Okay, anyways. That's broken because it's that's undetectable on a huge case basis, dude. When the generator reaches 0 progress, the killer can see the aura of everybody outside the radius and gets undetectable. Do you know how insane that is, actually? Because listen, you can use that with literally pain res and then it just works. Or even with like Call of Brine. Or no, because it's passively regressing. Okay. Okay. I don't know. That's kind of scary, actually. Synergies. Monitors. Oh, you can. Okay, it synergizes with Monitor and Abuse, Pop Goes the Weasel, Ruin, Surveillance, and Surge. It counters Spine Chill Alert not being near idle gens. Got it. I heard that it becomes active in the dark, so hey, I guess that's one reason to. Oh, that's actually a great quote. Okay, find the party. When looking at 2 or more survivors within a 30-degree cone in front of you, between 10 and 60 meters of you, you move 15% faster. That is so broken. Listen, any perk that increases killer speed as a that's why there's no perk in this game that increases killer speed, period. Right? There's no perk in this game that increases killer speed at all. Powers do that. That perk literally is top tier because any killer. Yeah, but then you combine it with Discordance and Nurse's Calling, which literally it says right there. I already knew that before I even read that. You have to force people to power through, because you know what it is. What you do is you use that perk with Discordance and like Pain Res or something of the nature, and then you just use Discordance. That's all you need to use. You can use Devour. You can use like Noed. You can use literally anything. The problem with that perk is that it's too busted because it increases killer speed, period. There's nothing in between. Like, I get it though, but that's broken. Because 60 meters, moving faster from 60 meters is wild. That's like that's like being at the top of RPD and going to the gate. So you can see so far. Like, I mean, I get it though. Like, you gotta see visually the survivors. But like, here's the thing. This doesn't sound broken, but it's broken because you would think that it's got a bunch of caveats to it, but there's just not a single caveat. The fact that you get to move faster, seeing 2 people in a cone of view degree field bad vibe is insane. You have to deliberately find gens that are not behind like a rock for this to work. But even still, though, dude, this is a scary perk. I don't like that one. It's kind of powerful. Lastly, bro, that is the longest description. Hold on. Phantom Visions. When doing gen, skill checks have a chance to be a phantom skill check. That needs to be a thing in the game. I'm so serious. Which is just a skill check that is accompanied by the killer jump scare noise. All killers have one. Sick. And the close 1-4 meter terror radius music until the skill check is complete. If the skill check is failed, it will result in a normal regression as well as a generator playing a 20 meter radius for 30 seconds. That's actually so sick. These skill checks have a higher chance to appear when you are exhausted. Also sick. 9% chance when not exhausted. 36% chance when exhausted. Crazy. The terror radius that plays during the skill check is only heard by the survivor that got the skill check, and it doesn't count for the terror radius of other perks. The radius after failing the skill check is heard by all survivors and does count for terror radius perks. Oh, it synergizes with Fearmonger, Unnerving Presence, and Hunter's Lullaby, and it counters better together. Stakeout, Diversion, and Borrow Time. That is so... Okay, the concept of... Oh, these are some extra cosmetic stuff? That's cool. The concept of a phantom skill check in theory is really, really cool. I like that idea a lot. That if you mess up a skill check, or if you do a phantom skill check, that you essentially regress the generator. And also it has a, like, there needs to be, like, if you fail the check if you fail to check and it just gives you a tear radius thing, I like that actually. I think that's so sick. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you though. In a concept of it all, the idea of this being a dangerous pig killer in the form of Five Nights at Freddy's screen trap, that concept is crazy. I like this idea a lot, but on the realistic perspective of it all, it scares the heck out of me. So that's just what I'm saying. Check the other half of the chapter. Oh god. Hold on. I gotta go into the game every single time to like open up Steam and then do it that way. Oh, you sent it to Discord. Bruh. Okay. Oh, it's a video. Can we watch this? Without like... I wonder if we can like watch to it. Oh my god, it has 3 million views. I think we can react to it. I gotta listen to it though. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Here's how we're gonna figure this out. I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on. I literally hated what I saw. Real talk. Oh, we can. Wait, hold on a second. We can. We're doing it. We can do it. I've already seen. I saw somebody else do it, so we can do it. All we gotta do though is I have to go to DBD and I gotta turn off the audio. So let's just turn the audio off and we can react to it. So it's, bro, that's actually fucking fire. Okay. That's so wild though, dude. You have to understand that dude, I literally didn't need to see the thing to understand the fact that I saw the thing and it fucking blew my whole mental out the water. Okay, so this is a spotlight concept for Five Nights at Freddy. So again, I think that because a lot of rumors are spreading about that theoretically it's gonna be FNAF for Chapter 27. This is the concept for what would be essentially a killer, and apparently it has a map. Like, that scares me.
Welcome to Dead by Daylight. Witness the tragedy of realized and uncovered horrors of Five Nights at Freddy's within the realm of the entity.
They get the
Fazbear's Fright. The horror attraction was intended to capitalize on the foundation of decades of urban legends, a recreation of infamous Freddy Fazbear's pizza locations. However, even after being burned down prematurely before its debut, the entity has brought this horrific reminder back from its ashes. The new killer is the attraction.
Yo, that's so
mangled corpse crushed within the rotted spring-locked suit has found new life.
I hate the eyes.
Alone, William Afton moves on to carry out his malicious intent, with no spirits to impede his work.
Oh my god.
The attraction's power is Phantom Trespasser.
Oh my god.
The legacy of death William Afton crafted is not gone unnoticed by the entity, and neither of his methods of finding back doors and hidden places to strike from. The attraction can pull itself into a horrific form with Trespasser mode. appearing as an incomprehensible phantom with a looming presence that could be felt from nearly anywhere in the trial. While in Trespasser mode, the attraction can sense the saturated suffering within survivors using Desolate Hope. While active, it allows them to see trails of saturated agony in the environment that are left behind by survivors, a byproduct of the endless trials they have endured and perished in. The attraction is also able to emerge from the state, screeching in a terrifying arrival to frighten any nearby. Attacking as you emerge causes the attraction to launch himself forward with a devastating assault. Successfully hitting a survivor with this instantly places them into the dying state. This attack also allows any breakable objects, such as drop pallets, walls, or generators, to immediately be destroyed, the latter instantly regressing as a result. The attraction comes with 3 new perks. Instill fear into those who dare to wander too close to the curtain with Backstage Horrors. Should a survivor see your aura, they scream and reveal their location for a few seconds before suffering from the oblivious status effect for a limited time, haunting them with what they had witnessed and the trauma of such secrets.
No.
Getting away with murder was far more difficult before, but now you have time to revel in it with Grim Celebration. After hooking a survivor by your hand, you gain the undetectable status effect for a short time. This duration is permanently increased for each unique survivor you have hooked.
Wait, shut up. What?
The trauma of such secrets. Getting away with murder was far more difficult before, but now you have time to revel in it with Grim Celebration. After hooking a survivor by your hand, you gain the undetectable status effect for a short time. This duration is permanently increased for each unique survivor you have hooked this match. They have only begun to scratch the surface of your motivations as you enact your cruel machinations.
What?
After hooking a survivor, this perk remains active for a period of time. During that, any generators you damage are blocked by the entity, preventing survivors from interfering with your work until the duration ends. New survivor, Michael Afton.
That doesn't make sense, though.
Over the years, countless friends and family could tell him
How
the
is
relation to
Purple
his
Guy
father.
the survivor?
The similarities were nearly identical, and naturally, Michael was
They're not gonna
subservient
show
to
his
him until
face.
he
They
came
can't show
upon
his
the
face.
terrifying
It's not a
extent
face.
of the
That-
murders by his hand.
That visually looks terrifying. You know what else looked visually terrifying? When the motherfucking when he popped out the corner at that peak,
agony in the
that
environment that are
sucks,
left
dude.
behind by survivors.
I literally, where is it? I need to see the part again. Where is that part at? Yo, the part where he peaked, that part was my legitimate nightmare. I can't with that part. That part sucks, dude. That part sucks a lot because that's the most scary thing. Listen, anybody who can peak, it's over for that. 100%. Like, I would see, hell no. If you put me in this map and I see this, I turn the game off. Are you kidding? I turn the game off 100%. Literally, I turn the game off. If he peaks anything, and I turn the game off. That's fucking scary wild. No chances. I turn the game off. I literally leave the building. No, like that's wild actually.
Until the duration ends.
I'm so serious.
To his father. The similarities were nearly identical, and naturally, Michael was subservient to him until he came upon the terrifying extent of the murders by his hand. He had been hollowed out by a machine created by his father, still living only through sheer luck and determination after being invaded by an amalgamation of animatronics.
Crazy.
After it left his decaying body, Michael survived somehow, living in shadows and through constant suffering. Here, though, after being taken by the entity, a cruel jest has been performed. The entity restored him to living flesh, only to be gutted over and over.
Oh my god, they show his
Death.
face?
These experiences allow him to be nearly unfazed and almost accustomed to dying, using it to his benefit as he uncovers further
has a security
details
badge
about
on
the
too.
new
That's
world around him
wild.
and what resides in it. Michael comes with 3 new perks. Your exposure to death causes you to bounce back from terrible circumstances fearlessly with moving on. After being unhooked, unhooking yourself, or recovering from the dying state, you briefly create no noise notifications for the killer from rushed actions and cannot leave scratch marks.
That is
Familiarity
such
with the
a
sensations
W
of
perk.
suffering is not comforting, but you've discovered a benefit to it with Hollow Sensation. While injured, you gain the benefit of a small movement speed increase, which can further be increased for each negative status effect you endure. Expose the secrets, form theories, and become a
That
witness
perk is
to
going to be
truth.
broken.
Whenever another
Oh my
survivor
God,
is
that perk
injured by
scares
the
me.
killer with a non-basic attack, that killer's aura is revealed to you for a short time.
That's
you also
such
gain
a
token.
goated perk!
After being put into the dying state, you lose all of your tokens, but reveal the killer's aura for 2 seconds to all survivors for each token lost this way, revealing the culprit to all. Uncover decades-old secrets and take center stage with the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter concept for Dead by Daylight.
This needs to be a thing. Yo, if they don't make this next month, L. Complete L. Also, no. Absolutely the heck no. I fucking can't with that. This literally, the peak sends me, bro. The peak out of the corner sends me to know the peak.
Neither of his methods
The
of finding
fucking
back
peak
doors and hidden places.
sends me, dude. The peak sends me 100%. Oh my god, there's an uncut gameplay footage and a full map showcase coming in a future date. That's actually goated. Don't hit me with the balloon boy. You're lying to me. It's actually so sick that they took the time to do this. What? Wait. Oh, is that whole street? Is that the whole thing? Oh my god, you can also do the outside as the map layout? That's so crazy, actually. I legitimately thought that, like, it was just the inside. Even though they were running... Okay, I thought it was the inside. The map is huge. I thought it was just the inside here, and then I thought it was just this. Like, the parking lot, the street, and the building. That was my conception behind it. Bro, look at that freaking legend. This is such a W. What? Okay. That's sick. This is so fire. It almost seems surreal at this point. It might as well just exist. I still can't believe they added Old Man's Fishing. Hey, yo, I hated that. Okay. Listen, that literally was goated, bro. I literally need this to be a thing. It better come out next month, low-key. You know what's the other crazy part that we gotta talk about? Is the fact that in the outside, it's fucking raining. You don't understand how much of a small detail that is. The rain literally changes the affectation of the game. Do you understand how scary as F Ghosty would be if there was a map when it was raining? It would be so crazy. Because, like, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again, but if there was water effects in the game, imagine stepping on a puddle and the puddle was louder than normal running. crazy. This chapter concept is a 12 out of 10 W. I would 100% love to play this. But I would hate to get caught in the... Listen, if this map was a map, I would never go in the building. Never go in the building. Even if the freaking hatch was in there, I'll never go in the building. That whole building is crazy. Scary as hell. Consider me completely unchecked. That's crazy, dude. This is so sick. So sick. That's the the fact that freaking
product of the endless trials they have endured
is it this
and
part?
Perished in. The attraction is also able to emerge from the state, screeching in a terrifying arrival to frighten any nearby. Attacking as you emerge causes the attraction to launch himself forward with a devastating...
He literally is Wraith with an expose. That's my nightmare. He literally has... He's the Wraith with an expose guaranteed down. That's annoying. It's not a better version of Wraith. It's worse. Let me rephrase. If Springtrap has a lunge, if Springtrap's lunge, that's the thing. Springtrap's lunge can break gens and insta down people. That's kind of nuts. But if he doesn't have a movement speed boost while he's like in corporeal form or whatever, fine. I don't think that he should instantly be downing people, but like I get it though. I do get it. I also don't know why he has an axe of all things, but I feel like they just did it for like the sake of the thing. Oh, it's a small duration? Yeah, but that's the problem though, because you still have to like, it's still gonna be a hit and run playstyle, dude. Wraith counterplay flashlights? No, you shut the fuck up. All right, no. Like you're right, but no. But also no, I never saw this before. I didn't. You know what it was though? I didn't think that like I could look this up and like put it on live. I just didn't know. Then I looked it up and saw so many people reacting to it, and I get to do the same thing now. Now I can't wait to put this shit up. So it's actually kind of insane that like I want to watch more of these now. 100%. I love these. So FNAF counterplays doors. That's funny actually. Yeah. I think that's sick actually. The chapter concept for me, that's a huge W. I love the hell out of that chapter concept entirely, dude. I think it's so sick. Look at the channel, watch Alien. Is it the same channel that does? Oh my god, they do a bunch of these, dude. There's an amnesia teaser concept trailer. There's a Slenderman spotlight. Which one you said it was? Alien? They do it, Pennywise the Clown? There's concept. Do it. Screw it. I know what you're doing. Is the Aliens one like sick? Alright. Bro, he does one. Okay, he did one for like. It's not the fan made gameplay, right? It's the Oh, is it the fan made gameplay? It's not like a chapter concept? Is it like a 3-minute video? Like, just confirm that it's like a 3.5-minute video. Because the other one was like 7 minutes. So I'm trying to make sure. Okay, well, I want to watch this one, and then I want to watch the Pennywise Clown one. So we're gonna just watch both of those. So, I mean, joke's on you. I'm watching both of these. What if they made a Joker concept? They can do that. I think that'd be fine, honestly. Joker's sick, though. I don't mind Joker. But, like, they can't have Batman be the survivor. That'd be stupid. Unless it be Bruce Wayne. Okay. I need to understand what in the world this is. I came across this. We gotta find out. That's actually sick. That's so sick. Okay. I like that a lot, actually. That is cool. I like that they came up with the menu concept for it. That's so goated, bro. The alien. That is so sick. I just like it. It's like I'm looking at DBD right now. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at the game as we speak right now. That's so sick. Oh my god, intermediate. Wait, can we go back and read that? Hold on. Whoops. An alien is an invasive killer. It was to slip past survivors and cleave through the entire groups of creatures with genetically perfected aggression, incredibly predatory and hostile. It proves to be the ultimate lethal life form. Personal perks are out of sight, isolating dread, and hex stowaway. Allow the creatures to move stealthily with strange tactics to keep survivors on edge from that. Man, I need the perks. I need the perks. Thank you. This is the power? Okay, wait. So the special ability is called Skulk. It takes 50 seconds to fully recharge. Press and hold the power button and release while the power gauge is full to begin skulking. Press and hold it again to deactivate, which depletes the power gauge by 20%. While skulking, the Xenomorph gains the following benefits. The vaulting speed is faster by 15%. Survivors within 30 meters of you hear a distance hair radius. You're undetectable. Basic attack is replaced with Maiming Rake. Okay. So he's a stealth killer. I already hate it. Okay. His special ability is called Hunt. Pressing the active ability button while skulking causes Xenomorph to heighten its awareness, detecting life forms nearby with sudden ease. Activating Hunt slows you briefly. Okay, I read that right. And causes all survivors within your distance radius to begin highlighted with the killer instinct for 5 seconds. Okay. Survivors affected by the effect can hear hissing audio cue. Hunt can only be activated once during each skulk activation and depletes 30% of the power gauge. Okay. Then you have Naming Rake. Press and hold the power button and then again to press to initiate the attack. It can also be initiated by pressing and holding the attack button while skulking. Xenomorph holds its claw out to the side and charges forward, able to rush and steer yourself as it runs any creatures into its path. Coming into contact with any survivors during the Naming Rake injury survivor, colliding with the environment will briefly stun you and end it. Okay. It's based on the remainder of the power gauge. Okay, so it sounds okay. So here's honestly truly what I think. Here's what I think. This is clearly based out of Alien Isolation, clearly, which I think is already goated. But what this reminds me of is, so when I first played DBD and I found out that the Demogorgon was a killer in the game, I honestly expected Demo to be able to do this, because the Maiming Rake is the shred. The Hunt is different because they don't teleport, they just have portals, right? But the killer, the alien gets to like hide around and like has like a dash attack, which I think is sick actually. So I 100% used to think when I first encountered demos that they had the ability to, I totally thought that demos were stealth killers back in the day, 100%. And then I like looked at the kit and I found out that the demo doesn't have any stealth capabilities except for when they pop out of the portals. I didn't know that actually. Yo, if Demo can crouch hide in DBD now, that killer would be fucking wild scary. This killer already gives me that vibe tenfold. So, isolating. Okay, these are the perks now. After injuring a survivor, they suffer from blindness and oblivious as long as they're being chased, and it lasts for an initial 10 seconds. That's actually kind of crazy. I like that a lot. Okay. Short and sweet to the point. Out of sight. Performing a vault action grants you undetectable for 15. How is this not a perk in the game? Like, what? Okay. This needs to be a perk in the game. I'm so serious. This perk better come out next month. So serious. The fact that you can vault and then be undetectable, and it has a cooldown of 30 seconds? Bro, that needs to be a perk. Hex stowaway. Whenever you oh my god, I didn't even read the whole thing. Whenever you gain the undetectable status effect, there is a dull totem remaining. If there's a dull totem remaining on the map, the hex is applied to it and it can't occur again for another 20 seconds. Wait, what? So whenever you gain undetectable, if there's a dull totem on the map, the hex goes to it and it doesn't happen again for 20 seconds. Okay. Whenever hex is cleansed by a survivor, they emit a terror radius of 24 meters for 20 seconds. Wow. So if you get near the totem, it turns into a hex. The hex eventually starts shooting out a terror radius. That's pretty nuts, actually. Because when you think about it, it's like Dark Devotion, but in a totem. And if you can be stealthy, this makes it so much worse. I like that perk concept a lot, actually. I think that's so sick. But the out of sight one is wild. Out of sight is wild. So wild. Same thing with isolating dread. Isolating dread and out of sight are so wild for that. That's crazy, actually. I love how he exists in the menu. That's so wild. Flashing lights. Warning. They said it. They put us in McMillan? Wait, where the fuck is this? He just got undetectable. Do you know how creepy it would? Yo, he's so creepy. I want him to skull. What the? Was that a maiming rake attack? Oh my god, dude. Oh, it reminds me of, okay, that reminds me of like a Legion a little bit. This is so nuts. You hear the DVD music in the background? Bro, that's so crazy, actually. Okay, we gotta talk about it though. Wait. We gotta talk about it though. Do you understand that, like, this is a theoretical concept platform for Macmillan? But the thing about it is that there's, like, there's fog. There's lightning. There's lightning on the map. That's actually crazy, dude. I genuinely think adding lightning as an effect in DBD would be so nuts if it existed conceptually. Like, the fog is crazy, dude. This is why, okay, like, this is why outdoor maps in DBD right now are so difficult to deal with, because there's no way to like make it. Yo, I would never want to be caught in a fucking in a foresty place when it's foggy, dark with lightning. That's actually so wild. So wild. And it's actually crazy. He can see the generators too. There's like also way more than 7 gens, which is fine. But the fact that this is existing right now in a fan-made PTB, bruh, this needs to exist IRL. It needs to exist. I don't know what. Listen, oh my god, that actually scared me. The problem though is, low-key, I feel like this killer is kind of broken. That's so wild. That is so wild. It's the fact that there is lightning and rain and fog. That's what, yo, I kid you not, weather effects in DBD would make the game 10 times scarier. And if this killer was in the game, it'd be so much worse. Like, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm so serious. There's a Mr. X video. I know, I saw it too. I like kind of like dabbled at a little bit of them, like in passion. I think that it's crazy, actually. Like, the fact that somebody designed, it's the fact that there literally just is lightning and fog in the game that blows my fucking mind. Blows my mind. I can't believe it. I want to watch, bro, I'm watching the Mr. X one. I can give a hell that, like, we're watching that together right now. Hold on. I think it's so sick, dude. Okay, this is apparently like my legitimate nightmare. Listen, nobody really knows this about me, but like, if there's one thing in the universe of games that I hate in a horror game, is when something can outrun me speed-wise in the dark. The killer that you're about to see is a prime example of a killer that I would never want in the game, because he scared me before, he'll scare me again. I'm not really willing to like deal with it. Nah. Already unchecked. Not about it. Not about it. Not about it. Because this literally will be the thing that ends me. No. You hear the music? Yo, the music is not okay. I have my spine hurts right now. The tyrant is a determined killer, a horrific degree of stoic, brutish nature, causing nothing to halt him from his status as an unrelenting pursuer. His perks are unstoppable, no safe haven, and tunnel vision, and leading him to keep his active chase regardless of what is in his path. Okay. You hear the music? Oh my god, the power is crazy. What? Okay. The tyrant chases down his victims, weaponizing the chase itself and charging relentless pursuer in the process. While chasing a survivor, the power gauge charges 10% per second. Once full, you go to progression 2 of relentless pursuer. Okay. While chasing a survivor, you go to relentless pursuer 2. Okay, boom. While chasing a survivor, the power gauge charges by 6% per second, and once it's full, you can press the ability to go to 3. While relentless pursuer 2 and above, you gain the ability to use impatience. Press the power button to activate impatience. Impatience depletes the power gauge at the rate of 5% per second while active. Your movement speed is increased by 10%, and your red stain is hidden. Depleting the power gauge completely or pressing power button again deactivates impatience. You cannot charge Relentless Pursuer while impatience is active. So you're telling... So he literally, Mr. X's chases you? This is literally the nightmare that I was literally talking about 2 minutes ago. Because he chases you and he basically just gets bloodlust twice over the fact. And that's his power? That's wild. And that's only number 2. I haven't even looked at 3 and 4. While chasing a survivor, your power gauge decreases or charges by 6% per second. Once full, you may press the ability to progress to 4. While in 3 and above, you gain the ability to use Tyrant Impact while Impatience is active. Press and hold the attack ability to slow yourself severely, charging a powerful swing of your fist and releasing after 2 seconds to launch yourself forward. And oh, you get an attack. Crazy, actually. Okay. Survivors struck by the Tyrant Impact are knocked back 4 meters and briefly stunned if they collide into the environment. Oh, interesting. If they collide with a dropped pallet or a breakable wall, it breaks instantly. That is so freaking sick. And you want to know something crazy actually as well? I'm going to tell you this for a fact because I know for a fact it's not in the game. And this is no shame or no shade at the devs. But if Wesker grabs you with the bound and he throws you at a pallet or a door, it doesn't break. They should make that a thing, low-key. That's just me. That's just me. I'm just saying. That's it. So, and then if he successfully gets a hit recovery, the time is 2 seconds. Okay. Relentless Pursuer 4. Impatience is always active and the power gauge starts fully charged and immediately begins depleting at a rate of 4% per second. You gain the following benefits. When chasing a survivor, the movement speeds of Impatient speed bonus is increased by 5%. So you get 15% movement speed bonus. Tyrant Impact does not require you to hold the attack button and can be performed as a normal lunge. Oh my god. You know how sick that is? Yo, that legitimately is literally the thing that like is Mr. X in the game. He literally sends you in the chase at all times. That's a W. 100% a W. I love that power. No safe haven. Whenever a survivor enters a locker within your terror radius, it calls upon the entity to block that locker for survivors? It blocks lockers? That is ridiculous. What? It blocks the locker, dude. Do you understand how many people do this? Yo, that's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god, the unstoppable thing is the icon for that is nuts. Actually, unstoppable. You act as an unnatural force. The entity thrusting you forward both as an unbreakable shield and a weapon to destroy anything it touches. After being stunned, destroying breakable walls and pallets is 15% faster for 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, I think it's 16 seconds for 3 or 3. Destroying breakable walls and drop pallets reveal the aura of survivors in 8 meters for 4 seconds. Wow. Okay, that's very relatable to him. Tunnel vision. You no longer gain bloodlust. Okay. While chasing a survivor, for every vault, hide, and pallet drop action performed within 12 meters of you, you gain a stackable movement speed increase of 1.5 for 8 seconds. When you perform the action, it gets refreshed? This is busted. But this perk is so necessary. So necessary. Literally though, vaulting, hiding. So vaulting, putting down pallets. You get a stackable bonus for this, and it doesn't even look like there's like a limit to it either. That's wild. That perk is a requirement, dude. So serious. So serious. He had survivors? Oh my god, it's Leon. Oh shoot. That's actually pretty sick that they came up with like Leon's design before Leon came up with the design. Actual. That's actually sick though. His perks are Rookie Privilege, Survivor Scenario, and I didn't read it all in full. It's okay. Oh, I like that actually. This is actually really cool how they did this. Rookie Privilege. After being injured by the killer, the duration of your post-hit movement speed is extended by 1 second. Oh, it's literally overcome that Jonah had. Okay. That's kind of nuts, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. That's kind of nuts that that perk exists in-game and in this concept. And I know for a fact that the concept came first, which is sick. That's insane. Oh, wait, but overcomes the exhaustion perk, right? That's the difference. Wait, what was it? It had a cooldown time of what? 40 seconds? That's wild, actually. Survival scenario. While you're uninjured within 8 meters of a generator, you have no scratch mark. This needs to be a perk, dude. This needs to be a perk. I would use this perk all the time. Resourceful. Wow, this is okay. Press the active ability button while near the remains of a broken pallet or unbreakable wall, a breakable wall to salvage the pieces from the remains. After salvaging 2 times, Resourceful becomes active. While it's active, pressing the ability while near a vault or the location of a breakable wall will apply a blockade to it, preventing any players from performing vaulting actions or passing through it. Interesting. Killers are able to break blockades as if it were a breakable wall. Setting up a blockade takes 3 seconds and deactivates Resourceful. That is so weird, though. You can put a breakable wall over... It's literally Spirit Fury. Or no, it's Bamboozle for the killer. Like... That's nuts, actually. Because, like, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. The first time I was reading through it, I thought that they basically said that, like, if you picked up, like, the pieces from a broken pallet or a wall, you can remake a pallet, which would have been, like, low-key better. But this is actually even better because... the fact that you can pick up pieces from a broken pallet or a breakable wall, like a broken wall, and then you can put it on a window to like block the window, that is a W. Now the only issue though is you got to be like near the window or the vault or whatever, and it takes 3 seconds to set up. So like the way how the perk works though too is very dangerous for you to play if you use that perk. But theoretically, if you use it and in support of somebody who's looping the killer, that perk is goated. But you can't really use the perk against the killer by yourself. Like I can't be a solo player, use the perk, vault over a window, put it up, and then the killer finds me kind of vibe, unless the killer like somehow magically doesn't find me in the moment. You know what I mean? But otherwise though, that kit is sick. So sick. That's so sick. Oh my god, we're in record. Dude, and it's raining and there is a fog. He has the animation of the walking speed in the game from the actual RE2 remake. Turn this game off. That's literally how he sounds like. My legs hurt. My legs are like tingling. I'm Wow, the animation for the running speed from the Dwight's actually pretty He just broke through the thing. I like that. Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. The animation of the stun for this literally is perfectly defined. He got hit and he put the hat up and he continued that's such a W. This is a genius concept. Genius concept. It's actually kind of nuts though that he's already building the meter while chasing people. Like, I get it though. That's really funny, actually. Okay, so he has the blocker perk. He has... Bro, I already kind of forgot them, like, low-key. He also isn't, like, really using the power, though. Oh, there it is. That's so cracked, dude! That's so goated. How in the heck is this not a thing? You know what's freaking sick though? Is the icon. The icon changes as the thing progresses. Do you see that actually? That's actually so sick, dude. The fucking icon changes. Remember, because as he chases people, the power increases. That's the coolest thing in target. That's the coolest thing in the entire concept, like Loki. It's really the music from the game. That's such a W. Okay. You know what's crazy actually is that I have to pause it. The crazy thing about it is that the map, it's literally Wreckers. It's that one with the garage in it. I know it. But what's crazy is that the map looks so much larger than it actually is because of the fact that there's a fog and you can't see the outer layers of the map. And there's a bunch of stuff missing. Like, it's such a significant difference how much the map looks like. It's such a larger map because you can't see the edges of the map. You know what I mean? I think that's so crazy, actually. That's so crazy. Because I'm sure it's the same size. It just looks a lot larger because you can't see the edges. And it's literally foggy and raining. Oh, the Meg has Unbreakable. Pickup? Can you imagine they give a pickup animation? That'd be sick, actually. Look at the locker thing, dude! That was the sickest thing ever. You know what would be... Okay, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Not that it's a problem, but one thing about this game for survivors is that the game is played in third person. I think that literally sort of needs to change on some levels. Some levels, truly. Do you know how fucking scary it would be to be hiding in a locker and then you hear somebody and then they open the... bruh, I would literally be incapable of functioning. Oh, that's the concept for the alien? Oh no. Or is it Predator? We gotta go watch that. We gotta go watch that. Real freaking talk. Oh, it's totally the Predator concept teaser. Sick. Okay. That is so freaking sick, dude. So sick. Cause yo, it's not scary to go in a locker and then the killer sees you nearby the locker. Like, yo, if you visually, you know what they should actually do? Yo, this is what they should do. When you actively go in a locker, you should just go into, it should just put you in first person when you go in the locker. That needs to be a thing in the game. %100. The fact that you literally can, because you know what the problem is, like, if you get to like navigate DBD and you go in a locker and you can just see your surroundings, it's so much safer to play with a locker. Except for like perks like Iron, like, yo, imagine having Iron Maiden and being in a locker in first person. That would be so crazy. I wouldn't be able to, yo, it'd be nuts, dude. Truly, it'd be so nuts. And it was crazier too is that she didn't get blocked outside of the locker. Like, the locker didn't like block her from going in. She went in and she was stuck. That is crazy. They need to change lockers and make that a thing. They gotta give killers the ability to like catch people in lockers without survivors knowing that the killer may potentially be nearby. Now, I feel like if they do that though, it'll break the camera and be really weird because you can't play this game in first person. You can't play the game in first person, but you should play the game in third person, except for when you go in lockers and then they just make you do the peeking thing. So like, imagine being in a locker and you can like peek the fucking locker. And then if you hear the locker, if you see the locker being peeked, you know how much more dangerous it is to be in a locker as a survivor? Here's what okay, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. If they made you be in lockers in first person, they got to get rid of every single perk that would kill you for being in a locker. So like Iron Maiden can't be a thing. You can't have Iron Maiden in a game if you hide in a locker because that'd be so whack. You know, like lockers need to be completely immune to everything in game except for the perk that the killer had. You should be able to be stuck in a locker only for like a few seconds, obviously, right? When you try to look in first person, there's like a spike in the inside that's a real Iron Maiden. Yeah, I mean, or take out the exposed. But like, I also don't want. Well, the problem is that I don't want them screaming when they wake up or when they walk out of the locker. I feel like that would just be like such a pain because, I don't know. Part of me doesn't like the idea of them being in a locker. And then, like, I don't think anything should happen if you're in a locker in first person, because the worst thing that you get is a jump scare. You know what I mean? 100%. And like, the problem too is like with Dredge, I feel like you can animate the jump scare for it so well. Because it would be so freaking sick to like, if you were in a locker, you should have the ability to peek out a locker in first person in DBD. You should absolutely be able to peek out of a locker. That would be so goated. So goated. 100%. Because then, yo, imagine running around in Midwich as a Scratch Myers, and then you have everyone hiding in lockers because motherfucker can't find people with the aura. With Scratch Mirror, imagine playing against a Scratch Mirror Myers, and the Scratch Mirror Myers can't find people with the mirror. He just ends up realizing everyone's in a freaking locker. So now he's walking around roaming the building, and they're all in. Yo, that would be the worst thing ever. Yo, that would scare me. I would literally shit my pants. Yo, low key, I'm about to tweet it out. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on Twitter. I'm so serious. I had not tweeted in like weeks. I need to do it. It's kind of crazy though, because what is it? BHVR, is that their name? Having the killer roam freely is like running from a killer in real life. You just hide and hope you don't die in any minute. And that moment when Myers stands in front of your locker, but he isn't looking, then he continues to walk away. Yo, how fucking wild would that be? Yo, that'd be the scariest thing in the entire planet. Because all you know what you would hear? This is all you would hear if you find out that Myers is near your locker but isn't opening your locker. That would suck, dude. That would be so scary. Do you know how freaking crazy it is to just hear, and then you just hear him like, yo, I wouldn't handle it. It wouldn't. I'm telling you. Welcome back. I'm good. I'm chilling. We're freaking out because we're watching DVD content. It's so goated. I'm gonna make DBD scary again. That's the tweet. So the tweet literally says, in all caps, where is it? You need to make a change to lockers so that survivors are in first person and can peek. Hashtag scary AF. Hashtag make DBD scary again. Boom. Facts. Oh, you know what I just realized? Didn't the event for the thing end like yesterday? Oh crap, actually. Huh. I just realized that actually. It finished. The event's over. And wait, you know what actually though? Oh shit. The actual background in game changed. Was it always? I actually don't remember now. Hold on a second. I gotta look at something real quick actually. Okay, I have the festive toolbox and the firecracker, which is good. I don't think I have any envelope. Oh, I have many envelopes for okay, good. That's good. Okay, I'm chilling. I have envelopes for Joe. Oh no, yeah. I just didn't realize that the event ended today. I kind of like lost track of time, so I didn't know that the event ended like today. It's fine though. I'm not. It's like not a big issue to me because I still have all the stuff that I had from. Like the way how I'm seeing it is like as long as the Resident Evil characters all had like the toolboxes and stuff like that, I'm chilling. because I just wanted them to all. I'm a hoarder, so I like to hoard the stuff. So I would have wanted to have everyone at least have one, like one envelope in like some way, shape, and form. So my hoarderness is happy because they all have at least like one of the envelopes, and they all have like at least like 5 of the toolboxes. I'm probably never gonna use them, but like having them in my mindset is just like nice. So I'm chilling. How long we gonna stream from? I don't really know yet. We've honestly been streaming for like almost like 8 hours. So I mean I'm still like in shambles over like the thing that we saw in the and whatchamacallit for the game. Like the concept stuff, man. The concept stuff is so sick, dude. I mean, I probably shouldn't be on for like too long though, because I do need to update all the I had to check and see. I gotta figure out where the status is, because the tier list is still processing. That's how long that video is. I gotta check the schedule for the uploads. Hold on, let me see. You know what's actually crazy? We have nothing uploadable for tomorrow. So that's kind of like the mystery, you know. I need a video for tomorrow morning. There's a bunch of ideas that I can use, like obviously, but I need to figure it out. I can do Dead Space Part 3. That can come out. I actually should update. I should like upload that like low-key. So hold on, let me do that real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to just do Dead Space. I think that would be the easiest one. Today was the 7th, right? Yeah, because I tried uploading that one. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's both of those. Boom. So yeah, we'll probably put up the Dead Space videos. I mean, I'm not gonna do all of them obviously at once. So probably what I'll do is I'll probably put part 3 up tomorrow, but I do want to put up a bunch of other stuff too at the same time. So I might do the tier list, and I might do the, remember that video we did with the Legion where we were all memeing over the Maurice and we met the Kate player that was with us? I might put that one up. I have that video too. I also have like the short discussions about what we did with the we did like This Is Not Happening and Up the Ante. We like talked about like bad perks. I can do that one. I have a bunch of video concepts for killer DBD killer overviews. I gotta finish that one actually, so I should probably try and finish that like low-key, because I have to finish the list since the night is out, and I like mentally have enough experience about how to fight the night. And I think that because we did like a big tier list, you want Puyo Puyo with a Tetris game, bro? I haven't played that game in like a freaking millennium. It's been so long since I played that game. So yeah, yeah, because I have like, I still never uploaded the nurse game that I played, where like I got the 4K, and like I'm worried the hell out of a bunch of people with the Devourer. I still have that video. I never used it. The problem is that like, it's not really a problem. I need to like not call it a problem, because it's not a problem. I have like 80 videos I can use for upload. And I gotta like eventually put them up. Like I have a lot of like FF14 small stuff that it's honestly for me, but I'm gonna make them public eventually anyways. But I didn't finish it. But I told myself I would upload those eventually. I wanted to do it for like my own mental reference sake, and I didn't finish them. What was this one? Was I playing night? No, I played again tonight. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, the only killer matches I have right now that are me playing killer, I think it's literally. Hold on, let me see. That video is super old. Let me think. Yeah, I have like reaction stuff from 14 stuff too. I gotta like I gotta put that into perspective, like Loki, because like I have the raids of me reacting to the raids for the first time. I love having my reaction videos for stuff. So I have those two fights. I have the fourth fight. I think I tried to like I gotta put these up. I have like a Rocket League match that I played like months ago. Like it was like early summertime I played it. It was crazy actually. So you know what? The only game I have is there's one that's old because they like this was before the Nurse rework. So I have the Nurse one where I like it was on Midwich. It actually was a really crazy game because that game there was a Kate and an Adam messing with hooks, and like they had boil over and they were like beating me at the very beginning, but then I started kind of like showing a little bit of prowess and it was crazy actually. So there's that video, and then there's one where I have that I'm playing as Plague, but I don't remember this one. I played as Plague though. I don't remember what I did. Oh, I think one person got away. The game, like there were no points allocated that game. It was really crazy actually. Bathtub stream, bro. I'm definitely not doing a bathtub stream. Consider me unchecked. No chances. No chances. So yeah, those are the two killer games that I have. I should definitely try and get like a killer stream out there, like low-key. My problem with playing killer though is that my games are not really going to be good games, mostly because like my perks are just not, I don't have perks for killers. Like hold on, let me see. I'm like let me check out my I'm not playing killer right now, but I'm gonna just pull up the things I can show you at least. Yeah, like my killer perks are really bad. Like I should probably take time to I like how dark it is right now. You see how dark it is with the thing? I actually think that that's so sick. Like this background looks fire actually. I'm not playing killer. Chill. I wish. Yeah, you see, because like if you look at my killer perks listing though, like I have no perks though. I just don't have any perks for killer. That's why I'm in shambles over it. And like my only killer that's prestiged is artist and hag and plague. That was literally it. I'm telling you, bro, I have nothing. You know why I have nothing? Because the only time I considered the idea of playing killer was back when you can get the killer to level 40 and learn it. That's the only time I really considered the idea of like maybe trying to like level up killers on the side. But I have no perks for anybody. Like if I could, like I don't even have him level 15. That's how bad it is. This is page 1. I don't have any purple perks with Trapper. So like it's bad. It's really, really bad. I have no perks with killers. So like that's why I don't play killer. Bro, he has only yellow. He has one green perk. It's crazy. Like with nurse, at least like I've dabbled with some nurse. So, you know, that's kind of what it boils down to, dude. But like, yo, my pig is level freaking 1. I don't even have pig at all. So we're, you know, like I said, I'm behind with it. It's crazy, actually. Time to game. I don't want to do it, dude. How's my day? My day was good. Something personal was happening, but like it wasn't crazy. So I just was like kind of just whatever. I was really grateful to gain like a lot of time to work on my like content stuff. Like I'm actually having a lot of fun with creating content as like a YouTuber person kind of guy. So I'm like really, really happy to be doing this. and having a lot of fun. So I kind of worked on all that kind of stuff, which was cool. And then what was actually kind of crazy though was like, so I had breakfast like in the morning, and then I didn't have any. I forgot that I had no like protein to make like lunch or dinner, so I ordered like from my usual taco place that I go to, and I ordered like not too much food. I ordered like the right amount of food, but I just didn't eat enough. I had like a very small amount. I had because there was like I had like a chips and guac thing with like some like a burrito. I didn't even eat the burrito. So I put it in the fridge. I only had like a couple of nachos, and like I'm still not hungry. So I feel like that's kind of weird because I was like, why? But yeah. Aging self. Oh my god, bro. I don't listen. I have nothing for this killer. So, like that's my only issue. I got the burrito. I never even clicked on the thing to play Trickster. That's how you know I just don't play the killer. Like, I've never dabbled with Trickster. So, or Dredge. I'm pretty sure if I click on Dredge right now and go to the loadout thing or the blow up thing, nothing. Yeah, dude. I've never played any of these people. So, like, I feel like, see, I've never even touched Demogorgon. That's how you can tell. My killer side is terrible, dude. So I think, like, if I'm gonna try and play killer and like play it, I just gotta tell myself to have fun with it. But I can't do that because, you know, I gotta go for the murder. That's what it boils down to. Although I love me some Myers. I tried to play. I don't even have a scratch mirror for him, dude. Dabble for the burrito, Chris of the $1,000. Oh my god, true. So, yeah. So I think like if I'm gonna play killer, I gotta train my brain to tell myself that I need to play killer very humbly, and not necessarily get like, you know, pissy because of me getting shit on. So I can't play Pig. I literally have nothing for Pig. Look at that. I have nothing for her. I'm not playing Pig until I level. Like, I can't play a killer until I level up the killer. Like 100%. I even wonder what the shrine looks like, bro. Oh look, there's Zanshin and Brutal. There's Borrow Time and Built to Last. It's not bad actually. I'll actually top up for those. Like, I'm not gonna say that I'm not gonna play those killers. I might play them in the future, but I'm definitely not playing them when I have nothing for them. So, like, I'd rather play a killer that I like to play, or that I'll try to figure it out. But I'm not playing it now, and I'm definitely not playing it anytime soon. It might take me some time, but I would not be opposed to playing a stream of me playing killer. Because I feel like it'd be fun. But I'm telling you, dude, like, playing killer is stressful. I like hate it. So I gotta learn how to not hate it, and I gotta just learn to just have fun with it. And if I do, I'll probably give it a try. Michael Myers. I mean, I love playing Myers. But the problem though is, like, I would love to play Myers, but I want to be the one that gets scared by Myers. You know. The day Seth plays killers, the day I level up and get every achievement for him. Oh my god. No. I mean, listen, I remember there was a time back in the day where I used to, like, dead ass, I used to let somebody, like, play my account and they play killer, like, a little bit. Because they wanted to like, give DBD a try. So I let them play DBD on my Steam account. And they were helping me, like, level up, like, low key. But, like, I didn't want them to sit there and do it for me the entire time. So I don't even remember like when it was so long ago. The 4v1, of course, it's stressful. It seems like it's gonna at first, but the more you get on, the more you text. I mean, I guess so. Because, like, when I think about it, though, it's kind of funny, but also kind of sad. The number of people that are Megs out there, and then they just get griefed by one person, kind of vibe, is actually really, really crazy. Like, I understand that, like, if I had found a Meg versus if I play killer against a Meg and she just instantly, like, got griefed by me and it wasn't my fault, then, like, I get it. I understand why they exist now. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. Yeah. That's good. That's good that the rehab is working. Oh my god. Is that a bummy? What does that mean? Bruh, you don't even got a tail. That's wild. Yeah, because like I remember I wanted to play Hag because I wanted to use I literally told myself that if I ever played Killer, my #1 perk was gonna be Devour. Like that's what I told myself. So, and then thankfully I got like before the prestige thing changed, I had her level 40'd. I unlocked Ruin, Third Seal, and Devour with her. So like I made sure that everyone can like learn Devour, and then they made that change where it's like, oh, like if you acquired the perk, then everyone just has the perk. So it was really easy for everyone to just like have Devour, which was my #1 like priority. It says play kill. I'll send you a bagel, bro. I already have bagels in my freezer. I'm literally chilling. I'm good though. Listen, I'm telling you, I can't. I'm not playing Killer right now. It's 1 in the morning. It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm about to go to bed, but. No, I don't want 2 bagels. I'm chilling. What's today? Tomorrow? Or today's about to be Wednesday? Okay, let me put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this because technically tomorrow we still stream DBD tomorrow. So I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. Tomorrow, okay. Tomorrow we'll do a playing with we'll do a like a friends night thing. So instead of me sitting here solo or with one person or cat or so, like we'll make it like a community night. That's that's the word. We'll make a community DBD stream tomorrow. So that way everybody just gets to play Killer and Survivor on stream kind of up, and they can just come in and then they can just do the business. You know what I mean? Like I'm down. So tomorrow we'll do a community stream for DBD because since tomorrow's Wednesday, I kind of sort of need to play 14 during the daytime. Thank you, customs night. Yes, that's what it's called. Customs. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word for the longest time. So tomorrow we'll do custom night community stream. So if we can find people to play and they come in and then they do the whole business, I'm down. Because like, here's the thing. I feel like if killers aren't gonna join our public lobbies and play Myers, we gotta make our own lobbies and have friends play Myers. Because I would honestly love for people to do the thing that we did today with the tier list. You know, I feel like I want them to I want people to effectively play Myers. Not Myers, sorry. I want them to play Killers and make the game scary. That's what I want. And I'll tell you what, if we make a custom stream tomorrow and people are willing to play scary Killers and make the game play scary and make it feel really creepy, I'll even make it a darkness stream. So the deal is, if we can convincingly get at least 5 people where I can either play Killer, play Survivor, or just spectate, I'm down with either 3 options. We'll make it a custom stream tomorrow, and I'll even make it darkness if someone's really willing to play the scary build. Because I feel like I have still not yet gotten like a Scratch Mirror Myers in the dark. I need one of those. And yeah, like I'm super happy to just watch. I don't need to be the person that's prioritized to play. Like I'm down to let other people just play. I like to watch. So if you want to come tomorrow and do the customs night build, and you want to come in and play your business and play with viewers and whatnot, like you better go do your homework and figure out how to make up scary builds for literally every killer in this game. And if you can figure it out, then like I'll give you the biggest shout out in the entire planet for the game, because I feel like that's going to be the only real way that we start creating a bunch of different videos on the scary side of things, and it'll be lit. And if that happens, if we can effectively, oh yeah, I'll do that too. If we can get people, and if it's like a good stream tomorrow, we can get the custom night build running and all that other fun stuff in between, then I think, is it on Sunday? On Sunday, I'll do a killer stream. I'll play killer on stream on Sunday the entire time. 100%. Unless someone wants to play Survivor, then I'll 100% whatchamacallit, send you the tier list we did today. What, like the picture of the video? Wait, did I think I still have that actually. Hold on a second. Maybe I'm pretty sure I didn't like close it. I gotta take a picture of it though before we go anywhere. Wait, I gotta look for it now. Bro, it sucks. I have like 50. I have so many tabs open right now. 1 second. Where is it? Hold that thought. I broke 130 subs on YouTube already? How the fuck? I was at 125 this morning. I gained 6? That's actually nuts, actually. That's actually nuts, actually. Comrade, if you don't play David, then I think that you're not really being real, you know what I mean? Oh, the thing is down here. I'm so smart. Boom. Here. So what we're gonna do is take a picture of this. I'm actually gonna make this tomorrow's tweet, Loki. Scary tier list. Boom. Cause that's the other problem is I have to keep tweeting. You think that you're gonna try to make Trickster scary? Good fucking luck. Okay, hold on. I gotta schedule this tweet out actually. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Here is a personal hashtag tier list for DBD based on how hashtag scary the killers can be built. Let me know what you think. That's going to be scheduled. What's today? It'll be the 8th. Boom. Wait to see the main event play thing up. That's funny. Oh my god, I think I got an idea. I literally know what perk to use. It actually is nuts. Honestly, keep every keep all your ideas to yourself. I want to be surprised. So that way when the build is revealed, then I can just be like, oh my gosh, you know, and I freak out and I'm like, so yeah. Also, I'll probably make it like a huge thing too. So like before we stream before we stream customs tomorrow, I'll probably start like I'll try to advertise it like crazy. I think it's actually really easily possible. People actually, surprisingly enough though, like they'll respond to like a tweet or a message on Discord and be like, oh my god, like you know, custom nights. People will. I mean, I don't necessarily want there to be like a million people coming in kind of vibe, but like, you know, like I don't even advertise the stream to be a custom night. I just put like a title on it and then we just play games. So like, and if you think about it though too, there's already like people watching sometimes. So I feel like if we end up doing that, I'm always like I am down to like 50% my customs night thing. You know what I mean? Like if I start doing streams where I just like let it roll and we play custom games like crazy and people come up with some crazy stuff, I feel like that's gonna be more likely when I start leaning towards like match wise, because I don't need to I don't stream the public matches except for anything but just to get points, you know, because like blood points is necessary. So yeah, literally. But I'm cool with just like, you know, us playing us as us. I like that actually. But I feel like, you know, I think in my mind, I'm not confident that I would find. I feel okay. I think it might be like a. It's not like a. like a confidence issue. Like I'm not, you know, I'm not like I'm not afraid. Self-conscious. I'm not self-conscious that people won't come to the stream and do stuff, but I don't necessarily want to do a stream where, you know, it would definitely suck if like I'm like, oh, we have like a custom night, right, stream, and then there's like nobody here. Like that would be like a shame. I'd be like, man, that sucks. That's how I feel. But I mean, I don't want to brag and make it sound like, oh, like if I hosted one, then everyone would be there, or like, you know, if I did host one, then no one would be there. You know, I don't want to really get my hopes up, but I also don't want to like, you know, I want it to just like naturally be the way that it should be, and I feel like it naturally would be what it should be. So yeah, you see exactly what my perk does and how does it work, man. Now you're not, I mean, you're not scaring me per se, but like you definitely are getting your brain like racking up ideas. It works with Trickster. All right, I can't even take a guess at what I think you're doing, although I think I do have an idea. You insert an add-on. No, with Legion. Oh, with Legion. I haven't. I mean, I'm taking a mental check in the dark about what I think you're talking about, but I'm not gonna say it out loud. I'd rather just like not take a guess and then you surprise me when we like do it tomorrow. If we do it tomorrow, I mean, we'll probably do it tomorrow. So yeah. So we'll promote a playing with viewers custom stream for tomorrow. And then you know, we'll go from there. And if it's a good stream and we have fun, we, you know, the vibe is kicking, then we'll totally I'll play a killer stream on Sunday. The main idea is not having the radius to begin with. Yes. Well, yeah. Having no radius I think is better than anything else. So because Oblivious doesn't hide the red stain, and only undetectable hides the red stain. So, but Legion doesn't have any way to do that, so I don't know how you're going to be able to do that with Legion. The thing though is, I think there's a lot of builds that it's going to allow you to do it. I think there's a lot of builds that actually allows every killer a chance to be spooky, scary, and all that other fun stuff, but like, you got to put it into practice. So I think customs is actually a great way to have people like be putting it into practice. I think that'd be sick. Yeah. Plus, on the low, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think low key, a lot of people who stream DBD like genuinely thrive on the idea of like people coming up or joining the streams knowing that it's like a playing with people's stream. You know what I mean? We read this based off of add-ons, not perks, so it'll be perk-wise. Disclaimer, it's not plaything. Oh, okay. I mean, I think the majority of the tier list was heavily centered around like the add-ons that the killers have, and like if you could change the add-ons, then you can change the add-ons. But if you can theoretically use perks, then like obviously there's a very centerfold perk build that everyone can use. But if killers have certain add-ons that they have, then like perks definitely will escalate the utility of the add-on. Yo. Literally perk never seen before. Really? I feel like I know what perk you might be talking about then, if you're trying to figure it out. I don't know. That marshmallow bar is amazingly good. But It's a frozen burrito. No, no, no. This is a marshmallow bar. Yeah. What perk? Oh, I was thinking of Hold on, I gotta make sure I have the name of the perk right. It's called. Wow, where is it? I think you're talking about that perk. No? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. You know what then? You got it. Hmm. I will be very interested to see what you come up with. Because if it's not that perk, then I have no idea. I have no idea. And I would not be able to come up with an idea for it. Because if you're saying it's a perk that no one uses, I can't possibly think of the answer. Like, there's just no chance. But, like I said, tomorrow will be customs, and if it bangs, I'll be so happy. Well, and like I said, we'll do it. We'll do it even more frequently. Because I thoroughly love. I love to play like customs in games and whatnot. Oh, it was before. I mean, I get that though. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Sorry, like now. Unfortunately, I'm just like kind of combing through fucking. I'm combing through like Twitter. Time for some practice. You did say Oblivious is the same as Undetectable, with a slight difference that the Oblivious doesn't hide the red light, but Undetectable does. I'm pretty sure that's like the legitimate difference between the two, is just that. Pretty sure. Because the problem with Oblivious is that like in as a whole, Oblivious, you can't hear the tear radius, like straight up. That's literally it. So like that's literally just what it is. You can't hear the tear radius. I can't find it. Hold on. So yeah. You can't hear the heartbeat of the killer's proximity, and also you can't hear the tear radius. And then survivors who suffer from Oblivious do not, in turn, suffer from anything about being in the tear radius. But if you're being chased by the killer, you can still hear the chase music. And then Undetectable is it hides the tear radius and the stain, so the visual thing from the killer, and the aura can't be seen by survivors. And then if you aren't moving, and then you start moving, the jump scare sound doesn't happen. And it also kind of makes the killer like a little darker, like by the feet, so it's harder to see, like low key. Red light does decrease the lower your radius is. Does it? Is that true? I feel like that's not true. Hold on. I don't know. I actually have no idea. I'm gonna look that up now. The killer can't see their own stain, though it is possible to see the reflection of the buffer. Survivors are constantly able to see the red stain on the floor in front of the killer unless it's hidden by the use of cloaking perks or powers. Undetectable will hide the stain. Apt to patch 2.4, killers see their own stain in the initial camera pan while loading into the trial. That's no longer the case. It is expected that the intensity of the red stain is directly linked to the range of the tear radius. Oh. It is suspected that the intensity of the stain is linked to the radius, and the killer, meaning that the killer has a shorter radius, will have a fainter stain, and killers with a larger radius will have a stronger stain. It is also suspected that the red stain works as means for the entity to watch over the trials directly to the killer's eyes, as a way to figure out the description with certain perks, as the stain is hidden because the killer momentarily loses their connection to the entity and is free to roam. That's honestly kind of freaking interesting. So the entity is controlling the killer's ability to kill, but if there is no tear radius, then in lore stances, the entity isn't able to watch through the eyes of the killer, so they don't get to really monitor their ability to murder. That's actually like a crazy fun fact. There's one perk that fixes that. Great. But the thing you gotta remember too, though, is that different killers have different tear radiuses. So like, if there is a perk or add-on combination that reduces it, but like if the killer radius was 16 meters and you reduce it by 8 meters, then like it's still 8 meters. You know what I mean? But if a killer has a 48 meter tear radius like the Huntress and you reduce it by 8 meters, like that's not really, you know what I mean? Like it's not that good though. So I don't really know how you're going to be able to effectively decrease a radius so that's very, very low, but like I said, I don't know. It's base radius. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it might work in that case scenario, but I don't really know though. It's gonna really depend. You're dreaming big. Yeah, I know. I'm like a dream killer right now. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dream killer. I'm just trying to make sure that, like, you know, we don't actively do the thing and then you actually jump scare the fuck out of me with a Legion, because I finished telling a Legion main on my YouTube side that that's not a thing. That the Legion, we literally just confirmed that the Legion can't be scary in DBD. I don't want to be proven wrong. I feel like I'm gonna have to eat my own shoes. So that's not going to be fun. But we'll see. Oh, fun fact. The standard tear radius is 24 meters. Huh. Hmm. 24 won't be half bad. Let me see. Legions is 40 during Frenzy. It's 32 standard. Standard's 32. Wait. What? Yellow standard tear radius is 32 meters. Red standard tear radius. Oh, no. Sorry, my bad. I definitely like read this incorrectly. Here, look. So you can see it. So like yellow is that, red is that, and then blue is non-standard. And that's what that is. So Legion is down here, and they have 32 meters standard, and then they have 40 meters during Frenzy. I actually didn't know that the radius increased during Frenzy. I did not know that. Speaking of, now that I'm like here, like thinking about it out loud, a lot of killers in this game should have, like, you know what I didn't know? I didn't know that Myers' radius in Evil 1 during Scratch Mirror was 6 meters. Can you believe that, actually? It should just be 0. Hags is 24, which is actually pretty crazy. Huntress is 20, but the meter, or the lullaby is 45 meters. It's actually nuts. Spirits is 24. That's a problem, actually. Pigs should be lower. Clowns should be a little higher, like 36, I would say. Ghostface should be lower. Demos should low-key be lower. Death Singers could be lower. Charlotte's 32 normal, but then Victor's 12 to 18. That's actually kind of nuts. Wait, what? Trickster has a different terror radius, so there's a melody for it? I honestly did not know that Trickster had a different radius. And then there was like a melody thing that stretched out to 40 meters. I didn't know that. Oh, Wesker's is also larger than normal. That's weird. Okay. Onryo's is smaller. It should be even smaller. Who has the shortest? Is it Victor with 12 outside of Scratch Myers? Spirits 24, Hag is 24. No, Huntress is 20. Well, it doesn't count because of Lullaby, so 45. Never mind. Yeah, so I guess the lowest is 6 with Myers at 1, and then 16 with Myers at 2. No, because Victor is shorter than that. He's 12 and 14. Interesting, actually. Yeah, I didn't actually know that. Perks manageable? Man, you better figure it out. I don't believe you. I don't know yet. So, okay, let me go to bed because it's 2 in the morning. So you should sit there and dabble with your fun. So you should have fun with it. Alright. I'm gonna go to bed. Since I think it's actually important that you figure out the business and you handle it and you have fun with it as a whole. I don't necessarily want to keep you waiting. So, on that note though, I'm gonna definitely head out of here. And like I said, thank you again. Thank you for taking the time, honestly, to just like hang out today. You know, I'm sorry and not sorry that the stream was literally a 4-hour tier list conversation. But I am grateful, and it was really, really freaking sick. So it was a lot of fun. Watch me a total failure. Well, I mean, there's a difference though. There's the failures that you're fighting against, and then there's me, so it might work. You gotta give it a try. So don't count yourself short just yet. You gotta give it a try. So yeah, anyways, like I said, I wanted to give a big shout out and thank you to everybody for just like being a good supporter. I had a lot of fun. We have like a lot of really great content to go over. So like, I kind of can't wait to like go give that a check out. You know what I mean? I feel like it's gonna actually be pretty freaking sick. So yeah, we had a fun stream today. Despite us not playing the game at all, it was actually a ton of fun. So yeah, like I said, be sure to tune in tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll be doing the viewer stream. We'll be playing with viewers. We'll do the custom. We'll figure all that fun stuff out. I feel like it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm actually kind of excited to see how well it might turn out. And I do personally just want to make sure that we can just effectively get people joining in on the games. I feel like it'll be a lot of fun. Good question, actually. I'm not gonna play Dead Space tomorrow, so we should just immediately go play DBD. I might try and do it early. Because tomorrow's Wednesday, I have nothing really planned for the afternoon. But I do want to do a few things. One, I gotta do 14 dailies, always. I have to finish those even tonight. I didn't finish those tonight, actually, so I might like kill a half hour and like kind of quickly hash through that a bit. No, if you have raid, go do raid. Do not cancel raid. Because if I was in your shoes and I had raid, I would never cancel raid. I don't care what. This isn't the only time we're doing customs. Do not cancel raid if you can't. So I might try and do it. I think because we technically streamed at 5 today, but we played Dead Space first. So if we will stream at 5 again, then like do dailies on stream. I mean, maybe. I mean, okay, because here's the thing. What I want to do is for this week, I have a lot on my plate mentally that I want to like kind of. I gotta just crack at one at a time, but we're doing good stuff though, so it's fine. So I want to do. I can do dailies on stream. I mean, that's not like a bigger deal. But if I do that though, that's like in the morning, like. But I don't. If I need to prepare myself to be like awake and up and running, cause like I do dailies at literally 10 in the morning. I'm so serious. I do dailies in 10 in the morning until like 1:30, 2 o'clock. So we'll see. But I do dailies cause I do it with 3 characters. Let me see. Yeah, I do it with 3 characters basically, and then I also do like a bunch of other side stuff too. So, I'll probably just do the early stuff that I gotta do because I can't spoil the game for you, obviously. So, when I'm ready to do dailies on Ether, we'll start with Ether first, so it's easy for you to just like do the daily. We do dailies on Ether, so I'll do them first in the morning when I wake up at 10. I mean, I'm waking up at like 9, but we'll start. If I start stream at 10. And we do dailies, I'll do dailies in the morning. Once I nut that out, then oh, you know what though? I gotta make sure that Dead Space is ready to go tomorrow for the video. I'm gonna have to do that right before I go to bed. So, okay, so here's the plan. Like right now, before I go to bed, I'm gonna turn off stream. I'm gonna put the video up for Dead Space Part 3 for tomorrow morning. That'll be sick. The video for the DVD tier list is still processing, so I'm gonna wait until until it's finished. So that might go out in the afternoon, or even while we do dailies. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I want to get. So I'll probably do a double upload, maybe even a triple upload tomorrow. So we'll do Dead Space Part 3. DVD tier list. I might even do the nurse killer match and then just kind of throw those out, and like that way it's just like a clutter of videos. But also we have the concept videos that we have as well. We have like 3 of those, so I might do that for like Thursday. So yeah, we'll do those. I'll wake up in the morning. I'm gonna make my breakfast, get my tea, get my coffee. I'd literally get both. And then I'll do dailies, and then when I'm live on my Ether character, I'll start stream. That way we can do dailies together. And then if anybody wants to watch and ask questions, like you can fire away. Then when I'm done doing dailies on 14, I'll probably cut stream, and then we'll resume later on. So I can like eat and like I can shower. I mean, I've already showered tonight and like today, whatever. But I'll probably shower again tomorrow. But I want to be like refreshed for the DBD custom stream, and then we'll try and do like a long scale custom stream. Even if I gotta play bots to start, I'm down, but I definitely want to make sure that we at least have like just people to kind of comb through the content for kind of vibe. It'll be sick. So we'll try and do that. So yeah, we'll do 14 morning stream. While we do the dailies, I'm gonna literally be uploading and doing like uploads for content. So I'm gonna put that stuff up at the same time that I'm doing my dailies, because that's kind of like a great time for me to do it. So we'll do that. And then yeah, so we'll do dailies in the morning. I'll try and get content up and running for Dead Space 3 and the tier list and the nurse video. I'll take a chill pill for a couple of hours and do my own thing, because I gotta do raids for current 14. And I do not do those in the morning because my brain is not ready to raid in the mornings. Like, I literally don't raid until like after I've had lunch, always. So I won't literally raid until like 3 o'clock. So theoretically, we can if I can get raids done right before the custom stream, then I'll probably stream, or no, either I'll stream it or I'll record it. I have to record me getting clears in the for the raids. I haven't done those in like months. So can we get a rules for the custom for now? No wraith. That's already a given. Yeah. That's honestly, like, I think literally the only rule. Like, everything else is on the table. I also would be okay if we add the rule of like no camping and tunneling. Like, there's 3 rules: no camping, no tunneling, and like no wraith. Otherwise, I don't think I'd give a crap. Old raid? No, new raid. Like the current raid. So yeah, the ones that's out, the ones that are like the weeklies, the current today weeklies, I want to try and do those weeklies. Because there's one character I have to prioritize out of like all the ones that I have, and well, no. The raid song that's the current tier song, the song is fire, because everybody in the community was like, yo, because there's some metal band, like a rock metal band, I think it's called. The singer is like famous. She's like a famous like metal singer, and she's the vocals in the song, and the song is fire. So the song is fire, but like, the raids are technically lore based, but the fight isn't directly lore based, so you're not really going to be missing out on too much if you watch it. But you might be like, what the fuck is going on? So that'd be the difference. But yeah, I do need to get those raids done because I haven't started them today. Usually I use, like, back in the day when I was raiding on 14 and streaming it, I would usually do it. I would stream 14 today of me raiding. I'm not doing that anymore. So I'm gonna probably I'll probably record it if I'm like up and running for it, and then if we can get at least, I gotta just do the first 2. Because I don't like the 7th fight. I kind of skip it. So if I can do the first 2, then we can just pop stream up and then immediately start running customs. So that'd be sick. So yeah, that at least right now is currently the plan. Yeah. But I still think that if you wanted to watch the stream, you should totally watch the raids. The raids are still fun. If I stream them, like if I don't stream them, then I'll probably do it another time. However, I'm hoping that on Friday, because you know what the problem is too, is like, as a content creator, I'm trying to get myself into the mentality of running the content. So the plan is for Friday, because here's the thing. On Saturday, I'm not around. I'm going to a birthday party for my best friend. I got to go take care of her party, so I'm not going to be around on Saturday. Yeah. So Friday, I'm going to try my best to just beat the final fight of the tier that I've been stalling for months on, because I want to do the ultimate so I can get the content out for that. The short I have on my YouTube literally is about to break 10,000 views, which is wild, and it's literally about that fight. And I haven't even tried for it since it came out, and it's already been like 3 weeks. So I need to like, you know, run the content. So I want to try and get my hands on that fight so I can just clear it already at this point. So theoretically speaking, I'm gonna try my best to do that. So to wrap that up in a bow, Al's not joining us because she's got to do raid. I'm pretty sure. I think so. I think she raids tomorrow, so she won't be around. She might be watching, but I think she won't be around to like play per se. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how it kind of like falls into play. Maybe she'll play beforehand before she starts raid, because I think when we start stream, she also starts raid, so like it'll be conflictive. But if we start earlier, she might play earlier. Anyways, yeah. So I'm gonna try my best to just see if we can get everything up and running for that tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure if I get my coffee, which I already have, I'll be good to just burn through all of that, and then we can because I want to put as much time in to do dailies, not dailies, sorry, to do customs on DBD. I think it'd be a lot of fun. So we'll try and make that the priority as much as possible. But in order to do that, we gotta go to bed. So you go to bed, comrade. You go, even if you take a nap, we'll take a nap. You know what I mean? Yo, if Naz comes, yo, we'll start the stream with Wordle first. Real talk. I also personally, I would love to actually do a Wordle stream, because it's actually like a fun stream. Because it's kind of, you know how we talked all day today on stream? It's literally that. But we play Wordle, and it's like playing like, or even playing like Words on Stream, bro. We play Words on Stream, and it's just like that too. So with Wordle, I think like it's mad fun. The problem though is like I had to like play Wordle for the people, so like it's kind of tough. But if we play Wordle, then we can even play Words on Stream, because that's also like a huge one that people love playing too. I'll sit here and let everyone just have fun with the business, and I basically just talk the whole time. And I'm down to do that because I love talking. So it's, I sound mad annoying when I say that, but I genuinely have a fun time like chatting. Sorry, I felt like something on my foot. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't like, I might have like dropped like a kernel or something. Anyways, yeah. Oh, I mean, Words on Stream too though. Like it's still a great thing to play. So I'm 110% down to do that. We'll do that too, like low-key. I kind of like doing it anyways. The problem is that like I think I said it yesterday, but the problem I couldn't play Words on Stream and put it on the stream or put it anywhere, because we literally spent the time playing like radio based music, and I couldn't put it anywhere. So if I take that out and it's just me talking, then we can put that somewhere. I feel like that'd be fun. So I'm gonna do that. So low key, I might make Thursday. I might do Thursday, and we might play Words on Stream on Thursday, like low key. So I think the remainder of the schedule for the week is simply put, because tomorrow's Wednesday. So tomorrow we'll play WD Custom, because it's literally gonna be me playing Words on Stream with people while I also do stuff in the background. I can work on my editing because I'm trying to figure that out. For videos that I have, because I got to go back in, and I realized that there's a lot of videos that I want to edit out parts for, so I got to kind of work on that like low key. So we can do Words on Stream on Thursday. We'll play DBD Customs tomorrow. Friday is, I'm probably not going to stream Friday, and then I 100% won't stream Saturday, and then we'll be back on Sunday. And then if tomorrow's stream is amazing, I'll play killer games on Sunday, and then we'll figure it out from there. And then if anything, if the Wednesday stream was really good, then I might even play, we might do customs again on Monday. Like, I just want to be able to like change it up a bit, because I'm definitely getting tired of like playing matches as a Survivor and then getting crapped on by people. You know what I mean? Not because I'm bad, but because like it's a lot. So I feel like if we can all casually have fun playing Survivor games or killer games, whatever that it is, because I also want to spectate matches too. That's the other thing. I want to watch my friends play their games, and I get to just sit there and react to them playing, because I think I like reacting to a lot of content. So DMZ's the answer. We can throw a DMZ stream in there too. It's not going to be difficult. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. I don't know how though, but we'll figure it out. I'll help you get the weapon, and then we can figure it out. That sounds like a plan. Word up. Okay. I'm out of here. Kat, listen. Have a good night. Positive vibes to you all the way through. Yeah, come back tomorrow. We'll be playing some, we'll be doing the customs game. We're gonna see how it goes. And if it does, here's the truth though, if it doesn't go well, then we swap it over and we play, something else in the midtime, or we do the other tier list for the killer perks, and then that'll be a fun thing. But you need to play the F mobile game on stream. True. Although I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do that this week, so we'll try and push it in somewhere next week. Yeah, because I definitely wanna. I'm really excited about DBD customs, and I'm also down to do words on stream too. No, like broads. It can't be an hour. If it's a stream for BE, it's gonna be a whole stream. Like it's gonna be like one of these where we stream it for like 6 hours and something crazy like that. Low key, I might do it on maybe like Monday or something. I don't really know yet, but I do want to just get the VOD out there. But also the problem too is I gotta figure out how to make it like play on my computer without making it weird on my phone. Because one thing I don't like about streaming for BE on my computer is the fact that like if I get like a text message or like a phone call, it like kills it. And not that I would ever get a phone call or a text message, but like I definitely don't want it to do that. So I gotta just make sure that if I do stream the mobile game on stream, that it like effectively like looks good. So we'll see. But 110% though, I think the schedule will be tomorrow's customs, Thursday is work on stream, Friday, Saturday's off, Sunday we'll play killer, Monday we'll play customs again, or we do the mobile game, and then I think Tuesday I'll have to plug in a Dead Space somewhere in there. I don't know when yet, but we'll see. I don't want to fall behind on playing Dead Space, like truly. I want to try and beat it by the end of the month, because that way I don't feel like crap about how I never finish games, because I always feel like I never finish games. I'm trying to finish that game. Because I know that like deep down I have to play through Resident Evil series, because Resident Evil 4 remake comes out in the end of March, and I gotta do that. So we'll see. Perk list. Well, yeah, that's why like we gotta figure it out. So we'll probably on Monday do we'll probably play Dead Space again on Monday, and then we'll probably do the I want to, because what I want to do I don't want to do a 7-hour stream for the perks thing. I want to do that quicker, I think. But what I do want to do is I want to talk about perks that are bad. Here's what we do. I think what we do is we do the video, we do the stream, right? But we do the perks. We put them in place first, and then we talk about which ones are in the tier that they're in and how we can make them better or worse, if they're bad or very good. You know what I mean? So like if we use Premonition as an example, I'll be like, yo, Premonition's a bad perk. Here's why. How can it be better? We do this. But I want to do it quicker, because when we spent 20 minutes trying to talk about freaking Freddy's problem existing, I didn't like that. So I want to be able to just like make it like short and sweet and concise, because there's a bunch of perks, unless we do it in a certain kind of way. So we'll see. You're practicing right now, bro. I'm so not here for it. Can't handle you people. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but he's probably playing like, oh, you're not playing like customs? I think they're playing like customs instead of like playing against like actual people. I feel like customs would make more sense, since you can just test it and not really get like pooped on by But the bots kind of go in though, so like you gotta give credibility where it's due, like low key. The bots kind of go in, like that they do. So, okay, well you guys practice. I'm out. Like I said, thank you for helping me I mean, it's mild, but we know we broke 130 subs on YouTube. I think that's crazy. So I feel like with time we might try to break that again. I'd love to theoretically hit 150 by the end of the month, but we're not even on like week 2 yet, or finishing week 2, and we're like more than halfway between the two, so that's actually pretty sweet. So thank you for constantly providing support over here. You know, we're kind of doing our thing, and I feel like a lot of it's going to really work out for us a lot. So we'll hopefully you know, get that ball up and running. So yeah, be sure to check out tomorrow's stream. We'll be doing the customs. We're going to have fun. I feel like you guys are going to have a lot of fun with DBD customs tomorrow, and I really hope that it's a good turnout, that people come and they have fun with DBD customs. I feel like it will be a lot of fun. It's also the first time I personally ever do custom like viewer lobbies in DBD, and that way, you know, like if you guys want to use the Discord to communicate, you guys can, you know, because the Discord's there for that exact purpose. Like nobody uses it. So I'm going to try to start the stream at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to try and start the stream like 3 hours early. I feel like if we do that from 4, I'll literally do it until like midnight. So we'll do like a whole 8-hour viewer custom stream. That way there's a lot of time for a lot of people to come in and out, and then we can get the ball rolling for that. The Discord. Yeah, no, I don't. You definitely don't post memes and songs in there all the time that I listen to. So yeah, I think that if we can get a custom stream early, then I feel like it's going to be a lot of time. Listen, my Discord is like it's not packed, bro. Like my Discord is quiet. Although I feel like you two and Sadman are the people now that use my Discord more often than I realize it, bro. I never use my own. I don't even use Discord in general. The only reason why I use Discord is to just DM people that I talk to. Like people DM me more than anything. Like all my friends outside of Discord, I talk on the phone. Like if I call my sister, like I call her through my phone, or like if my best friends are calling me or talking to me, we like FaceTime or text via cell phone. Like I only use Discord to talk to like us in the channel, and I just like look at other stuff that I use for like 14, like the maps or the hunts or like recruiting. Nothing crazy. Like I'm never ever actually using Discord. It's just on in the background. But I like if the gamer people are talking, then I'll try to chime in when I can. The thing is, I'm not really like a talker on I think it's hard. Talking on Discord all the time is way difficult for me. Because I'm not the one that like does the reach out. I usually prefer that you reach in and you just contact me. So if you're like, yo, what's up, dude? Like I always tell my friends this all the time because they feel like I'm always like not responsive or rather I'm not talkative, but like clearly, right? So I always tell them like, hey, listen, like you can literally just hit me up whenever you want to. I always respond to everybody and anybody if I get a message. It's mad easy. Yeah. We are the bacon. I feel you. That actually, you know what? That couldn't have been better said. So that is sick. How's it going, dude? That's actually a great video. I actually know exactly what you're talking about. I'm gonna go watch it before I go to bed. Okay, come tomorrow. Be there. Bring your scary DBD builds. We're playing DBD. You keep on delaying the inevitable. I'm gonna yell at all of you. So go practice. Go make your builds. Come to the stream tomorrow, 4 o'clock Eastern time. I'm gonna try and stream it really early. I'm gonna try and commit to it also. We are going to be playing custom night DBD, you know, with viewers. There you go. That's right. So I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna dedicate an hour. Like I'm gonna dedicate like a half hour before 4 o'clock. So from 3:30 to 4 o'clock, I'm gonna tell as many people as I possibly can that we're doing it. That way, there's like an obvious way to be like, yo. And then when we go live, we'll also make it big, shiny promotion about it too. That way, people can actually like, you know, be aware that we're not just playing like me playing solo. So hopefully that'll be what it's worth. So like I said, definitely have fun for tomorrow. I think it'll be a lot of fun. People, you know, go tell your friends. Go tell your friends that we're going to be playing customs and playing with viewers. I'm not going to be playing most of the games. I don't want to personally. I would love to watch and make everyone else play. That way there's more time for more people to play, and we kind of do like a crazy rotation thing. You're not going to stop my last 30 seconds of the thing. So whatever this idea is that you have, save it for tomorrow. But like I said before, thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for helping me break 600 followers on Twitch and breaking 130 subs on YouTube. You can make this for teach me how to do that tomorrow. I'm so serious.